Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Scornful by Elizabeth Knox, narrated by Anne Robert and Tyler Dunn. Prologue. Astrid. The Raiders of Valhalla MC have been my family since I was born, but it wasn't until death came calling that I truly understood what that meant. I was 7 when Mom's car was hit. 1 minute, everything in my life was normal, and the next, well, it fell apart. They said she died instantly, but I only found that out years later. After my mother's death, I learned what it meant to be the only daughter, at the time, of the VP. Within hours, my father was back in our home, motorcycles lining the driveway outside. Brothers arrived so fast. I remember seeing everyone there and thinking about how empty it felt before. What I didn't know then, what they shielded me from until I was old enough to handle the truth, was that my mother's death was no accident. The Culebra cartel had made it look like one, but she had been targeted, murdered. The accident had been carefully orchestrated as a way to hurt the club, but more specifically, my father. I was 16 when Dad finally told me the truth, and I didn't know what to do with it. It felt good to know the truth, in a sense, but it gutted me at the same time. By then, the Culebra cartel no longer existed, at least not in any form that would threaten our family again. The cartel had been causing issues for the Mackenzie family, so Runes made a deal with them, and suddenly the problem with the cartel had ceased to exist. I don't miss the shadows in my father's eyes whenever they happen to come up, ghosts that haunt him still. All I know for certain is that every man responsible for my mother's death met an end far more painful than the one they gave her. Raiders protect their own. We avenge our fallen. These aren't just words in our world. They're sacred vows written in blood. 17 years later, I still remember Runes, president of the Raiders and the closest thing to a grandfather I've ever known, kneeling in front of me at my mom's funeral. My small hand disappeared inside his massive, calloused palm. "You'll never be alone, little one," he'd promised, ice-blue eyes so like his son Tor's locked on mine. "We protect our own." He wasn't lying. My father may have been broken by grief, but the club was there for him every step of the way. My brothers Emil and Oscar, 14 and 10 at the time, stepped up, becoming more than siblings to me in a sense. They became my guardians, my fierce protectors. When nightmares had me screaming at 2 a.m., Oscar would appear in my doorway, baseball bat in hand, ready to fight whatever monsters haunted me. Emil taught me to throw a punch by 13. Oscar showed me how to hotwire a car by 15, just in case, he'd said with that crooked grin that got him out of trouble with everyone except our dad. They were my safety net, my constant shadows. They still are, even now that they're full-patch members themselves, even though I've told them 1,000 times I don't need them hovering. The truth about Mom's murder changed something in all of us. For me, it was the reality that the club wasn't just about brotherhood and family barbecues and men who called me princess while slipping me candy. It was about a world where violence wasn't just possible, but necessary, where enemies lurk in shadows, where protection came at a price paid in blood. The carefree child I might have been died with that knowledge, replaced by someone more cautious, more aware of the darkness that exists. I take a long pull from my beer, letting the icy liquid slide down my throat as I lean against the bar at the clubhouse. Music throbs through the space, the bass vibrating in my chest. Around me, the typical Friday night party is in full swing. Brothers in their cuts drinking and laughing, old ladies clustering around tables, prospects running around keeping drinks filled. It's basically the damn heartbeat of the club. "You're thinking too loud." The deep voice pulls me from my thoughts, and I look up to find Geralt standing next to me at the bar. He's one of the few brothers who doesn't make me feel like I'm still 9 years old with pigtails. He's always treated me like I had a brain between my ears, not like some dorky club kid. Either way, his presence doesn't aggravate me the way some of the others do when I'm in this mood. I counter, raising an eyebrow. "Says who?" "Says the way you're strangling that beer bottle." His ice blue eyes drop to my hand, where my knuckles have gone white around the neck of the bottle. "Want to talk about it? Or would you prefer I find someone else to annoy?" That pulls a reluctant smile from me. I might actually prefer the annoyance. Thanks. He nods and leans against the bar beside me, his muscular arm just inches from mine. Heat radiates from him like a furnace. Then again, it always does. Out of all the brothers at the club, Geralt is the one I could never stop staring at. But I'm in I don't even know what to call it. Lock-in and me, everything about us is complicated. And I still have a lot of love for him, even though I shouldn't. Lock-in has hurt me in more ways than I could ever possibly count, and at the moment we're not together, but that could change next week. Geralt, on the other hand, he's kind of like Channing Tatum. You can admire him from afar, but you can't touch. "Fine by me," he says, voice rumbling low enough that only I can hear him over the music. "Annoying beautiful women is my specialty." I snort, covering the flush that wants to creep up my neck. "Very smooth, Gandalf. Does that usually work for you?" I don't know when it started happening, but at some point I gave him Gandalf as a nickname, mainly because it gets under his skin. He shrugs one broad shoulder, the movement pulling back his t-shirt tight across his chest. "I'll let you know when I try it on a woman, not a demon." I roll my eyes, but the heaviness that's been sitting on my chest all day eases a little. My gaze drifts across the room to where my father stands with runes, their heads bent in conversation. Fenrir's face is serious, jaw tight with whatever news they're discussing, probably something else about the Patriot. Ever since that bastard tried to kidnap Tindra last month, the club's been on high alert. My dad's face is so much like my brother's, the same blade of a nose, same stern jaw, same piercing eyes. Some days I can still see my mother in them, in the way their eyes crease when they smile. "They've been like that all night," Geralt comments, following my gaze. "Something's going on." It's gotta be the Patriot. After what happened with Tindra and Flora? My voice falters. Geralt's jaw tightens at the mention of Flora. Her funeral is still fresh in everyone's mind. Rio standing hollow-eyed beside the casket, their 2-year-old daughter Florencia in his arms, too young to understand that Mama wasn't coming back. Meanwhile, Dasha was holding Callie, the newborn baby that somehow survived when Flora didn't. Flora wasn't around us for a long time, but nothing can fill the hole left in her absence. Geralt looks right into my eyes as I take another sip of my beer. "You shouldn't worry about club shit, you know." Hard not to, when it keeps impacting people I care about. I keep my eyes trained on his. "I'm not a kid, Geralt." "Trust me," he says, his eyes dropping for a fraction of a second to look me up and down, staring at my body, snapping back to my face. "I'm well aware of that." Heat flares in my lower belly at the look, and I quickly push it down. I can't feel the way he makes me feel. He's off limits, completely and utterly, no matter how those ice blue eyes make me feel. No matter how his rare smiles seem directed at me more often lately. Then again, I've been on and off with a man who doesn't treat me right, a man who isn't much of a man in the first place. It's a toxic cycle I can't seem to break. Geralf changes the subject. How's work at the spa? I latch onto the lifeline. Good. Busy. Fern's thinking of expanding, adding a few more treatment rooms. Your hand's that magical, huh? There's a glint in his eye that makes me think there's an innuendo buried in there somewhere, but I choose to ignore it. I'll have you know I'm the most requested massage therapist there, I say with all the sass in the world. People book weeks in advance for these hands. I believe it. His voice drops a notch, and something in the air between us shifts. Across the room, my father's gaze lands on us, his eyes narrowing slightly at how close Geralf is to me. Geralf notices too, and casually takes a step back, creating a more appropriate distance between us, causing the moment to shatter like glass. Astrid! Ingrid's voice cuts through the tension as my baby sister bounces over, her red hair swinging like a curtain of silk. At 16, she's all legs and attitude, sage-green eyes bright with mischief. Dad says I can borrow your black boots for the concert tomorrow if you say it's okay. The ones with the silver studs? I ask, still feeling Geralf's presence like a physical weight beside me. Yeah, please. I'll literally be the only girl there in basic shoes if you don't let me. God, I can barely remember what it was like for my biggest worry to be my shoes. Fine, but if you scuff them, you're buffing them back to perfect condition. She squeals and throws her arms around me. You're the best sister ever. Mm-hmm. Tell that to my favorite sweater you borrowed and returned with a coffee stain. She grins nervously. It looks better with character. Ingrid notices Geralf then, and her eyes widen slightly before her face settles into a calculating look I know all too well. She's too observant for her own good. Hi, Gandalf, she says, voice suddenly syrupy sweet. Taking care of my big sister? Trying to, he responds, the corner of his mouth lifting. She's making it difficult. And, little girl, the only one who gets to call me that cool-ass wizard is your sis here. She always does, Ingrid agrees, ignoring my glare. It's like a hobby for her. Don't you have homework or something? I grit, needing her to go and make this situation less awkward. Ingrid rolls her eyes dramatically. It's Friday night. Even nerds don't do homework on Fridays. Then go bother someone your own age, I suggest, giving her shoulder a gentle push. Pretty sure I saw Gunnar and Bjorn by the pool table. With one last glance between Geralf and me, Ingrid bounces away, leaving an awkward silence in her wake. Your sister's going to be trouble, Geralf observes. Already is, I agree. But she's got a good heart. Dad's going to have his hands full when she starts dating. If he lets her. Geralf's tone is wry. Your father's protectiveness is legendary. I think about how fiercely Dad guarded me after Mom died, how he vetted every friend, every activity, every moment of freedom. How that protectiveness somehow hasn't saved me from lock-in. The thought of my ex/first love sends a chill through me, the memory of his voice in the back of my mind. Yeah, well, look how well that turned out for me, I mutter, taking another swig of beer. Geralf studies me, his expression impossible to read, just like always. "The asshole who hurt you," he says quietly. "You never talk about him." I tense. "Nothing to talk about." "Bullshit, princess." I blink, surprised by the edge in his voice. "Excuse me?" "I said, bullshit, princess." His eyes harden, a flash of anger that isn't directed at me, but rather for me. "I've seen you flinch when someone raises their voice. I've watched you check every exit when you enter a room. I've noticed how your smile doesn't reach your eyes half the time, and whenever you have the fucking sense to be rid of him for the 10 minutes you are, you're happier for it." My throat tightens. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Don't I?" He leans closer, his voice dropping so only I can hear. "I know what it looks like when someone's been hurt, Astrid. I've seen enough of it in my life." I stare at him, caught between anger and a strange, terrible relief that someone sees through me. For a moment, I consider telling him everything about Lochin's constant criticism, the way he made me feel worthless, the nights I spent weighing every bite I took under his watchful gaze. He always made me feel like being curvy was something I needed to fix, like it was wrong. I hate the way I still hear his voice in my head, still feel him breaking me down bit by bit. So why do I always go back? Because I'm a fool. He's my first love. I know he's capable of being better. But he won't. That's what I need to convince myself. He won't. It's one thing for the women to know about my situation. They understand in a way the men never could. But the brothers, they'd see it as a weakness, or worse, as an insult to my father's position. The VP's daughter letting some outsider break her down? Unthinkable. "I appreciate the concern," I say finally, my voice cool. "But I handled it." He studies me for a long moment, then nods once, respecting my boundaries even if he doesn't believe me. "If you ever need anything, I won't." I cut him off, already regretting the harshness in my tone. "But thanks," I add more softly. Before he can respond, a commotion near the door draws our attention. Rio has arrived with little Florencia in his arms, the toddler's eyes wide at the noise and lights of the clubhouse. Several women immediately swoop in, cooing over the child, offering Rio drinks, food, support. This is how the club heals, together, becoming the family that fills the gaps death leaves behind. "I should go help with Florencia," I say, already moving away from Geralf and the dangerous feelings he stirs. Dasha and I promise to watch her and Callie while Rio gets a break. Geralf nods, letting me walk off. But as I do, I feel his eyes on me. "Astrid," he calls, and I pause, half turning. "You're stronger than you think." 4 simple words, but they land in my chest like stones dropped in still water, rippling outward. I give him a small nod and continue on, not trusting myself to respond. As I cross to where Rio stands with Florencia, I catch my father watching me. A warning prickles up my spine. Nothing good could come from whatever's brewing between Geralf and me. Nothing but trouble. But as I take Florencia from Rio's arms, feeling the toddler's warm weight against my chest, I can't help but glance back at Geralf. He's already turned away, headed toward my father and Runes, confident as ever. I force my attention back to Florencia, tickling her until she giggles, a sound too rare since her mother's death. Meanwhile, Dasha has Callie, the sweet baby starting to smile the moment she sees her. But part of me is hyper-focused on Geralf, his presence across the room. It's like a compass needle finding north. That is how I feel when it comes to him. And I can't. because that would be a fucking disaster.
Chapter 1. Gerolf. Present day. The stench of stale beer and fresh weed wafts in the air of Bubba's. This place has been my sanctuary for the past decade. Sometimes the only place where the noise in my head quiets down enough for me to think straight. Tonight, though, there's a different kind of tension pulsing through the room. I lean back in my chair, nursing a lukewarm beer, as I survey the faces around me. My brothers, my family. All of them wearing the same grim expression that's been etched into our features since Flora's funeral 8 months ago. This Patriot situation is getting out of hand. Tor growls, his ice blue eyes blazing with rage. We need to hit back harder. Kraken nods, running a hand through his beard. Agreed. That bullet was meant for one of us. Flora was just in the wrong place at the wrong fucking time. A heavy silence falls over our table at the mention of her name. I can still see Rio's face as he cradled her body, screaming for someone to save her and their unborn child. The doctors managed to save little Callie, but Flora died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. He was lucky Callie somehow survived, honestly. How's Rio holding up? I ask, already knowing the answer. Magnus shakes his head, his massive frame seeming to deflate. Not good, brother. He's barely functioning. If it weren't for Dasha helping with the girls, I don't know what he'd do. I take another swig of my beer, letting the bitter liquid wash down my throat. 2 innocent children without a mother because of the Patriot. The thought makes my blood boil. The prospect's keeping an eye on Rio? I ask. Tor nods. Yeah, Dad's made sure he's never alone for too long, but he's in a bad place. Can't blame him. Another silence falls, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The weight of what happened at Tindra's birthday party hangs over the club like a storm cloud. We're all waiting for the next crack of lightning, the next victim, and we're all wondering if it could have been prevented. I roll my shoulders, feeling the familiar ache that comes from too many hours on my bike. The cut feels particularly heavy tonight, like it's weighing me down with the responsibilities being a full patch represents. I need some air, I announce, pushing away from the table. No one tries to stop me. They understand. We all have our own ways of coping with the shit our life throws at us. Outside, the night air is cool against my skin, a relief compared to how fucking stuffy it is inside. The parking lot is dimly lit, shadows stretching across the cracked asphalt like grasping fingers. I lean against the wall, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from my cut. I take a deep drag, letting the smoke fill my lungs before exhaling slowly. My hand moves unconsciously to my chest, fingers tracing the outline of the tattoo beneath my shirt. A large, intricately detailed skull that covers much of my right pec and extends down my arm, intertwined with dark floral elements. It's a reminder of my own brushes with death, of the sacrifices I've made for the club. Each line tells a story, each shadow a memory. I shrug off my cut, hanging it carefully on a nearby bike handle. The night air feels good against my arms as I pull my t-shirt over my head, leaving me bare-chested in the parking lot. I don't give a shit if anyone sees. Let them look. Let them see what this life does to a man. The scars crisscrossing my torso and back are a roadmap of violence I've endured. Knife wounds, bullet holes. Reminders of the shit I'd gladly go through again. But it's the tattoo that draws the eye. The skull, with its empty gaze seeming to stare accusingly at the world. Death and rebirth. Pain and survival. That's what it represents. That's what my life has been for longer than I can remember. I roll my neck, feeling the satisfying pop of tension releasing. 15 years I've been with this club. 15 years of blood, loyalty, and brotherhood. I've never wanted a position of power, no officer patch for me, but I've earned something more valuable, respect. Every brother in the Raiders of Valhalla knows I'd die for them without hesitation, and they'd do the same for me. It's as simple and as complicated as that. Movement at the far end of the parking lot catches my eye. A woman, her light brown hair gleaming under the street lamp, walking briskly toward one of the cars. Fenrir's daughter, Astrid. I've always kept my distance from her, partly out of respect for her father, partly because she's just my type and I know better. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about Astrid that's always drawn my eye. She's nothing like the Horas who hang around hoping to catch a brother's attention. She's not even like any other woman I usually see, or a random woman at a bar. She's something else entirely. She works at Fern's Spa, keeps to herself, doesn't play the usual games. I pull my shirt back on, but leave the cut off, enjoying the coolness against my overheated skin. I'm about to turn away, to give her the privacy she deserves, when a man steps out of the shadows, blocking her path. My body tenses instinctively, years of training and instinct kicking in. I step closer, eyes narrowing as I assess the situation. The guy is tall, lanky, with the kind of face you forget as soon as you look away. But there's something in his posture that sets off alarm bells in my head. The way he looms over Astrid, the aggressive thrust of his chin. "What the fuck is your problem?" I hear him snarl, his voice carrying across the quiet parking lot. "You think you can just ignore my calls?" Ah, it's Locken, her piece of shit ex. Astrid takes a step back, her body language defensive. "Locken, I told you, we're done. You need to leave me alone." Astrid's ex-boyfriend, the one she'd broken up with a while back. "We're done when I say we're done," Locken spits, grabbing Astrid's arm. "You think you're too good for me now, huh? Running back to Daddy's club? You're nothing but a fat slut." Something snaps inside me at his words. Before I even realize I'm moving, I'm halfway across the parking lot. "You want to rethink putting your hands on her," I growl, my voice low and dangerous. Locken's head whips around, his eyes widening as he takes me in. I know what he sees, 6 feet of muscle and viciousness, covered in tattoos. "This ain't your business," he says, but I can hear the fear in his voice. He tries to compensate by puffing out his chest, tightening his grip on Astrid. "This is between me and my girlfriend." "Ex-girlfriend," Astrid corrects, her voice tight with anger. "Let go of me, Locken." He ignores her, his eyes locked on mine in some pathetic attempt at a dominance display. Kid has no idea what real dominance looks like. I take another step closer, invading his space now. "I'm gonna say this once," I tell him, my voice deceptively calm. "Take your hand off her, get in your car, and drive away. And if I ever see you near her again, they'll be finding pieces of you scattered across 3 counties. Locken's face pales, but there's still a stubborn set to his jaw. His fingers dig deeper into Astrid's arm, making her wince. That's all it takes. My fist connects with his jaw before he can even register I've moved. The impact sends a satisfying shock up my arm as he stumbles backward, releasing Astrid. She steps away quickly, her eyes wide as she watches what happens next. Locken regains his balance, his hand coming up to touch his jaw in disbelief. Then, with a roar of outrage, he comes charging at me. Amateur move. I sidestep easily, grabbing his outstretched arm and using his momentum to slam him face first into the side of a parked car. The sound of his nose breaking is audible even over his howl of pain. I tried to be nice. I keep him pinned against the car with one hand while the other grasps the back of his neck, but you just had to be difficult, didn't you? I increase the pressure, making him whimper. Here's what's going to happen, Locken. You're going to accept that Astrid doesn't want anything to do with your sorry ass. You're going to stay the fuck away from her, from this club, from anything and anyone connected to her. Because if you don't... I lean in closer, my voice dropping to a whisper. I'll show you exactly why my name means wolf spear. You understand me? He nods frantically, blood streaming from his broken nose. I release him with a disgusted shove, watching as he stumbles toward his car, casting one last terrified glance over his shoulder before peeling out of the parking lot. Only then do I turn to Astrid. She's standing perfectly still, her light sage-green eyes wide as she stares at me. For a moment, I worry I've frightened her with what I've just done. But then I see something else in her gaze. Relief, gratitude, and something warmer that makes my pulse quicken. You okay? I ask, my voice gentle. She nods, rubbing her arm where Locken had grabbed her. Yeah, thank you, Gerolf. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been here. I step closer, careful to move slowly. She's been through enough tonight without me adding to her fear. Let me see, I say, gesturing to her arm. Hesitantly, she extends it toward me. I take it carefully, examining the red marks already blooming into bruises on her pale skin. My jaw clenches at the sight, rage coming right back to the surface. I should have broken more than his nose, I mutter. To my surprise, Astrid laughs, a soft, husky sound that does strange things to my insides. Pretty sure you've scared him enough for one night, she says. I don't think he'll be bothering me again any time soon. I look down at her, really look at her, perhaps for the first time. She's beautiful in a way I never fully appreciated before. Her light brown hair with golden specks catches the dim light of the parking lot, framing a face that's both delicate and strong. Those sage-green eyes of hers have a fire behind them, the kind that tells you she's been through hell but came out swinging. And her body, curvy in all the right places, the kind of softness a man could lose himself in. Min. I push the thought away immediately. She's Fenrir's daughter, for fuck's sake. The VP's little girl. Even thinking about her that way could get my ass handed to me, or worse. But as I release her arm, our fingers brush, and the jolt of electricity that passes between us tells me I'm not the only one feeling something here. I should get you inside, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Get some ice on those bruises. She nods, but doesn't move immediately. Thank you, she says again, her voice soft, not just for that, but for not asking questions, for just helping. I understand what she means. No thanks needed, I tell her. I just wanted to help you, Princess. Her eyes search mine, looking for the lie, for the hidden agenda. Finding none, her expression softens into something that makes my chest tighten. Still, she insists, I owe you one. I shake my head, about to tell her she owes me nothing, when the sound of a motorcycle engine cuts through the night. We both turn to see Emil, Astrid's brother, pulling into the parking lot. He kills the engine, giving us a curious look as he approaches. His eyes dart from Astrid's bruised arm to my bare chest, then back to his sister's face, his expression going dark. What the fuck happened? He demands. Protective big brother mode engaged. Astrid laughs. Lock-in happened. He was waiting for me in the parking lot. Emil's face contorts with rage. That piece of shit! Where is he? I'll fucking kill him! Geralf already took care of it, Astrid says quickly. Lock-in won't be bothering me again. Emil turns to me, an unreadable expression on his face. Thanks, brother, he says after a moment, extending his hand. I owe you for looking out for my sister. I clasp his hand firmly. No need. Just did what any brother would do. But even as I say the words, I know they're not entirely true. The way I feel right now, the protectiveness, the possessiveness, has nothing to do with being a brother. Emil nods, then turns to Astrid, his arms sliding around her shoulders. Come on, sis. Let's get you inside. I watch as he leads her toward the entrance of Bubba's, her petite frame tucked against his side. Before they reach the door, Astrid glances back at me over her shoulder, those sage-green eyes finding mine in the darkness. Something passes between us, and I'm not going to deny it. I retrieve my cut from the bike handle, slipping it back on as I watch them disappear inside. But as I take one last drag of my cigarette before crushing it under my boot, I can't deny that something has shifted tonight. Seeing Astrid, really seeing her, has awakened something within me that I'm not sure I can control. And that is a whole different kind of dangerous.
Chapter 2. Astrid. The drive to my dad's house is mercifully short, which is good because Emil won't shut the fuck up about what happened with the lock-in in the parking lot. I should have been there, Emil growls, his knuckles white on the steering wheel of one of the club's trucks. I'd have ripped that asshole's head clean off his shoulders. I roll my eyes, watching the familiar scenery fly past the passenger window. Geralf handled it. Lock-in's not going to be a problem anymore. Geralf? Emil repeats, his tone unreadable. Since when are you and Geralf so buddy-buddy? I shoot my brother a glare. We're not. He was just in the right place at the right time. That's all. Emil grunts, clearly unconvinced. Didn't look like that's all from where I was standing. I bite back a sharp retort. There's no point in arguing with Emil when he's in full protective big brother mode. He and Oscar have been that way since Mom died. Overbearing, hypervigilant, treating me like I'm made of glass, even though I'm 24 fucking years old. Can we drop it, please? I just want to forget the whole thing even happened. Emil sighs, the fight draining out of him. Fine. But Dad's going to want to know why your arm looks like that. He nods toward the bruises forming where Lock-in grabbed me. Shit, I didn't even think about that. I'll handle Dad, I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel. Our dad isn't exactly known for his calm, measured responses when it comes to his kids. We pull into the driveway of my childhood home, the familiar two-story with its wraparound porch that I grew up in. Charm's car is parked out front, and I can see lights on in the kitchen. My stepmother is probably cooking dinner, unaware of the drama that's about to walk through her front door. Maybe I can convince her we both need a glass of wine. Stat. Emil kills the engine, his eyes searching my face. You're sure you're okay? I nod, offering him a small smile. I'm fine, Aim. I promise. Lock-in's a piece of shit, but he's a coward at heart. One real scare and he'll crawl back under whatever rock he came from. Emil doesn't look entirely convinced, but he lets it go as we head inside. The house smells like garlic and tomato sauce. Lasagna night. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten since lunch at the spa. Charm calls from the kitchen. "That you, Emil?" "Yeah, Mom, and I've got Astrid with me," Emil responds, shooting me a pointed look that says, "Brace yourself." Charm appears in the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. At 45, she's still beautiful. Tall and willowy, with hair as red as a fire engine truck and sharp features. Her eyes light up when she sees me, then immediately narrow as she notices the bruises on my arm. She rushes across the room. "What happened?" "It's nothing," I say quickly, pulling my sleeve down. "Just a little misunderstanding. All sorted now." "Misunderstanding my ass," Emil mutters, earning a quick glare from Mom. "Language," she chides automatically, but her focus remains on me. "Astrid, who did this to you?" I sigh, knowing there's no way to avoid this conversation. "It was Lock-in. He showed up at Bubba's, we had words, he grabbed me. But Geralt stepped in and took care of it." Charm's eyes widen slightly at the mention of Geralt. "Geralt?" I nod, trying to ignore the flutter in my stomach at the memory of Geralt standing shirtless in the parking lot, the moonlight illuminating that tattoo that covers half his chest. The man is built like a Norse god, all hard muscles and strength. "Where's Dad?" I ask, desperate to change the subject. "In the garage," Charm replies, still eyeing me suspiciously. "Working on his bike." "I'll go tell him we're here," Emil says, disappearing before I can stop him. Great. I'll bet we have 10 minutes tops before my father comes storming in demanding blood. "Are you hungry?" Charm asks, her tone softening. "Dinner's almost ready." "Starving," I admit. She links her arm through mine, leading me to the kitchen. "Then let's get you fed. Oscar's coming too, and Ingrid should be back from volleyball practice any minute." The kitchen is warm and inviting, the heart of our family home. It's where we've always gathered, for meals, for celebrations, for comfort when the world feels too hard to bear. The large oak table is already set for dinner, and the lasagna in the oven smells like heaven. "So?" Charm says casually as she checks on the garlic bread. "Geralt, huh?" I groan, sinking into one of the kitchen chairs. "It wasn't like that. He was just helping me out." Charm shoots me a look over her shoulder. "Uh-huh. And I'm sure the fact that he's one of the most attractive men in the club has nothing to do with the blush on your cheeks right now." "Mom, shh!" I go over to her and whisper. "The last thing I need is for Dad to hear you say that shit." I immediately stop the second she glares at me. "You know the rules. Cuss like a sailor at the club, at Bubba's. But good gods, at least give me the decency of a cuss-free house." I sigh. "Sorry, I just don't want Dad hearing that crap, you know? He's protective as all heck." She laughs, the sound light and genuine. "That he is. And I'm married, not blind. The man looks like he could have stepped straight out of Vikings." I can't help but laugh, too, my body finally relaxing since I was in the parking lot. This is why I've always loved Charm. She never tried to replace my mother after she died, but she became something just as important. A friend, a confidant, someone who sees me as I am and loves me anyway. But I call her Mom because that's what she is. My mother. Just a bonus one. He was pretty incredible. I admit, keeping my voice low even though we're alone. The way he handled Lock-in, it was like watching a force of nature. 1 minute, Lock-in's in my face. The next, he's practically pissing himself while Geralf pins him against a car. A shiver runs down my spine at the memory of Geralf's ice-blue eyes, cold and deadly, as he dealt with Lock-in. Charm sets a glass of red wine in front of me. "That's the look I'm talking about," she says with a grin. "The dreamy-eyed, I'm imagining him naked look." "I am not," I spit out, feeling heat rise to my cheeks. "Are not what?" Oscar asks, striding into the kitchen with a wicked grin. At 27, my middle brother is Dad's carbon copy, built like a fucking brick wall with a face that could scare the shit out of most men. But there's always that goddamn smirk tugging at his lips, the one that's gotten him out of trouble since we were kids. The bastard knows exactly how to charm his way out of anything. "None of your business," I retort, sticking my tongue out at him. "Oh, real mature," he says, ruffling my hair as he passes. Then he spots the bruises on my arm and freezes. "What the fuck happened to you?" Before I can answer, the back door slams open and my father storms in, Emil hot on his heels. A force to be reckoned with on his best days. Right now, with his face twisted in that special kind of rage only a father can muster, he looks like the devil himself, like he's ready to rip someone's spine out through their throat and enjoy every second of it. "Show me," he demands, his voice oddly calm even though I know he wants to kill Lock-in. I hesitate, then show him my arm, showing him finger-shaped bruises. He stares at them for a long moment, his jaw clenched so tight I can practically hear his teeth grinding. "That piece of shit laid his hands on you," he says, not a question but a statement, each word precisely enunciated. "And you didn't think to fucking call me?" "It just happened, Dad," I say, keeping my voice even. "And it's been handled. Geralf made sure Lock-in won't be bothering me again." My father's eyes narrow. "Geralf?" "He was there when it happened," I explain, fighting to keep my tone casual. "He stepped in before things could escalate." "Stepped in how?" Fenrir demands. I sigh, wishing I could sink through the floor. "He broke Lock-in's nose and threatened to scatter pieces of him across 3 counties if he ever came near me again." To my surprise, a smile flickers across my father's face. "Good man," he says, some of his tension easing. "I'll have to thank him. Doesn't mean we can't pay this Lock-in a visit too," Oscar suggests, the gleam in his eye anything but friendly. "Just to reinforce the message, really get it across." "No!" I yell at the group of them. "Look, the situation is handled. Lock-in's a coward. He won't risk crossing Geralf." "But," Emil begins. "But nothing." I cut him off, my patience wearing thin. "I don't need the 3 of you riding to my rescue like I'm some damsel in distress. I'm a grown woman, and I can handle my own problems." Dad opens his mouth to argue, but Mom steps in, placing a calming hand on his arm. "Astrid's right," she says softly. "She's not a child anymore, and the situation seems resolved. Let's respect her wishes." My father holds her gaze for a long moment, then gives a reluctant nod. "Fine, but if that asshole shows his face around here again, all bets are off." "Fair enough," I give in, knowing it's the best compromise I'm going to get. The front door opens and my 16-year-old half-sister Ingrid bounces in, her gym bag slung over her shoulder. "Hey everyone, what's for dinner? I'm starved." She stops short, taking in the tense scene before her. "Whoa, who died?" "No one," Mom says quickly. "Yet. Now go wash up for dinner. Lasagna's almost ready." Ingrid's eyes dart between us, clearly sensing there's more to the story, but she knows better than to push. "Okay, back in 5, she says, disappearing up the stairs. "I'll set another place for Astrid," Oscar offers, moving to the cabinet for an extra plate. "Thanks," I murmur, grateful for the break in tension. Dinner is a surprisingly normal affair after that. Ingrid yaps about volleyball practice and the upcoming school dance. Oscar and Emil trade talk about some club business that isn't too serious, while Mom and Dad seem like they're just as in love as when they were when they first got together. I pick at my lasagna, my mind drifting back to that moment in the parking lot, the heat of Geralf's body as he stood close to me, the unexpected gentleness of his calloused fingers examining my bruises, the low rumble of his voice. "Earth to Astrid," Ingrid says, waving a hand in front of my face. "Where'd you go? You've been staring at that garlic bread for like 5 minutes. I blink, heat rising to my cheeks. "Sorry, just tired. Long day at the spa and then some." "Uh-huh," Ingrid says, keeping her voice low, clearly not buying it. "Geralf's that hottie in the club, right?" I nearly choke on my wine. "What? Gods, Ingrid, you're a teenager. You can't say that type of stuff about him." Ingrid grins wickedly, still keeping her voice low. "I mean, I'm not blind. Plus, I heard you guys talking when I came in. Something about him handling a situation for you?" "It's nothing," I say quickly, shooting warning glances at my brothers. "Just club stuff. And shouldn't you be calling Bjorn or one of the other guys hot?" "Geralf's a good man," Dad says, surprising me. "He's also hot as hell," Ingrid adds, knowing she's throwing fuel into the fire. "Ingrid!" Mom exclaims, but there's amusement dancing in her eyes. Ingrid is just like her. Good Lord. "What? He is. All tall and broody with those ice blue eyes. Half the girls at my school would sell their souls for a guy like that. The skull tattoo is a bonus." "He's way too old for you," Emil points out, his protective instincts shifting targets. Ingrid rolls her eyes. "Duh. I'm just saying, objectively speaking, the man's a total smoke show." She turns to me, eyes gleaming. "Don't you think so, Astrid?" All eyes at the table swivel to me, and I want to melt into the floor. "I haven't really noticed," I lie, taking a large gulp of wine to hide my flaming cheeks. "Bullshit!" Ingrid coughs into her hand, earning a sharp "language" from Mom. "That's enough," Dad grumbles, breaking up the conversation. "Geralf is a brother, not some high school crush to giggle about. Don't you have your boy bands to do that about or something?" The conversation mercifully shifts after that, but I can feel my father's gaze lingering on me throughout the meal. He doesn't miss much, my dad. It's what makes him such an effective VP. After dinner, I help Mom with the dishes while Ingrid is glued to her phone, and the men disappear into the den to talk business. "You should stay the night," Charm suggests as she hands me a plate to dry. "It's getting late, and I know your dad would feel better having you here after what happened." I consider it, But the thought of my apartment, my own space, my own rules, is too tempting. Thanks, but I've got an early shift at the spa tomorrow. Fern's adding new services, and I need to get there early to set up. Charm nods, understanding in her eyes. At least let one of your brothers drive you home. I've got my car at Bubba's, I remind her. Astrid. Her tone makes me look up. Humor us just this once. I sigh, recognizing defeat when I see it. Fine, but tell Emil no lectures on the way home. Charm smiles, squeezing my hand. Deal. Later, as Emil drives me back to my small apartment near Fern's and Mom's spa, he keeps his promise. Mostly. Only one remark about me being more careful, which is practically restrained for him. Thanks for the ride, I say as he pulls up outside my building. Want me to come up, check the place out? He offers. I shake my head. I'm good. Luckin doesn't know I live here. Just moved, remember? At least, I hope he doesn't. Emil looks like he wants to argue, but instead pulls me into a bear hug. Call if you need anything. Doesn't matter what time. I will, I promise, squeezing him back. My apartment feels unusually empty when I let myself in, the silence pressing in from all sides. I go through my nightly routine on autopilot. Shower, moisturize, brush teeth, check the locks twice, all before collapsing onto my bed. As I lie here, staring at the ceiling, my mind returns again and again to Geralf, to the way he moved like a predator, yet was so controlled and lethal at the same time, to the way his ice-blue eyes seemed to see right through me, to the unexpected surge of something that had passed between us when our fingers touched. I know it could never work, not even in another lifetime. Plus, Dad would lose his mind if he knew I was even thinking about Geralf that way. Besides, men like Geralf don't go for women like me. They want the Horas with their perfect bodies and fun personalities, not curvy massage therapists with baggage. Lockin made that perfectly clear during our relationship. All those little digs about my weight, my clothes, how I could be so pretty if I just tried harder. I roll onto my side, pulling the covers up to my chin. Tomorrow, I'll go back to normal. I'll work at the spa, have lunch with Megan if she's free, maybe catch a movie with Ingrid this weekend. I won't think about the club or my overprotective family or Geralf's massive hands and intense eyes. But as sleep finally claims me, it's Geralf's face that follows me into my dreams, and for once, they're anything but nightmares.
Chapter 3. Geralf. The wrench slips from my oil-slicked fingers for the third time in an hour, clattering against the concrete floor of the club's garage with a metallic ring that echoes across the space. Motherfucker, I growl, rolling my shoulders as pain laces through my upper back. I've been hunched under Kraken's dyna for nearly 6 hours straight, rebuilding the engine that seized up on him last week. Man, you look like shit. I don't bother looking up at Dasha as she leans against the workbench, arms crossed over her chest. Dasha works at Babes and Beans with Megan, and overall is a good chick. She wasn't around the club too much, and then she started showing up a little more. Honestly, she's stepped up with the old ladies to make sure Rio has support, since he's now a single father. Thanks for the assessment, I grunt, straightening up slowly and wincing as my back protests the movement. You here for a reason or just to point out the obvious? Dasha's dark eyes narrow slightly, assessing me with that penetrating stare that makes me shift slightly. Just dropped off Callie with Rio. Figured I'd check on you since you missed lunch. I roll my neck, feeling the vertebrae pop in a way that gives me a moment of relief before the stiffness returns. I've been pushing myself hard these past few days, taking on extra work at the garage, volunteering for additional security shifts. Anything to keep my mind off a certain light brown-haired woman with sage green eyes that I can't seem to forget. Astrid. Just thinking her name makes something twist in my chest. Something I have no business feeling for the VP's daughter. Been busy, I say, gesturing to the engine I've been rebuilding. Kraken needs his bike by tomorrow. Dasha watches me for a moment longer before reaching into the small cooler we keep in the garage, pulling out a bottle of water and tossing it my way. I catch it with one hand, grateful for the cold liquid against my parched throat. You need to take a break before you seize up worse than that engine, she says, nodding toward my stiff shoulders. There's an opening at Fern's Spa this afternoon. Megan had to cancel her appointment, had a call out at the coffee shop, and I had the kids so I couldn't run in. I nearly choke on the water. The spa? I don't do that shit. Dasha rolls her eyes. Of course not. Big bad biker is too tough for a massage. She mimics flexing muscles, and I crack a small smile. Rio goes regularly since his back injury. Says it's the only thing that keeps him functioning some days. The thought of Fern's Spa, of who works there, sends a jolt through me that has nothing to do with my aching muscles. I haven't seen Astrid since that night in the parking lot, 3 days ago. Honestly, I haven't trusted myself to. The idea of seeing her means acknowledging the way she makes a certain part of me twitch, and that's the last thing I need. What I really need is space from her while I sort my shit out. I'm fine, I insist, turning back to the engine. Sure you are. That's why you're moving like you've got a steel rod for a spine. Dasha pushes off from the workbench. Appointment's at 3 if you change your mind. I already texted Charm to let her know you'll be at the appointment. Before I can say another word, she's sauntering toward the door, throwing one last comment over her shoulder. And take a fucking shower first. You stink. The door closes behind her with a soft click. I stand there for a moment, staring at the engine parts scattered across the workbench, my mind suddenly going wild with things I shouldn't be thinking. Astrid's hands on my skin, her closeness, the chance to see her again in a context where no one would question it. Fuck, I mutter, wiping my hands on a shop rag and checking the time. 1:30 p.m. Just enough time to finish this part of the rebuild, clean up, and make it to the appointment Dasha set up. This is a bad idea, maybe even the worst, and yet I'm already planning how to wrap up here in time. The spa is unique, with gray and earth-toned stone. It's kind of like earthy meets rustic, and there's even some industrial type of items around the exterior. Fern, Rune's wife and the club's matriarch, opened it years ago with Charm as a legitimate business, but it also helps launder some club money. It's crazy how much of a profit they make, popular with the wealthy women from the surrounding towns who have no idea their safe space is tied to a biker club. I sit in my truck for a full 5 minutes, hands gripping the steering wheel, debating whether to go in or drive away. This is reckless. Seeing Astrid again when I can't get her out of my head, when I've been dreaming about her every night since I saw her. But my back screams in agony at even the slightest movement, and the thought of riding on a run like this makes the decision for me. I need to be in tip-top shape for the club. That's all this is. Maintenance, like oiling a chain or changing spark plugs. I repeat this to myself as I walk through the front door, the soft chime announcing my presence. Charm stands behind the reception desk, her red hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. She glances up, surprise flashing across her face before she shifts her expression back to something professional. "Gerolf, Dasha said you might be taking Megan's appointment." Her eyes hold a question she doesn't voice, but I can read it clear enough. What are you doing here? Got a fucked up back, I say by way of explanation, rolling my shoulders to demonstrate. Been under an engine all day. She nods and glances down at her appointment book. "We have you scheduled with..." She pauses, something flashing behind her eyes. "With Astrid." My pulse jumps, but I keep my face neutral. "That good?" "Of course," Charm says smoothly, though something in her tone suggests she's not entirely convinced by my casual act. "She's our most requested therapist. You're in good hands." Good hands. Christ. "Have a seat." Charm gestures to a small waiting area with comfortable-looking chairs. "Astrid will be with you shortly. Would you like some water or tea while you wait?" "Water's fine," I say, lowering myself into one of the chairs, trying not to wince as pain shoots up my back once more. The waiting area smells like lavender and something else I can't put my nose on. Clean, soothing. Something you'd never associate with Bubba's or the clubhouse. I feel out of place here in my worn jeans, dark t-shirt, and cut, like a wolf that's wandered into a china shop. I can think about it for maybe 10 seconds, and there she is, standing in the doorway. Astrid wears simple black pants and a fitted top with the spa's logo. Her light brown hair is pulled back in a loose bun, a few golden-streaked strands framing her face. She looks professional, poised, completely different from how I'm used to seeing her at the club. She freezes for a split second when she sees me, those sage green eyes widening just enough that I know she's surprised to see me. But she recovers quickly, impressively so. "Gerolf," she says, her voice betraying only the slightest tremor. "I'll be working with you today. Please come with me." I rise from the chair, acutely aware of Charm watching my every move around her daughter. As I follow Astrid down a hallway lined with treatment rooms, I notice the gentle sway of her hips, the way the uniform hugs every bit of her luscious curves. "Stop it," I order myself. "This isn't why you're here." She leads me to a room at the end of the hall, opening the door to reveal a dimly lit space with a massage table in the center. Soft music plays from hidden speakers, something with no words, just gentle sounds that already start to ease the tension I'm carrying. Astrid closes the door behind us. "First time?" "Is it that obvious?" I ask, my voice sounding rougher than I want it to. A small smile tugs at her hips. "Most of our clients don't look like they're walking into a lion's den." That pulls a chuckle from me, some of the awkwardness between us dissipating. "Guess I'm more comfortable with Harleys than whatever all this is." I gesture vaguely to the oils, candles, and other equipment arranged neatly around the room. "It's just a massage," she says, trying to ease me. "Nothing to be afraid of." "I'm not afraid," I counter, the words coming out more defensively than I'd like. She raises an eyebrow. "Then take off your shirt and lie face down on the table. I'll step out while you get comfortable. There's a sheet you can drape over your lower half." Before I can respond, she's gone, the door clicking shut softly behind her. I stand there for a moment, staring at the massage table like it might bite me. This was a mistake. I should leave. But my back chooses that moment to send another spasm of pain down my spine, reminding me why I'm here. With a sigh, I pull my cut off, then my t-shirt over my head, towing off my boots and socks. After a moment, I decide to keep my jeans on. This is a legitimate massage, not, whatever else my mind keeps trying to make it. I lie face down on the table as instructed, adjusting the face rest so I'm not smothering myself, and drape the sheet over my lower back. A soft knock comes at the door. Astrid calls, "Ready?" "Yeah," I respond, my voice muffled against the face rest. I hear her enter, the door closing quietly behind her. There's a pause, a moment where I swear I can feel her eyes on my exposed back, taking in the tattoos and scars that mark my skin. "You've got a lot of old injuries," she says finally, her voice professional, but something's underneath the surface. "Hazards of the life," I respond. I hear her moving around the room, the sound of a bottle opening, liquid being poured. "I'm going to use a medium pressure to start with. Focus on your upper back and shoulders since that seems to be where you're holding most of your tension. Let me know if anything is too much or not enough." "Got it." There's another pause, and then her hands are on me. Fuck. Her touch is firm but gentle, warm palm sliding across my oil-slicked skin like she's been doing this her entire life. She starts at my shoulders, working her thumbs into knots I didn't even know I had, drawing a barely suppressed groan from me. "Too much?" she asks, her voice close to my ear. "No," I manage. "It's good." "Your muscles are like concrete," she says, working her way down to my shoulder blades. "How long have you been this tense?" "Since I saw you in that parking lot. Since I can't stop thinking about you." "A while," I say instead. She makes a mumbling sound and continues working, her skilled fingers finding every point of tension in my upper back and methodically dismantling it. Despite my initial apprehension, I find myself relaxing under her touch, my breathing deepening as some of the pain begins to recede. "This scar," she says, her fingers tracing a long line that runs from my right shoulder blade to the middle of my back. "This was deep." "Knife," I say simply. "Territory war about 10 years ago." Her hands pause for just a moment before continuing. "And this one?" She touches a circular scar just above my left kidney. "Bullet. Guy had bad aim." "You've been shot." There's no missing the concern in her voice now, professional distance slipping just a bit. "Occupational hazard," I say, trying to keep it light. Her fingers move to another scar, this one smaller but jagged, near my right shoulder. "And this?" "Bar fight, broken bottle. Guy didn't like that I was talking to his girl." "Were you?" There's something different in her tone now, something almost playful. "Nah," I say, a smile tugging at my lips, though she can't see it. "She was talking to me. There's a difference." That earns me a small laugh, the sound sending a warmth through me. Her hands move lower, working the muscles along my spine, and I have to bite back another groan. Her touch is doing things to me, things that go beyond the therapeutic benefits of massage. "This tattoo is incredible," she says, her fingers brushing lightly over the skull design that covers much of my right side. "The detailed work is amazing." I try to focus on the conversation and not the electricity her touch is generating. "Took almost 30 hours, spread over a couple months." "It represents death, obviously," she says, tracing the outline of the skull. "But the flowers intertwined with it. That's about rebirth, isn't it? Life and death together." Something shifts in my chest at her understanding. Most people just see the skull and think it's about being a badass or loving death. They miss the duality. "Yeah," I say, my voice rough. "Exactly that." Her hands have moved to my lower back now, strong fingers working muscles I didn't even realize were tight. Each press of her thumb sends waves of both relief and tension through my body, a contradictory sensation I can't quite reconcile. "Turn over," she says, after working my lower back for several minutes. "I need to work on your shoulders from the front." I freeze. Turn over? With the way my body is responding to her touch? "Problem?" she asks, and I swear there's a hint of challenge in her voice, like she knows exactly what she's doing to me. "No," I say after a moment, hoping my voice sounds normal. "No problem." I shift carefully, keeping the sheet strategically placed as I roll onto my back. When I settle, I find Astrid looking down at me, those sage green eyes darker than usual. Our eyes lock, and for a moment, everything else falls away. There's no pretending this is just a professional massage, no denying the heat between us. "The skull continues on your chest," she says, her voice so soft it's almost a whisper. Her eyes trace the tattoo that spreads across my right pec, her expression unreadable. "Yeah," I say, not trusting myself with more words. She steps to the head of the table, beginning to work on my shoulders from above. This position puts her directly above me, and when she leans forward to apply pressure, her body hovers way too close to my face. I close my eyes, trying to focus on the relief her hands are bringing to my muscles rather than the scent of her, vanilla and something citrusy, or the occasional brush of her body against mine. It's torture, exquisite, unbearable torture. Her hands move to my chest, working my pec muscles with firm, circular motions. When her fingers brush over a nipple, I can't hold back the sharp intake of breath. Her hands pause. "Sorry," she murmurs, but there's something in her tone that suggests she's not sorry at all. "It's fine," I manage, keeping my eyes closed. If I look at her now, I won't be responsible for what happens next. She continues working, her touch becoming less clinical and more explorative. Her hands memorize the contours of my chest, the ridges of scars, the lines of muscle. When she reaches my abdomen, her fingers trace the defined muscles there with what I think could be appreciation. "You're in excellent shape," she says, her voice professional again, though there's an undercurrent that betrays her. "Club keeps me active," I reply, finally risking opening my eyes. She's looking down at me, a flush spreading across her cheeks. Our eyes lock again, and this time there's no pretending. "Astrid," I say, her name like a prayer on my lips. "This is a terrible idea," she whispers, but her hands don't stop their exploration of my torso. "The worst," I agree, reaching up to catch one of her wrists gently. "We should stop." Neither of us moves. Her pulse races beneath my fingertips, matching the thunder of my own heart. "My dad would kill you," she says, but she doesn't pull away. "Probably," I agree, my thumb tracing small circles on the inside of her wrist. "I'm not supposed to. Clients aren't," she tries, but the words fade as I sit up slowly, keeping my hold on her wrist. Now we're face to face, close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in her sage green eyes, count every freckle dusting her nose. "Tell me to go," I say, my voice a low rumble. "Tell me this isn't what you want, and I'll walk out that door right now." She swallows hard, her eyes never leaving mine. "I can't do that," she whispers. It's all the permission I need. My hand releases her wrist to slide around the back of her neck, pulling her toward me as I close the distance between us. Our lips meet in a kiss that starts gentle, but quickly turns into something more urgent, more demanding. She tastes like spearmint and possibility, her lips soft yet insistent against mine. A small sound escapes her throat, something between a sigh and a moan, and it nearly undoes me. My free hand finds her waist, urging her closer until she's standing between my legs as I sit on the edge of the massage table. Her hands, those incredible hands that have been taking me apart piece by piece, slide up my chest to my shoulders, leaving trails of fire in their wake. The kiss deepens as I force my tongue into her mouth. As our tongues meet, her body arches toward mine, curves pressing against my hardness in a way that makes me growl low in my throat. It's Astrid who breaks the kiss, pulling back just enough to look into my eyes, her breath coming in quick pants that match my own. "We really shouldn't," she says, though her hands haven't left my shoulders, her body still pressed against mine. "I know," I agree, my thumb tracing her lower lip, still damp from our kiss. "But I've been thinking about this since the parking lot. Since before that, if I'm being honest." Her eyes widen slightly at the admission. "You have?" "You're all I can think about," I confess, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. "Your eyes, your smile, the way you stand up to your brothers. Everything about you, Astrid." She looks stunned, like no one's ever spoken to her this way before. And maybe they haven't. The thought of Locken and his cruel words flashes through my mind, making my jaw clench. "I thought—" She starts, then stops, looking uncertain. "I didn't think someone like you would look twice at someone like me." My brow furrows. What the hell does that mean? She gestures vaguely at herself. "I'm not exactly the type of woman you usually see club guys with. I'm not—" "Perfect," I interrupt, anger flaring at whoever put these thoughts in her head. "Because that's what I see when I look at you, Astrid. Fucking perfection." The blush that spreads across her cheeks is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, matched only by the shy smile that follows it. A knock at the door shatters the moment. "Astrid?" Charm's voice comes through the wood. "Your next client is here early. How much longer will you be?" Astrid jumps back from me like she's been burned, her eyes wide with panic. "Just finishing up," she calls, her voice impressively steady. 5 minutes. "No rush," Charm responds, and I swear I can hear the smile in her voice. "I'll let them know you're running a bit behind." Footsteps retreat from the door, and Astrid covers her face with her hands. "Oh my God," she whispers. "Mom almost... Goodness gracious." I can't help the chuckle that escapes me, earning a glare from between her fingers. "It's not funny," she hisses. "If this gets back to my dad—" "It won't," I say, reaching for my shirt and pulling it over my head, then slide on my cut. "Your mom didn't see anything. There's nothing to tell." Astrid doesn't look convinced, but she drops her hands, straightening her uniform and trying to regain her professional composure. It's adorable, watching her try to pretend nothing happened when her lips are still swollen from my kiss, her cheeks flushed with desire. "This can't happen again," she says, but I don't believe a word she's saying. I stand, towering over her small frame, and resist the urge to pull her back into my arms. "Tell me that when you don't have another client waiting," I say, my voice low. "Tell me that when you're not at your workplace. Tell me that when you've had time to think about what you really want, not what your family expects." She stares up at me. "It's not that simple." "Nothing worth having ever is," I counter, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of golden brown hair behind her ear. The simple touch makes her shiver. "But I think this, whatever this is between us, might be worth the risk." Another knock at the door, more insistent this time. "I have to go," she says, but doesn't move. "I know. I step back, giving her the space she needs. But we're not finished, Astrid. Not even close. She swallows hard, and for a moment I think she's going to argue. Instead, she nods once. How's your back? Miraculously better, I say with a wink. You've got magic hands. The blush returns, and I file away the image for later, for the lonely hours when I'm lying in bed thinking about what could have been today if we hadn't been interrupted. I follow her to the door, pausing with my hand on the knob. One more thing, I say, turning to face her. Your ex was wrong about you. About your body, about everything. You're fucking perfect exactly as you are, Astrid. Don't let anyone tell you differently. The surprise that crosses her face, followed by a flash of vulnerability that breaks my heart, tells me she needed to hear someone say this to her. Someone, Lockin, made her feel less than, made her doubt herself. The urge to find him and finish what I started in that parking lot rushes through me. But that's not what she needs from me right now. I'll see you around, Princess, I say, using the nickname that only I seem to call her. As I walk out of the spa, nodding a casual goodbye to Charm, who eyes me with curiosity, I can't help but feel like something has changed between Astrid and I. The line I swore I'd never cross with a club brother's daughter has been obliterated, and I don't regret it for a second. My phone vibrates in my pocket as I'm climbing into my truck. A text from Tor. Kirkja tonight, 8 p.m. Important info on the Patriot situation. Reality comes crashing back. The club, the danger, the reasons why getting involved with Astrid is such a monumentally bad idea. None of which changes the fact that I can still taste her on my lips, still feel the press of her curves against my body, still see the way she looked at me like I was something worth wanting. I fire up the engine of my truck, already planning how to see her again. Because one thing is certain. Now that I've had a taste of Astrid, there's no going back. I'll have her no matter what the consequences are.
Chapter 4. Astrid. You look different. I glance up from the history textbook I'm helping Ingrid with, catching my sister staring at me instead of the chapter on World War II. I'm wearing the same thing I always wear, I say, gesturing to my jeans and simple black tank top. What are you talking about? We're sprawled across Ingrid's bed at our parents' house, surrounded by textbooks and notebooks. I've been helping her with homework since dinner, trying to keep my mind off what happened at the spa yesterday with Gerolf, which was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just a professional massage that got a little out of hand. A momentary lapse in judgment that can never, ever happen again. At least that's what I've been telling myself for the past 24 hours, even as my phone burns a hole in my pocket with the text I sent him an hour ago. Ingrid rolls her eyes dramatically, the way only 16-year-olds can. Not your clothes, dummy. Your vibe. You're all, I don't know, glowy or something. Glowy? I snort, flipping a page in her textbook. That's not a word. Is too. And you keep checking your phone every 5 seconds. As if on cue, my phone vibrates against my thigh, and I have to physically restrain myself from grabbing it. Ingrid notices, her sage green eyes, just like mine, narrowing suspiciously. See? You're doing it right now. She sits up, crossing her legs, and gives me her full attention. Who is it? Please tell me you finally kicked Lockin's pathetic ass to the curb for good. Language, I say automatically, though it's a lost cause. Between Dad, Oscar, and Emil, Ingrid's vocabulary has been colorful since she could talk. And Locken's been gone for months. She's not buying it, studying me like I'm a particularly interesting science experiment. So, if it's not getting rid of the asshole, it must be someone new. My cheeks burn traitorously, and I curse my fair skin and the way it always gives me away. Focus on your homework, pest. You have a test tomorrow. Instead, she snatches my phone from where it's peeking out of my pocket, dancing away from me as I lunge for it. Ingrid, I swear to all the gods. I start, panic rising in my chest. Relax, it's locked, she says, tossing it back to me. But your reaction tells me everything I needed to know. She flops back onto the bed, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. You're into someone, and you don't want anyone to know. So it's either someone totally inappropriate or someone Dad would hate. I stare at her, momentarily stunned by her perceptiveness. She gasps suddenly, sitting bolt upright. Is it Geralf? I saw how he looked at you at the clubhouse the other night, and then he just happened to show up at the spa for a massage yesterday? Come on. My heart stops. How did you... Mom told Dad at dinner, she says with a casual shrug. Dad made some joke about Geralf being too tough for a massage, and then he and Mom exchanged this weird look. She tilts her head, studying me. Holy shit, it is him! You're into Geralf! Keep your voice down, I hiss, leaning over to close her bedroom door completely. Are you trying to get me killed? She squeals, clasping her hand over her mouth. It is him! Oh my God, Astrid, he's so hot, all broody and muscly with those eyes that look right through you. Jesus, Ingrid, he's twice your age, I say, though I can't deny the accuracy of her description. Hell, the man is 12 years older than me, too. I'm not the one who's into him, she points out, her expression getting serious. But Dad really would kill him, you know that, right? He doesn't want either of us with guys in the club. I drag a hand through my hair, suddenly exhausted. I know, trust me, I know. We're not... It was just a moment, okay? Nothing's going to happen. My phone vibrates again, and this time I can't stop myself from checking it. Tonight, after closing, I'll be there. 7 simple words that send fire racing through my veins. Your face right now, Ingrid whispers, eyes wide. Let me see. No, I say firmly, tucking my phone away. This isn't happening, and we are definitely not talking about it. She falls back against her pillows with a dramatic sigh. Fine, but I think it's kind of romantic in a Romeo and Juliet way. Star-crossed lovers and all that. They both died at the end of that play, Ingrid. Details, she waves dismissively. But since we're sharing secrets... She sits up, suddenly serious, her voice dropping to a whisper. I slept with Bjorn. The textbook slips from my fingers. You did what? You heard me. Her chin juts out defensively, but there's uncertainty in her eyes, like she's looking for my approval. You can't! I exclaim, struggling to keep my voice down. You're just a teenager. She rolls her eyes again. Half the girls I went to school with lost their V-card when they were 14. At least I waited until I was 16. Oh my God, stop talking. I don't want to know anymore. I cover my ears childishly, as if that could erase what I've just heard. My baby sister. With Bjorn. Krocken's son Bjorn, who's been running around the clubhouse his entire life. I've known him since he was in diapers, for fuck's sake. Please tell me you're at least using protection. She nods. I'm not stupid, Astrid. It feels odd to ask this, but I need to know. And he was good to you? A soft smile crosses her face. Yeah, really good to me. Not pushy or anything. We've been together for a few months now. I let out a long breath. Dad's going to lose his mind. Which is why he's not finding out, she says emphatically. See? Now we both have something to keep quiet about. I study her face, the set of her jaw so like our father's, the intelligence in her eyes, the confidence she carries that I never had at her age. You're growing up too fast, I say softly. Says the woman who's making eyes at a full patch member. She laughs. So, are you going to see him tonight? I hesitate, torn between denying everything and trusting my sister with the truth. Maybe, I admit finally. I told him I'd be at the spa late doing inventory. She nods approvingly. Good excuse. Dad hates financial stuff. He'd never question that. You can't tell a soul, Ingrid. Not your friends, not Bjorn, not anyone. Promise me. She meets my gaze steadily. I swear on Mom, Astrid, not a word to anyone, especially Dad. Same goes for you and Bjorn, I say. I'll keep your secret if you keep mine. Deal. She holds out her pinky, and even though this is pretty serious, I can't help but smile as we link fingers in the same way we did since she was a little girl. Now, I say, pulling the textbook back toward us, let's actually get some studying done before Dad comes to check on us. As we return to the history chapter, I can't help but feel excited for the evening to pass. Every minute that ticks by is a minute I'll be closer to seeing Geralf. A couple of hours later, I'm at the spa, reveling in how silent it is. My hands shake slightly as I count the cash drawer, triple-checking the numbers because I can't seem to focus. I need to drop this off at the bank in the morning. It's one of the many tasks I do for Mom and Fern. But I'm so distracted. He'll be here soon, and then I won't be able to focus on anything except the two of us. I've changed out of my work uniform into jeans and a soft green sweater that Mom always says brings out my eyes. A cold front came through, oddly enough. My hair is down around my shoulders instead of in its usual work bun. I even reapplied my makeup after I got here. Pathetic. I'm pathetic. This is such a monumentally bad idea, and I know I keep thinking it, but it is. It's a horrible idea. If Dad found out, if anyone found out. The soft knock at the back door sends my heart into my throat. For a moment, I consider not answering, pretending I'm not here. I could text him, say something came up. I had to leave. Instead, I find myself moving toward the door, like I'm being pulled by an invisible string. Geralf stands on the other side, his large frame filling the doorway. His dark hair is slightly damp, like he showered before coming over. Hey, I say, my voice embarrassingly breathy. Hey yourself, princess. His ice blue eyes rake over me, and I feel the heat of his gaze like a physical touch. You gonna let me in, or are we doing this in the alley? I step back, allowing him inside, then quickly lock the door behind him. The click of the deadbolt seems to echo in the quiet space. You sure Charm won't be coming back tonight? He asks, glancing around the darkened reception area. Positive. She and Dad have that dinner thing with Runes and Fern tonight. I wring my hands nervously before forcing them to my sides. Do you want something to drink? We have water, tea.
Astrid.
He steps closer into my space.
I didn't come here for the damn tea.
My mouth goes dry at the intensity in his gaze. Why did you come here?
You know why.
His voice is a low rumble that I feel in my chest.
Same reason you asked me to come.
We stand there for a long moment, the air between us thicker than ever. Part of me is screaming to step back, to put distance between us, to remember all the reasons this can't happen. But a stronger part, a hungrier part, keeps me rooted to the spot as Geralf raises a hand to my face, his calloused fingertips gentle as they trace my cheekbone.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about you,
he admits, the words rough, like they're being pulled from somewhere deep.
About yesterday, about that kiss.
I swallow hard. Me either. His thumb brushes my lower lip, sending sparks racing down my spine.
Tell me to go right now, and I will.
It's the same thing he said yesterday, offering me the chance to stop this before it starts. The responsible thing would be to take it, to end whatever this is before it can go any further. Instead, I find myself leaning into his touch. I don't want you to go. Something dangerous and beautiful flashes in his eyes.
What do you want, Astrid?
You, I whisper, finally admitting it out loud. I want you. That's all it takes. His mouth crashes down on mine, hot and demanding, his arms wrapping around me to pull me flush against his body. I gasp against his lips, the solid warmth of him overwhelming my senses. He tastes like cinnamon gum and desire, his beard rasping deliciously against my skin as the kiss deepens. My hands slide up his chest to loop around his neck, fingers threading. Geralf walks me backward until I hit the wall, his body pinning me in place. One of his hands slides down to grip my hip, while the other cradles the back of my head, protecting me even as he devours me. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Should we... I gesture vaguely toward the back of the spa where the treatment rooms are. He shakes his head.
You got an office? Or private?
I do, but it's nothing special. My office is small but comfortable, with a desk, 2 chairs, and a small couch I sometimes nap on during long shifts. I lead him there, hyper-aware of his presence behind me, the heat of his body like a physical force at my back. Once inside, I close the door and turn to face him, suddenly nervous. This is really happening. I'm really about to cross a line that can't be uncrossed.
We can just talk,
Geralf says, surprising me.
We don't have to do anything you're not ready for.
The fact that he's giving me an out only makes me want him more. I didn't ask you here to talk, I say, finding courage I didn't know I had. But there's something I should tell you first. He leans against my desk, giving me space.
I'm listening.
I take a deep breath. I haven't been with anyone since lock-in, and even with him, it wasn't good. He made me feel less than. Anger flashes across Geralf's face.
That piece of shit.
The point is, I continue, needing to get this out. I'm not very experienced, and I'm not confident about my body. So if you're expecting some wild night with a woman who knows what she's doing,
Astrid.
He crosses the space between us in 2 strides, his hands coming up to frame my face.
I don't have any expectations except being with you.
However you want, whatever you're comfortable with." The sincerity in his eyes makes my chest tight. "And as for your body," he continues, his voice dropping to a growl, "I meant what I said yesterday. You're fucking perfect." To emphasize his point, his hands slide down to my waist, then around to cup my ass, squeezing appreciatively. "These curves drive me crazy, princess. Have since the first time I really looked at you." Heat floods my cheeks. "You don't have to say that." "I don't say shit I don't mean," he says firmly. "And I'm gonna spend tonight showing you exactly how beautiful I think you are." Before I can respond, his mouth is on mine again. The kiss is slower this time, but no less intense. His hands roam my body, obviously appreciating me. He strokes up my sides, over my hips, squeezes my thighs. Each touch feels like he's making a map out of me, learning every curve and dip. When his fingers find the hem of my sweater, he pauses, eyes questioning me. I nod, and he pulls it over my head, leaving me in my simple black bra. The way he sucks in his breath sharply gives me a boost of confidence I need. "Christ, look at you," he murmurs, eyes darkening as they travel over my exposed skin. "So vacker." "What does that mean?" I ask, my voice small. "So beautiful," he translates, hands spanning my waist. "In the old language." His palms slide up, thumbs brushing the undersides of my breasts, sending shivers racing across my skin. "Can I see all of you?" he asks, and the need in his voice makes it impossible to feel self-conscious. I nod, reaching behind me to unhook my bra. The straps slide down my arms, and then I'm bare from the waist up, exposed to his hungry gaze. "Perfect," he says again, and the way he's looking at me, like I'm something precious, something to be worshipped, makes me believe him. "Absolutely fucking perfect." His hands cup my breasts, thumbs circling my nipples until they harden into tight peaks. I can't hold back a small moan, which seems to trigger something primal in him. With a growl, he lifts me easily, carrying me to the couch and laying me down gently. He hovers over me, his body a wall of solid muscle, before lowering his head to my breast. The first touch of his mouth sends waves shooting straight to my core. "Geralf," I gasp, arching into him. "I've got you, princess," he murmurs against my skin. "Just enjoy this." And I do. I feel everything. The scrape of his beard against my skin, the hot suction of his mouth, the gentle pressure of his hands as they explore my body. He throws attention on my breasts until I'm squirming beneath him, desperate for more. When his hands move to the buttons of my jeans, I lift my hips, urging him on. He slides them down my legs, along with my underwear, until I'm completely naked beneath him. He sits back on his heels, eyes roaming over me with such need that I fight the urge to cover myself. "Do you have any idea how beautiful you are?" he asks, his voice rough. "How many times I've dreamed about you like this?" I shake my head, unable to speak as his hands start a slow journey up my legs, from ankles to calves to thighs, spreading them gently as he goes. "I'm going to show you," he promises, settling between my legs. "Going to make you feel so good, Min." The first touch of his mouth against my pussy has me crying out, hands flying to grip the back of his head. He doesn't rush, starting with gentle, exploratory licks that quickly build as he learns what makes me gasp and moan. I've never experienced anything like it. The skilled precision of his tongue, the way he seems to know exactly where and how to touch me. It's not long before I'm trembling on the edge, my hips moving restlessly against his mouth. "That's it," he encourages, his breath hot against me. "Let go for me, beautiful. Let me see you come apart." When he slides a thick finger inside me at the same time his tongue flicks over my clit, I shatter, my body convulsing as pleasure crashes through me in waves. He works me through it, gentling his touch as the aftershocks ripple through me. When I finally come back to myself, he's looking up at me from between my thighs with a pleased smirk that should be illegal. "You are so fucking gorgeous when you come," he says, pressing a kiss to my inner thigh. I tug at his cut, suddenly desperate to feel his skin against mine. "Too many clothes," I manage to spit out, still breathless. He chuckles, sitting up to take off his cut and pull his Henley over his head, revealing his hard, tattooed chest. The skull design is almost alive in the dim light of my office, the inked flowers twining around it like they're growing before my eyes. "You can touch me," he says, catching my hesitant hand and pressing it firmly against his chest. "I want you to." I explore him the way he explored me, tracing scars and tattoos, learning the contours of his body. When my fingers reach the waistband of his jeans, I feel him tense slightly. "You don't have to," he starts, but I silence him with a look. "I want to," I say, echoing his words back to him. His eyes darken as I unbutton his jeans, helping him slide them down his powerful thighs along with his boxer briefs. And then he's naked before me, every inch of him hard and ready. "Jesus," I breathe, taking in the size of him. "Will that even—" He laughs softly, leaning down to kiss me. "We'll go slow, princess. I'd never hurt you." I believe him, I realize. Despite his size and his reputation in the club as someone not to be fucked with, I feel completely safe with him. "Let me get a condom," he says, reaching for his jeans. Once he slides it on, he settles over me again, supporting his weight on his forearms. "Last chance to change your mind," he says seriously. In answer, I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him closer. "I want this. I want you." The first press of him against me has me tensing instinctively, but he's patient, dropping kisses along my jaw, my neck, my collarbone, as he eases forward inch by inch. "Breathe for me," he murmurs against my ear. "You're doing so well, taking me so perfectly." His praise washes over me, relaxing me enough that he can push all the way in, filling me completely. The stretch is intense but not painful, my body accommodating him better than I expected. "Fuck," he groans, forehead pressed against mine as he holds still, letting me adjust. "You feel amazing, Astrid. So tight, so perfect around me." When he starts to move, it's with shallow, careful thrusts that soon have me gasping for more. I dig my nails into his back, urging him deeper, faster. "Please," I whimper. "More." "Anything you want," he promises, picking up the pace. "Everything you need." He shifts slightly, changing the angle until he's hitting a spot inside me that has my back arching off the couch. "There," I gasp. "Right there." "I got you, Swass." He groans, driving into me with more force now. "Take what you need from me." The change in pace, the new angle, the weight of him above me, it's all too much and not enough at the same time. I feel myself climbing toward another peak, faster and more intense than the first. "Geralf," I pant, clinging to his shoulders. "I'm going to—" That's it, he encourages, his rhythm never faltering. Come for me, Min. Let me feel you. His words push me over the edge, and I come with a cry that he captures with his mouth, kissing me deeply as I pulse around him. A few more powerful thrusts, and he follows, burying his face in my neck with a groan as his body lays against mine. For a few moments, we stayed like that, connected, breathing hard, my hands stroking lazily up and down his sweat-slicked back. When he finally pulls away, it's only to discard the condom and then gather me against his chest, arranging us so we're both lying on the narrow couch, my body draped half on top of his. You okay? He asks, brushing hair away from my face with a gentleness that makes my heart ache. Better than okay, I admit, feeling strangely shy considering what we just did. That was... Yeah, he agrees, pressing a kiss to my forehead. It was. We lie there in silence for a few minutes, his hand tracing patterns on my bare back while I listen to the steady thump of his heart beneath my ear. Don't you get it? I say eventually, voicing the fear that's been lurking beneath the surface. You need to stay away from me. My dad will kill you if he finds out about us. Geralf's chest rises and falls with a deep breath. I know the risks, Astrid. I push up onto my elbow to look at him directly. I'm serious. He'd lose his mind if he knew what just happened. Something fierce and possessive flashes in Geralf's eyes. Let him try to keep me away from you. That should have scared me, this willingness to go against my father. But when it comes to Geralf, the rules suddenly don't matter anymore. This is dangerous, I say, though I make no move to leave the comfort of his arms. Life's dangerous, Princess. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Question is whether you think this is worth the risk. And you? Do you think it's worth it? His answer is immediate and certain. Absolutely. The certainty in his voice settles something in me, even as it raises 1,000 new questions. What are we doing? What is this between us? How long before someone figures it out? But as Geralf pulls me in for another kiss, slow and deep and full of promise, I decide those questions can wait. For now, I just want to be here, in this moment, feeling wanted and desired, and, for the first time in longer than I can remember, absolutely perfect.
Chapter 5. Geralf. You're fucking quiet today. Emil's voice cuts through my thoughts as we ride side by side down the dusty back road that leads to one of the club's storage facilities. The early October morning is crisp, the kind that stings your lungs if you breathe too deep. I barely slept last night, my mind replaying every moment with Astrid at the spa. Her skin under my hands, the sounds she made, the way she looked at me like I was something worth wanting. Just focused, I reply, keeping my eyes on the road ahead. Emil snorts. Bullshit. You've been in your head all morning. What's going on? Guilt twists in my gut. I've known Emil for 15 years. He's not just a brother in the club. He's one of the few people I truly trust. And here I am, keeping secrets from him. Secrets about his sister, no less. Got a lot on my mind with this Patriot shit, I say, which isn't entirely a lie. The threat is real enough. Emil nods, accepting this. Fucking psychopath. First Tindra, then Flora. Who's next, you know? I grip the handlebars tighter at that thought. Astrid's face flashes in my mind. The idea of her caught in the crossfire makes my blood run cold. We pull into the property, an old warehouse surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. From the outside, it looks abandoned. Inside, it houses a portion of the club's weapons and some of our less-than-legal inventory. Emil punches in the security code while I scan the tree line, an old habit from my time in foster care. It teaches you to always watch your back. Nothing moves except the autumn leaves dancing in the wind. Runes wants us to check the inventory, make sure nothing's been touched, Emil says as we walk inside. He's getting paranoid that the Patriot might have someone tailing us or feeding information to him. My shoulders tense. He thinks it's one of the brothers? Not the Patches, maybe a prospect, maybe one of the hang-arounds. Emil flips on the lights, illuminating rows of metal shelving stacked with crates. Trust is in short supply these days. We work through the warehouse, checking seals, counting boxes, making sure everything matches the club's records. It's tedious shit, but necessary. I try to sound casual as we reach the weapons cache. How's your sister doing? Emil's hands freeze on the crate he's opening. Which one? Astrid. Her name feels different in my mouth now that I know how she tastes. He shrugs, resuming counting the ammunition. Seems okay. Different, though, the past few days. Different how? I keep my eyes on the AK-47 I'm checking, refusing to let anything show on my face. I don't know. Mom says she's happier, not as tightly wound. He glances over at me. You saw her at the spa, right? She seem okay to you? Every muscle in my body goes rigid. What? Mom mentioned you had an appointment with her a couple days ago, for your back. Emil's watching me now, but his expression is just curious, not suspicious. I force myself to relax. Yeah, now I know why everyone says she's got magic hands. Back's never felt better. Emil nods, agreeing with me. Yeah, she does. For what it's worth, she's been through enough shit with that asshole Locken. I just want her to be happy, you know? The guilt intensifies, spreading through my chest like battery acid. Yeah, I know. I'd kill anyone who hurt her again, he adds casually, like he's discussing the weather instead of threatening murder. And Dad would be right behind me with a shovel for the body. I focus on reassembling the rifle in my hands. The entire club would be right there with you, brother. Emil changes the subject, thankfully. You hear what Runes wants to discuss at church? The Patriot. Emil closes the ammunition crate, marking off something on his clipboard. Yeah, he wants to put our heads together and see if we can figure out who's behind this shit. Any ideas who? Could be anyone. Hang-arounds, someone at one of our businesses, hell, even a cop trying to get inside info. Emil shrugs. You know how it is. The more we grow, the more eyes on us. Paranoia keeps you alive, if anything else. Exactly. Emil stands, dusting off his hands. Runes is extra careful after what happened to Flora. Fuck. We're all being extra careful after what happened to Flora. She never should have died in the first fucking place. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I pull it out, my heart rate picking up when I see Astrid's name on the screen. Can we talk? Tonight? Emil nods toward my phone. Someone important? I clear my throat, tucking it away. Just Asha. Been talking to her about a new piece I'm thinking of getting. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but Emil doesn't even think I'm lying to him. Why would he? Brothers don't lie to brothers. Except I am, and I hate myself for it. Let's finish up here, I say. I need to check on Rio after this. Emil nods, and we get things wrapped up. When we're done, we lock up and head back to our bikes. As we're pulling our helmets on, Emil suddenly says, You know you can tell me anything, right? I freeze, searching his face for any sign he knows, but his expression is open, genuine. Yeah, I say finally. I know. Good. He kickstarts his bike. Because you're acting fucking weird, and sooner or later I'm gonna find out why. With that, he peels out, leaving me standing there feeling like a piece of shit. By the time I make it to the clubhouse for Kirkja, the main room is already packed. Brothers, prospects, and a few of the old ladies mill around, tension thick in the air. I don't know how I know, but something's up. I spot Tor at the bar and make my way over. "What's going on?" I ask, accepting the whiskey he slides toward me. "Someone hit one of the Patriots' gun shipments last night," he says, voice low. 3 of his men dead, cargo gone. "Wasn't us," I say immediately. We would have planned for something like that. But this just means the Patriot has pissed someone else off, too. No shit, but he thinks it was. Tor downs his drink in one swallow, and apparently he's out for blood. My eyes scan the room automatically, looking for Astrid before I remember she wouldn't be here for Kirkja. Something else catches my attention instead. Fenrir watching me from across the room, his expression unreadable. I nod in acknowledgement, and he returns the gesture before turning to speak with Runes. No suspicion there, just the normal respect between brothers. Still, I feel like my luck is going to run out, and Fenrir will find out what I'm doing with his daughter. I didn't reply to Astrid's text. It was too risky with Emil breathing down my neck all day. But now, with Kirkja about to start, I pull out my phone and type quickly, "After church. I own a cabin off Route 319. I'll text you the address. Be there by 10. I hit send just as Runes calls us in. Everything feels tense as all the full patches and officers file in and take our seats. The table feels smaller than usual, like we're all pressed too close together in the wood-paneled room. Rune sits at the head, weathered face grim as he lays out what we know. Patriot lost a shipment last night. He confirms what Tor told me. 3 of his men dead, guns in the wind. Word is he thinks we're behind it. Rati, our enforcer, growls, "We should have been behind it." "Wasn't our territory," Runes reminds him. "Would have caused more problems than it solved." "And now?" Logi, our sergeant-at-arms, asks. "Now we prepare," Fenrir says, meeting each of our eyes one by one. "The Patriot's been gunning for us since Tindra's birthday. This is just another excuse for him to escalate." Almost everyone nods their head or mumbles in agreement. "There's more," Runes continues. "We think someone's been feeding him information." The room goes deadly quiet. Nothing worse than a rat. "You think it's one of us?" Kraken asks, voice dangerously low. "Not at this table," Runes says firmly, "but someone with access, someone who knows our movements, our families." My thoughts immediately go to Astrid, how vulnerable she is. The need to protect her surges through me like adrenaline. "Someone with access, but not a patch," Tor suggests. "Someone's casing us," Fenrir confirms. "The club's tight, but we've got a shadow who knows when we move, where we go." "I caught some guys I didn't recognize hanging around Fern's spa last week," Magnus adds. "Said he was waiting for his old lady, but seemed jumpy as hell. Could have been nothing, but with everything going on." My blood runs cold. The spa, where Astrid works, where I was with her just last night. "We need to tighten security on everything," Runes decides. "Families, businesses, shipments. No one goes anywhere alone for now." "And the leak?" Dag asks. "We find it, we plug it," Fenrir says, the threat clear in his voice. "Permanently." The meeting continues for another hour, assignments given out, We even talk about different security changes we can make. I'm tasked with overseeing protection for the spa and Beans and Babes, along with Tor and Magnus. It's ironic as all hell, guarding the very place where I'm crossing the line with the VP's daughter. As church wraps up, Tor catches my eye across the table. Something in his expression makes me uneasy, like he's seeing more than I want him to. "A word?" he says, as we all stand, jerking his head toward the door. I follow him out of the smoking area, a fenced patio behind the clubhouse. He lights up, offering me one, which I decline. "What's up?" I ask, leaning against the wall. Tor takes a long drag. "You're into Fenrir's daughter." It's not a question, and my heart nearly stops. I keep my face neutral. "The fuck you talking about?" "Don't bullshit me, brother. I've known you too long." He taps ash off his cigarette. "The way you looked when Magnus mentioned the spa, like you were ready to murder someone, and you were checking your phone every 5 minutes in there." I say nothing, which is apparently enough of an answer for him. "Gods, Gerolf." Tor runs a hand through his hair. "Of all the women in this town, you had to pick the one guaranteed to get you killed?" "It's not like that." I start, then stop. What's the point in denying it? Tor's known me since I first got with the club. We were prospects together, and he can read me like a goddamn book. "Then what is it like?" he challenges. "I don't know," I admit, "but it's something." Tor stares at me for a long moment, then sighs. "You're my brother, and I'd die for you any day of the week. But this is suicide." "You think I don't know that?" I push off the wall, pacing a few steps. "You think I planned this?" "Doesn't matter if you planned it. Matters that it's happening." He drops his cigarette, grinding it under his boot. "When Fenrir finds out, there's nothing I can do to protect you. Nothing anyone can do." I know he's right. I've known it from the moment I kissed Astrid in that massage room. "What are you going to do?" I ask, bracing for his answer. Tor studies me, his expression unreadable. "Nothing," he says finally, "for now. But brother, you need to think with your head, not your dick, especially with all this patriot shit going down." Relief washes through me, followed quickly by shame at putting him in this position. "I appreciate that." "Don't," he says sharply. "Just be careful. And for fuck's sake, be more discreet. You're practically broadcasting it." I nod, taking the advice. Tor's right. I've been sloppy. Dangerous, given what we just learned in Kirkia. "I've got to head out," I say, checking my watch. Almost 9:30. "Early shift tomorrow." Tor doesn't look convinced, but he nods. "Watch your back, brother. And hers." I head to my bike, the weight of Tor's warning heavy on my shoulders. The ride to the cabin should clear my head, but all I can think about is Astrid waiting for me. Every mile takes me further from the clubhouse and deeper into whatever I'm doing with her. I shouldn't be doing this. Should text her right now, call it off. But my hands grip the handlebars tighter, engine growling beneath me as I push toward Route 319. The smart move would be turning around. But when it comes to her, I stopped making smart moves the moment I kissed her in that massage room. The cabin is dark when I pull up, the only light coming from the moon hanging heavy in the October sky. It's the only thing I own outright, and being a man who never got handed anything in his life, it took a lot of work for me to get here. I check my surroundings carefully before getting off my bike, hand resting on the gun at my hip. In times like these, I have to watch my back. No one else is here, so I unlock the door and step inside, flipping on a single lamp in the main room. The cabin is small but comfortable, A main room with a fireplace, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom in the back. I've crashed here more than once over the years when I needed space to think. I check my phone. No response from Astrid to my text about meeting here. Maybe she didn't get it. Hell, maybe she changed her mind. I'm about to call her when headlights flash through the window. I move to the side, peeking out carefully. Relief floods through me when I recognize her car. She looks nervous as she approaches the cabin, glancing over her shoulder like she expects someone to jump out of the shadows. I open the door before she can knock. "Hey," I say, standing aside to let her in. "Hey." She steps past me, and I catch the scent of her, vanilla and something citrusy. I close the door, locking it behind her. When I turn, she's standing in the middle of the room, arms wrapped around herself like she's cold, though the cabin is warm enough. "I hope you don't mind meeting me here," I say. "After Kirkja tonight, didn't think the spa was a good idea." She licks her lips nervously. "What happened?" I hesitate, not wanting to scare her, but she deserves the truth. "Your dad thinks someone might be feeding information to the Patriot. Could be watching the businesses." Her eyes widen. "Do they know who?" "Not yet." I step closer, unable to help myself. But they've got suspicions. Fear flashes across her face, and I instantly regret mentioning it. "Hey," I say, reaching for her hand, "it's being handled. Your dad has me, Tor, and Magnus overseeing security for the spa and Beans and Babes now." She looks down at our joined hands. "Is that why you wanted to meet? To tell me to be careful?" "Partly." I tilt her chin up with my free hand, making her look at me. "Also because I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since last night." The fear in her eyes shifts to something warmer, something that makes my blood go warm. "Me neither," she admits. "You're all I can think about." I want to pull her into my arms, to lose myself in her again, but there's more that needs to be said. "Tor knows," I tell her, "about us." She tenses. "Did he say something?" "He figured it out. Says I need to be more careful, more discreet." I run a hand through my hair. "He's right. I've been sloppy. It's dangerous." "For you," she says, understanding immediately. "If my dad found out—" "For both of us," I correct her, "especially with all this Patriot shit going down. If someone is watching us, if they see us together—" I don't finish the thought. I don't need to. We both know what kind of target that would put on her back. She steps closer, resting her hands on my chest. "Maybe we should stop then." The words are reasonable, logical even. But the thought of not touching her again, not seeing her smile, not hearing her laugh, it feels like someone's ripping something vital out of my chest. "Is that what you want?" I ask, my voice rough. She looks up at me. "No," she whispers. "But I don't want you to get hurt because of me." "Astrid." I frame her face with my hands, brushing my thumbs across her cheekbones. "I've been in this life a long time. I know the risks. And you're worth it." Her breath catches, and I can see the moment she gives in. Her body relaxes, leaning into mine the way I want her to. When our lips meet, it's different than before. It's not the desperate, burning need of last night, but something deeper, something that scares me more than any threat the Patriot could ever make. I pull back slightly, resting my forehead against hers. "We'll be careful," I promise, "more careful than before. No more spa meetings, no more obvious shit." She nods, eyes closed. "Okay." "And you watch out for anyone hanging around asking questions. Anyone who seems off, you call me immediately." "I will." She opens her eyes, searching mine. "What is this, Gerolf? Between us?" It's a fair question, one I've been asking myself since that first kiss in the massage room. I don't know, I admit, but it's not nothing. No, she agrees softly. It's definitely not nothing. I take her hand, leading her toward the bedroom in the back of the cabin. Whatever this is between us, whatever name we put on it, one thing is clear. I'm in too deep to walk away now. Consequences be damned.
Chapter 6. Astrid. The bedroom door closes behind us with a soft click that feels louder than gunfire. Geralf's hand is warm in mine, rough with calluses from years of working on bikes and handling weapons. The moonlight streaming through the window casts shadows across his face, making his ice-blue eyes look even more intense. Having second thoughts? I ask, trying to keep my voice light even though my heart is hammering in my chest like it's about to burst through it. He turns to face me fully, those eyes searching mine. Never. You? I shake my head, stepping closer until I can feel the heat radiating from his body. Just nervous, I guess. This is still so new.
We don't have to do anything,
he says, echoing his words from last night at the spa.
We can just talk.
But I don't want to just talk. I want to forget about the danger, the secrets, the lies we're telling everyone we care about. I want to lose myself in him the way I did last night. Want to feel that complete surrender again. Sit with me? I ask, gesturing to the bed. He nods, and we settle on the edge of the mattress, not quite touching, but close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. Silence stretches between us, not uncomfortable, but heavy. I finally speak up, turning slightly to face him better. Can I ask you something?
Anything.
Why the club? I mean, I know why people join, but what made you choose this life? You don't seem like someone who needs to follow anyone. Geralf is quiet for a long moment, his jaw working like he's chewing on words that taste bitter. When he finally speaks, his voice is rougher than usual, like these words don't come easy.
Never had a family growing up,
he says simply.
Bounced around foster homes from the time I was 8. Some were okay, most weren't.
My heart clenches at the matter-of-fact way he says it, like it's just another piece of his history instead of something that shaped everything he became. I think about my own childhood, chaotic sometimes with the club, but always surrounded by people who loved me. What happened to your parents? I ask softly.
Mom died when I was 7. Overdose. Dad was never in the picture.
He's staring at his hands now, fingers interlaced.
She tried, I think, but the drugs always won.
Geralf, I breathe, not knowing what to say.
No one ever gave a shit about me after that.
He continues, the words flowing now like a dam has broken.
I was just another mouth to feed, another check from the state. Learned real quick that the only person looking out for me was me.
I want to touch him, to offer comfort, but something in his posture tells me to wait, to let him get this out.
Some homes were decent, mostly just wanted the money, though. Had one family that locked me in the closet when I acted up, another where the dad liked to use his belt for every little thing. One where the older kids...
He trails off, shaking his head.
Doesn't matter now.
It does matter, I say firmly. It matters because it happened to you. He looks at me then, surprise flashing in his eyes like he's not used to anyone caring about his past.
First time I saw Raiders of Valhalla, I was 19, working at some shit garage for minimum wage, sleeping in my car half the time, eating ramen and whatever I could steal.
A small smile tugs at his lips.
They rolled in like thunder, the way they were in unison, the confidence, the brotherhood. Never seen anything like it.
What happened? I prompt softly when he falls silent, lost in the memory.
Tor was a prospect then. His bike was running rough, needed serious work. The owner was out, told me to handle it.
Geralf's smile becomes more real.
Tor watched me work, asked questions. When I finished, he asked if I wanted to grab a beer.
And that was it?
That was the beginning.
He finally looks at me fully, and the vulnerability in his eyes takes my breath away.
Took 3 months before they let me prospect, another few years before I got my patch. But from that first Kirkja meeting, that first ride, I knew I'd found what I'd been looking for my whole life.
A family, I whisper, understanding flooding through me.
He nods. Brothers who'd die for me, who'd have my back no matter what, who gave a shit whether I lived or died.
His hand finds mine, fingers interlacing.
Never had that before. Never thought I would. These men became everything. Fathers, brothers, protectors. Runes especially. He saw something in me, gave me purpose. I'm sure eventually I would have followed my mother's path if I was alone for much longer.
The weight of his confession settles over us. It explains so much about him, and I'm glad to know it. And now? I ask. With us? Doesn't this risk everything you've built? His grip on my hand tightens.
You think I don't know that? You think I don't lie awake wondering what the fuck I'm doing?
He turns his body toward mine, free hand coming up to cup my cheek.
But then I see you, and none of that matters. The club gave me a family, but you make me feel like I'm worth something just for being me. Not for what I can do, not for my loyalty, just me.
The words break something open inside me. I surge forward, capturing his lips with mine, pouring everything I can't say into the kiss. He responds immediately, his hand sliding into my hair as he deepens the contact. I taste the pain of his past and something else, hope for a future that terrifies us both. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. I'm scared, I admit, my forehead resting against his. Not of you, of what happens when people find out, of what my dad will do. He's protective of me and Ingrid. You have no idea how much.
I have some idea,
he says dryly.
Emil made it pretty clear what would happen to anyone who hurt you.
I wince. When?
Yesterday at the warehouse. Said he'd kill anyone who hurt you again, and your dad would help hide the body.
Sounds about right, I mutter. They've been like that since I was a little girl, even more so after that shit with Lock-in.
Tell me about him,
Geralf says suddenly.
I know he hurt you, but I want to understand.
I pull back slightly, surprised. Why?
Because he's part of your story. Because whatever he did still affects you. Because I want to undo every bit of damage that bastard caused.
I take a deep breath, not sure I want to talk about this. We met at a bar. He wasn't in the club, which I think Dad actually liked at first. Thought it would keep me away from this life. I laugh bitterly. Turns out being an outsider just meant he had different ways to hurt me. Geralf's voice is dangerous now, that protective edge in full effect. How? Started small. Comments about my weight, suggestions about what I should wear, what I should eat. Then it was who I could see, where I could go. He'd say things like, "You're lucky I love you. Most guys wouldn't want someone with your body." My voice cracks slightly. After a while, I started believing him. "Fucking bastard," Geralf growls. The worst part was how he'd flip it. Make me feel like I was being too sensitive, like he was just trying to help me be better. I shake my head. By the time I got the courage to leave, I barely recognized myself. And then he wouldn't let go, kept showing up, kept calling. Until that night at Bubba's. Yeah, I met his eyes. Until you stepped in. "I'd do it again," he says fiercely. "In a fucking heartbeat." We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of our pasts hanging between us. Two damaged people finding something neither of us expected. "Come here," Geralf says, pulling me into his lap. I straddle him, our faces inches apart. "Listen to me, Astrid. That piece of shit was wrong about everything. You're fucking perfect exactly as you are, every curve, every inch. And I'm going to spend as much time as you'll give me proving that to you." This time when we come together, it's slower, more deliberate. Each touch feels like a vow, each kiss a promise. Clothes disappear piece by piece until there's nothing between us but skin and truth. Geralf worships my body with his hands and mouth, whispering sweet sayings against my skin. "So beautiful," he murmurs, lips trailing down my neck. "Perfect. Mine." That last word sends heat spiraling through me. "Yours," I agree, arching into his touch. When he finally enters me, treating me like I might break, tears threaten to spill over. This isn't just sex. It's something deeper, something that terrifies and excites me at the same time. "I've got you," he whispers against my ear as he begins to move. "Always got you, Min." I cling to him, nails digging into his shoulders, lost in the feeling of being completely consumed by another person. When I come apart in his arms, I feel at peace, like nothing could hurt me ever again. After, we lie tangled together, my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow back to normal. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my back, and I've never felt more content. "We should go," I say eventually, though every part of me rebels against the idea. "It's getting late." "A few more minutes," he says, arms tightening around me. "Let me hold you a little longer." I don't dare argue with him. These stolen moments are all we have, and I'm greedy for every second. When we finally do leave, it's separately. Him first, then me 20 minutes later. The drive back to my apartment feels endless, my body still humming from his touch, my mind spinning with everything we shared. Tomorrow, I'll have to pretend nothing's changed. I'll have to smile at my family, work at the spa, play my role as the VP's daughter who's definitely not sneaking around with a patched member. But tonight, I fall asleep remembering his touch on my skin and the way he makes me feel the most alive than I ever have. The next day at the clubhouse is complete chaos. The main room's chaos. Women dragging boxes, hanging shit, getting ready for the Halloween bash. It's the second biggest party of the year after Christmas. Orange and black streamers are being hung from the ceiling, and Magnolia is putting boxes on the bar, which seems to annoy the crap out of Ulf. Dad and Runes have a lot of the prospects doing other stuff today, so I offered to help restock the bar area in the club. Ulf's my partner in crime, as it seems, but as I've been restocking, he's been wiping things down and making sure we'd pass a fucking health department check. Only issue is, the health department only checks Bubba's, not the actual club bar. "Astrid, can you help me with these decorations?" Mom calls from across the room, arms full of fake cobwebs and plastic skeletons that look disturbingly realistic. Maybe I'll throw one on Oscar later and see how real they really seem. I abandon the box of liquor I'm unpacking behind the bar and head over to help. Megan and Starla are already stringing orange and black lights along the walls, while Dasha sets up tables for food. The smell of pumpkin spice and cinnamon fills the air from whatever Aziza's baking in the kitchen. "Where do you want the spider's nest?" I ask, holding up the decoration. It looks so real, my skin starts crawling. "Corner, by the pool table," Mom directs. "Make it look extra creepy. You know how the guys love that stuff." As I work, I catch sight of Everly, Crocken's adopted niece, struggling with a ladder near the stage. She's trying to hang a banner but can't quite reach, even standing on her tiptoes. "Need help?" I call out, already heading her way. She turns, her golden blonde hair falling across her face. "If you don't mind. I swear everything in this place is built for giants." I laugh, grabbing the other end of the banner. Everly's maybe 5'5" on a good day, which makes her one of the shorter women around the club. "Tell me about it. I've been climbing on bar stools to reach anything above the second shelf my whole life." "At least you've got a few inches on me," she grins. "Dad keeps threatening to buy me a step stool to carry around. Says it's a safety hazard having me climb on everything." Crocken adopted her when she was a toddler, so even though he's technically her uncle, the man raised her. It's sweet to see her call him Dad. And yet, one of her little brothers is defiling my sister. Ew. We work together to get the banner straight. It reads, "Raiders of Valhalla MC Halloween Bash," in dripping red letters. Everly's been around more lately, which is odd considering she's in her junior year at Florida State University. You'd think she'd be in the city living up her college life. "So?" she says casually as we adjust the banner. "You seem happier lately." I nearly drop my end. "What?" She shrugs, but her green eyes are knowing. "Just an observation. You've got that glow, you know? Like something good's happening." "I don't know what you're talking about," I say, focusing intently on the banner. "Sure you don't." Her tone is teasing, but not pushing. "Just saying, whoever he is, he's good for you." Before I can respond, or panic, Mom appears at my side. "Everly, honey, can you help Dasha with the kitchen setup? I need to steal my daughter for a minute." Everly winks at me before heading off, leaving me alone with Mom. She guides me to a quieter corner near the hallway, her expression shifting from party planner to concerned mother. "Everything okay?" I ask, worried something's happened with the club. "That's what I want to know," she says, studying my face with those sharp eyes that miss nothing. "You've been different lately. Happier, but also distracted. Like your mind's off on another planet." I force myself to maintain eye contact. "I'm fine, Mom. Just busy with work and everything." She doesn't look convinced. You know you can talk to me about anything, right? Even things you think I wouldn't understand. The offer is tempting. Mom's always been my safe place, but this secret, it's too dangerous to reveal right now. I know, I say softly. I'm okay, really. She sighs, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. I fell in love with your father when everyone said it was a bad idea, you know. He was older, had baggage, and came with 3 kids. My heart skips. Does she know? Mom, I'm just saying, she continues. Sometimes the heart wants what it wants, and sometimes the best things come from the most unexpected places. Before I can figure out how to respond, Oscar's voice booms across the room. Mom, where'd you put the extra extension cords? The moment breaks, and Mom pats my cheek before going to help Oscar. I stand there, shaken by how close I was to actually telling her about Geralf. I need some fucking air. I head toward the office Dad shares with Runes to grab my phone, thinking I'll step outside for a few minutes. The hallway is empty and I walk right into their office. Files are scattered across my father's desk, membership records, business documents, shipping manifests. I'm about to leave when something catches my eye, a familiar name on a shipping document. Lock-in. My blood goes cold as I lean closer, scanning the document. It's a record of shipments, and there's Lock-in's name listed as a contact for deliveries. But these aren't club shipments. The dates, the locations, they match up with intel the Patriot would want. Oh, fuck. I breathe, pieces clicking into place. Lock-in isn't just stalking me. He's feeding information to the enemy. My hands shake as I pull out my phone to take pictures of the documents. I need to tell someone, What the fuck are you doing? I nearly jump out of my skin, spinning to find Emil in the doorway. My brother's eyes narrow as he takes in the scene. Me, with my phone out, the scattered files, my guilty expression. Those are Dad and Rune's files, he says, stepping into the room. What's going on, Astrid? My mind races. I can't tell him about Geralf, but I can tell him about Lock-in. Look at this, I say, showing him the document. Lock-in's name. He's connected to these shipments. Emil's expression darkens as he reads. Fuck. That piece of shit has been playing us this whole time? We need to talk to Dad, I say, relief flooding through me, knowing he's focused on Lock-in and not questioning why I was snooping. Yeah, Emil agrees, already pulling out his phone. I'm sure he's losing his fucking mind. Lock-in's been around the businesses, knew some of our schedules already. As Emil makes the call, I slip out of the office, my heart still racing. This changes everything. Lock-in's working with the Patriot, so that puts a target on my back whether I'm with Geralf or not. I push through the front door, gulping in the cool October air. The parking lot is mostly empty, except for a few bikes and cars, while Bubba's lot next door is packed to the brim. It's good to see the bar doing so well, but I can't focus on that right now. I need to get out of here. I need to warn Geralf, Princess, you okay? I spin around to find Geralf standing there with Magnus. They must have just pulled up. Without thinking, acting purely on instinct and fear, I grab Geralf's hand. Lock-in, I gasp. He's working with the Patriot. I found documents. Slow down, Geralf says, squeezing my hand. What documents? I'm so focused on telling him I don't notice Magnus watching us until he clears his throat loudly. You're trying to die, dumbass? Magnus says to Geralf, but his eyes are on our joined hands. Horror washes through me as I realize what I've done. I drop Geralf's hand like it's on fire, but it's too late. Magnus has seen enough. Magnus, I start, panic rising. Please.
You're both fucking idiots,
He continues, shaking his head.
Fenrir finds out about this, it's your funeral, brother.
You can't tell him, I beg. Please, Magnus, we're not. Magnus's voice is harsh, but I know he's only concerned.
Not what? Sneaking around behind the VP's back? Not risking everything for some ass? It's not like that,
Geralf says quietly, his jaw tight. Magnus snorts.
Right, that's why she's grabbing your hand in broad daylight where anyone could see.
Please, I say again, hating how desperate I sound. Don't tell my father, I'm begging you. Magnus stares at us for a long moment, the October wind whipping around us, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and rain that's supposed to hit this evening. I can see him weighing his options. Does he tell my father, or does he let it play out naturally?
I won't say shit,
he finally says.
But this is gonna come out sooner rather than later, and when it does,
he shakes his head.
I hope she's worth it, brother.
With that, he walks away, leaving Geralf and me standing there in the aftermath of our carelessness.
Fuck,
Geralf mutters, running a hand through his hair.
We need to be more careful.
I'm sorry, I say, misery washing through me. I was scared and I wasn't thinking.
Hey.
He steps closer but doesn't touch me, aware now of who might be watching.
It's okay. Magnus won't say anything, he's solid.
That's 3 people who know now, I point out. Tor, Magnus, and Ingrid. How long before everyone figures it out?
We'll handle it,
he says, but I can see the worry in his eyes.
Now tell me about these documents. What did you find?
I fill him in quickly, glancing around to make sure we're still alone. His expression grows darker with every word.
I should have known that asshole was up to no good. Already knew about shit with you, but damn.
Chapter 7. Geralf. Geralf, get your ass in here! Fenrir's voice cuts through the air like a blade, and I know from his tone that this isn't going to be a friendly chat. My eyes meet Astrid's for a split second, fear and uncertainty swirling in those sage-green depths. I'll catch up with you later, I tell her, keeping my voice steady even though my heart's already dropped into the pit of my stomach. I follow Fenrir inside, and every single muscle in my body tenses up. The clubhouse is still busy, ladies working on getting the Halloween decorations up, but the atmosphere shifts as we pass through. Brothers look up, sensing the tension rolling off the VP like smoke. He leads me to the office he shares with Runes, slamming the door behind us hard enough to rattle the frames on the wall. The same office where Astrid just found those documents about Locken. He moves behind the desk. Sit the fuck down. I drop into the chair across from him, keeping my expression neutral. Years of practice in keeping my emotions locked down serve me well now, even though inside I'm wondering if this is it, if Magnus already talked, if someone else saw something, if I'm going to get my patch pulled for touching the one woman who should have been off limits. Fenrir leans back in his chair, those sharp eyes studying me. You know why you're here? The Locken situation, I guess, hoping I'm right. A cold smile crosses his face. Yeah, the Locken situation. Seems fitting you do this job, considering you're up my daughter's ass every time I turn around. My blood goes cold, but I force myself not to react. Just looking out for her, brother, like I would any family. Right. He draws out the word, making it clear he's not buying my bullshit entirely. Well, since you're so invested in her safety, you can be the one to bring that piece of shit in. Alive. When? Tonight. Got word he's holed up at that motel off Route 90. The Pine something. Fenrir slides a piece of paper across the desk with an address. Take Emil, Magnus, and Rio. I want this done clean. And then? His smile turns predatory. Then we have a conversation with Mr. Locken about what happens when you fuck with a Raiders of Valhalla's family. I nod, standing to leave, but his voice stops me at the door. Geralf? I turn back. My daughter's been through enough. If I find out anyone is taking advantage of her, adding to her pain... He lets the threat hang in the air between us. Well, let's just say Locken won't be the only one having a bad night. Understood. I manage, my throat tight. Good. Now get the fuck out of my office. I leave, my mind racing. Did he mean that as a general warning, or does he know? The way he phrased it, up my daughter's ass. Well, it felt deliberate, but maybe I'm just being paranoid. I find Emil in the main room, helping Oscar move tables for the party. We've got a job tonight, I tell him. He sets down his end of the table, interest sparking in his eyes. The lock-in thing? Yeah. Your dad wants us to bring him in. You, me, Magnus, and Rio. About fucking time, Emil says, cracking his knuckles. That piece of shit has been walking around too long thinking he can mess with our family. Our family. The words hit different now that I'm sneaking around with his sister. Guilt gnaws at me, but I push it down. Later. I'll deal with that later. Meet me at the garage in an hour, I tell him. Full kit. He nods, already heading off to spread the word. I catch sight of Astrid near the bar, helping her mother with decorations. Our eyes meet across the room, and I see the question there. I give a subtle shake of my head. Not now, not here. Magnus appears at my shoulder. Heard we're going hunting. News travels fast. Small clubhouse. He lowers his voice. You good for this? Given, you know. I turn to face him fully. I don't know what you're talking about. He holds my gaze for a long moment, then shrugs. Right. My mistake. But the look he gives me says we both know it's not. An hour later, the group of us are in the garage. Rio checks his weapon, his face stone since Flora's death. This is the first real action he's seen since the funeral, and I can see he needs this, needs something to hit, someone to hurt. Magnus asks, loading extra mags. What's the VP want? Him alive, I say. Fenrir wants to have a chat with him. Shame, Emil mutters. I was hoping to put a bullet in him myself. You might still get your chance, I tell him, after your dad's done. We mount up, 4 bikes roaring to life, and pull out of the garage. Hakan opens the gate for us, and as soon as we slip out, we're all flying down the road, ready to get this dumb fucker. The ride to Route 90 takes 20 minutes, giving me too much time to think. About Astrid, about the secrets we're keeping, about what happens when, not if, those secrets come to light. The Pine Rest Motel is exactly what you'd expect, a run-down shithole that rents rooms by the hour and doesn't ask questions. Perfect for someone trying to stay under the radar. We park behind a burned-out diner next door, approaching on foot. According to what Fenrir knows, Locken's in room 12, second floor, far end. Rio speaks for the first time all night. How you want to play this? Simple and direct, I decide. Emil and Rio take the back stairs, cover the window. Magnus and I go through the front. He rabbits, you grab him. They nod, spreading out. I give them a minute to get in position, then head up the exterior stairs with Magnus behind me. The metal creaks under our weight, probably announcing us to anyone paying attention, but I don't give a shit. Let him know we're coming. Room 12's door is painted an ugly green that's peeling in places. I can hear a TV playing inside, some action movie with lots of gunfire. Ironic, if you ask me. I don't bother knocking. One solid kick and the cheap door splinters inward. Lochin's on the bed, half-dressed, reaching for something on the nightstand. My guess is it's probably a weapon. I'm on him before he can grab it, my fist connecting with his jaw hard enough to spin him sideways. "Going somewhere?" I ask, as he tries to scramble away. Magnus closes the door behind us, or what's left of it, while I haul Lochin to his feet by his shirt. Lochin's eyes are wide with fear, darting between Magnus and me. "Fuck! What do you want?" "What do you think?" I slam him against the wall, enjoying the way his head bounces off the cheap paneling. "You've been feeding information to the Patriot. You've been stalking the club. Do you really think we'd let that slide? I don't know what you're talking about." Another slam into the wall cuts off his lie. "Wrong answer." Emil and Rio appear at the window, having climbed up from outside. Emil's eyes are burning with rage when he sees Lochin. "Let me have him," Emil says, climbing through. "This piece of shit hurt my sister." "Get in line," I growl, not ready to give up my prize yet. "Please," Lochin whimpers, "I can explain." "Save it for Fenrir," Magnus says. "He's got questions for you." At Fenrir's name, Lochin goes pale. Good. He should be scared. "But first," I say, pulling him close enough that I can smell his fear sweat, "let's talk about Astrid." "I haven't been near her." I knee him in the gut, doubling over. "Another lie. You were at Bubba's. You put your hands on her." "That was weeks ago," he gasps. "And you've been watching the spa," Rio adds, speaking up. "I've seen your car parked across the street." Lochin's eyes dart around desperately, looking for an exit that doesn't exist. 4 pissed-off bikers with every escape route blocked. Lochin here might be in a pickle. "I wasn't. You just what?" I shake him hard. "You just thought you could use your past with her to get information? Thought you could sell out the club? The Patriot said—" That's all I need to hear. My fist crushes into his ribs, feeling at least one crack under the impact. Lochin screams, doubling over again. "The Patriot?" Emil spits. "You're working for that psycho who tried to kidnap Tindra? Who killed Flora?" Rio's face goes dark at his wife's name, and I see how badly he wants to put an end to the Patriot. Can't say I blame him. If Lochin had information that helped the Patriot, it means he's partially responsible for Flora's death, too. "Time to go," Magnus says. "Fenrir's waiting." I zip-tie Lochin's hands behind his back, probably tighter than necessary. He's crying now, blubbering about making a mistake, about being sorry. I don't give a fuck. "Move," I order, shoving him toward the door. We escort him down the stairs, Emil's hand locked on one arm while I hold the other. Lochin stumbles, still begging. "Please, you don't understand. He threatened me, said he'd—" "Shut the fuck up," Rio says coldly. "Save it for someone who gives a shit." We're almost to the bikes when Lochin makes his desperate play. "I know about you and Astrid," he blurts out, looking right at me. "I've seen you together." Everything stops. Emil's grip on Lochin loosens in shock. Magnus goes very still. Rio just looks confused. Emil's voice is dangerous now, but his eyes are on me, not Lochin. "What the fuck did you just say?" "Nothing," I say quickly. "He's trying to save his own ass." "I saw you at the spa," Lochin continues, sensing he's found leverage. "And at that cabin. You think you're so careful, but... I move before anyone can stop me, my fist silencing his words as it connects with his temple. Lockin drops, only Emil's grip keeping him from hitting the pavement. He's lying, I say, but Emil's looking at me like it's all clicking into place. Holy shit, he breathes. You're fucking my sister. We need to get him to the clubhouse, Magnus interrupts, always the voice of reason. Deal with this later. But Emil's not listening. He drops Lockin and comes at me, his fist catching me in the jaw before I can block. I stumble back but don't retaliate. In truth, I deserve this. You fucking bastard! Emil roars. She's my sister! You gave me your word! I never lied to you, I say, spitting blood. You never told me the truth either! He comes at me again, and this time Rio and Magnus have to hold him back. How long? How fucking long? I stay silent. Nothing I say will make this better. We need to go, Magnus says urgently. Now, before someone calls the cops. Emil's still straining against their hold, like he wants to murder me instead of the bastard who actually hurt Astrid over the years. This isn't over, he promises me, not by a fucking long shot. He can say what he wants, but I won't do shit. I know it's wrong of me to keep this from him. Hell, to keep it from all of them. We load the unconscious Lockin onto Rio's bike, securing him with bungee cords. The ride back to the clubhouse is tense, Emil staying as far from me as possible. I can feel his rage, and I know this is just the beginning. At the clubhouse, we drag Lockin inside through the back entrance. Words already spread, brothers gathering to see the man who betrayed us. Fenrir waits in the main room, runes beside him. Put him in the chair, Fenrir orders. We dump Lockin into a metal chair in the center of the room. He's coming around, groaning and trying to focus through what's probably a concussion. That's when Emil drops the bomb. Dad, he says, his voice shaking with fury. Got something you need to know. This motherfucker, he points at me, has been fucking Astrid. The room goes dead silent. I can hear my own heartbeat, feel every eye on me. Fenrir's face goes through several expressions. Confusion, realization, then pure rage. His voice is quiet, which is worse than yelling. What? Ask him, Emil spits. Ask him if he's been sneaking around with your daughter. Fenrir turns those cold eyes on me. Is this true? I straighten my shoulders. No point in denying it now. Yes. The room explodes. Brothers shout, some saying I need my ass handed to me, others trying to calm things down. Through it all, Fenrir just stares at me. He moves faster than a man his age should, his fist catching me square in the face. I don't block, don't dodge. I take it, blood filling my mouth. You took an oath, he snarls. You swore loyalty to this club, to this family. I never meant... Another punch cuts me off, this one to the gut. I double over but force myself back up. Astrid's voice cuts through the chaos. Dad, stop! She pushes through the crowd of brothers, Charm right behind her. Her face is pale but determined as she puts herself between Fenrir and me. Move, Fenrir orders. No! She stands her ground. You want to hit someone, hit me! I'm the one who started this. Astrid, I start, but she cuts me off with a look. This is my choice, Dad. Mine. I'm not a child anymore. You're my daughter, Fenrir growls. And he points at me, took advantage of that. He didn't take advantage of anything, Astrid says firmly. That man treats me with more respect and love than I've ever had. And honestly, I'm in love with him, Daddy. The words hang in the air like a bomb about to go off. I stare at her, stunned. We've never said those words to each other, never put that label on what we have. Then again, isn't it too early to be saying this kind of stuff? But we've known each other for years. Deal with this later, brother. Rune's voice cuts through the tension, calm, trying to settle things down. We have other business to handle first. He gestures to Locken, who's watching the drama with wide eyes. Fenrir looks like he wants to argue, but Runes is our president, and we'll do whatever he tells us. After a long moment, he nods stiffly. Fine, but this isn't over. He turns to me. You and I will settle this. Count on it. I nod, accepting my fate. Whatever comes next, at least the secret's out. No more lies, no more sneaking around. While the focus shifts back to Locken, I catch Astrid's arm, pulling her aside. You didn't have to do that, I whisper. Yes, I did. Her eyes are fierce. I'm tired of hiding, tired of pretending I don't feel what I feel. Your father's gonna kill me. Maybe. She touches my face gently, fingers coming away bloody. But not if I have anything to say about it. Across the room, Locken starts talking, spilling everything about the Patriots' plans. But I barely hear him. All I can focus on is Astrid beside me and the shitstorm we've just unleashed. The war with the Patriots suddenly seems like the least of my problems.
Chapter 8. Astrid. The smell of fresh paint and new leather fills the spa as I unlock the front door, flipping on the lights. It's barely 8 in the morning, but I couldn't sleep after what happened last night at the clubhouse. All I keep seeing was my father's face when Emil outed us. The fury in his eyes. The way Geralf just stood there and took the hits, not even trying to defend himself. And me, standing between them like some romantic movie heroine, declaring my love in front of the entire club. Gods, what was I thinking? I head to the break room to start the coffee, my mind still spinning. It's all out there now, so there's no taking it back. Everyone knows about Geralf and me. The looks on their faces ranged from shock to anger to happiness, but the only happiness came from the old ladies. The front door chimes, making me jump. We're not open yet, but I forgot, today's furniture delivery day. The club ordered new massage tables and waiting room chairs as part of their investment to making the spa a more profitable front. Mom calls out, Astrid, honey, you here? In the break room. She appears in the doorway, Fern right behind her. Both women are dressed in jeans and old t-shirts, ready to get sweaty. Mom studies my face with those sharp eyes that see everything. How are you doing? I lie straight through my teeth. I'm fine. Fern snorts. Sure you are. That was quite the scene last night. Before I can respond, more women arrive. Starla, Gwen, Aziza, even Megan and Dasha. They're all here to help set up the new furniture, but I can tell from their expressions they're really here for me. Megan has 2 trays of coffees in her hands, while Dasha has a couple of boxes of something scrumptious from the shop. Coffee and food first. Fern laughs. Then we talk. Soon we're all gathered in the main treatment room, steaming mugs in hand, surrounded by boxes and plastic-wrapped furniture. So, Starla says, never one to beat around the bush. You and Geralf. That's a shock. I take a sip of 2 hot coffee, buying time. Yeah. How long? Gwen asks gently. Not long, a couple of weeks. Feels like longer, though. Feels like everything changed the moment he defended me in that parking lot. Aziza cocks a brow. A few weeks? I give a curt nod. Yep. The entire room is silent for a few moments. I was friends with Izir before we got together. Kind of. I know how feelings can change, and how fast they can grow. Your father will come around, you know. Mom says, but the way she says it doesn't make me feel like he will. He just needs time to process. Megan laughs, a warm sound that fills the room. Men. They think they own us, want to control who we love. But the heart wants what it wants. Tell that to my dad, I mutter. He's protective, Fern says. After what happened with Flora, he's terrified of losing anyone else close to the club, and you're the closest thing to him besides your mother. I'm not going anywhere. But Geralf could be, Starla points out. Fenrir could push for his patch to be pulled if he really wanted to. The thought makes my stomach clench. The club is everything to Geralf. It's the family he never had growing up. If he loses that because of me... Runes won't let that happen, Fern says firmly. Geralf's too valuable, too loyal. My dad could argue he isn't loyal because he was sneaking around with me, I point out. Love makes fools of us all, Aziza says. The question is, Gwen says, setting down her mug, what do you want? Not what your father wants, not what the club expects. What does Astrid want? It's a simple question with a complicated answer. I want him, I admit. I want Geralf, but I don't want to come between him and the club. I don't want to be the reason he loses everything. Maybe you're not taking something away, Megan suggests. Maybe you're adding something, a reason to fight harder, to be better. That's very poetic, I say with a small smile. And true, Mom adds. Your father became a better man after he met me. More focused, more careful. Love doesn't weaken these men, it gives them something to protect. Ladies, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not trying to be here all day. The girls have a sleepover and Eric's going to a friend's place too. It's date night for us. So I want to be back early, get showered, get cute. Fern says, standing up. How about we get this furniture set up before the next delivery truck arrives? Work first, then we can shoot the shit a little more. We spend the next 2 hours unpacking chairs, assembling table bases, and arranging the new equipment. It feels good to keep busy, gives my mind something to focus on besides the mess my life has become. As we work, the women share stories. How Fern fell hard for runes, how Ivar saved Starla from a horrible situation, and was a Hora turned old lady. It's nice to hear how each of them found love with men in the club and made it work, even though there were countless challenges. The key, Gwen says as we position a massage table, is not trying to change them. Accept them for who they are, but expect them to be that man fully. Geralf's already that man, I say without thinking. He's loyal, protective, fierce when he needs to be, gentle and sweet when it matters. Sounds like you've got it bad, Megan teases. Yeah, I admit, I do. We're just finishing up when I notice movement outside. A car parked across the street with someone sitting inside. My blood runs cold for a moment, thinking of Lockin, but then I remember He's locked up at the clubhouse. Still, something feels off. Mom follows my gaze. What is it? That car. It's been there for a while. Fern moves to the window, peering out carefully. Blue sedan. Can't see the driver clearly. Maybe it's nothing, I say, but unease prickles at my spine. We don't have the luxury of it ever being nothing, Starless says grimly. Before anyone can respond, the front door chimes. My heart jumps, then settles when I see who it is. Geralt fills the doorway, looking tired but otherwise unharmed. His jaw sports a bruise from my father's fist, and there's a cut on his lip, but otherwise he's okay. I try to make a joke, hoping he'll find it funny. I'm surprised you're able to walk. A wry smile tugs at his lips.
Yeah, slipped out before he could get me. And I'm not kidding.
The other women exchange looks, somewhat amused with the situation, and I think even a little worried for him. We'll give you two some privacy, Fern says, already herding the others toward the door. The furniture's all set up, just need to dispose of the boxes. We'll handle it, Mom says, squeezing my shoulder as she passes. Take your time. In moments they're gone, the door locking behind them with a click. How bad is it? I ask once we're alone. Geralt moves closer, his presence filling the space between us.
Your dad's beyond pissed. Emil wants my head on a platter. Oscar gave a little bit of a shit, but nothing too much. But Runes is keeping everyone calm for now.
For now?
Yeah.
He reaches out, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear.
How are you doing?
I'm okay, processing, wondering if I made things worse by opening my big mouth.
You were brave,
he says.
Braver than me.
I study him, noting the tension in his shoulders, the way he's holding himself carefully.
There's something else. What is it?
Someone's watching the spa, I tell him. Blue sedan across the street. Been there a while. His expression hardens immediately.
Show me.
I lead him to the window, pointing out the car. Geralt's body goes rigid beside me.
Stay here,
he orders, already moving toward the door. Wait! But he's gone, striding across the street like my life depends on it. I watch, heart in my throat, as he approaches the sedan. The driver, I can see now it's a man, tries to start the engine, but Geralt's already at the door, yanking it open. Words are exchanged. I can't hear them, but I can see Geralt's body language, and it doesn't look good. The man raises his hands defensively, shaking his head rapidly. After a few moments, the car speeds away. Geralt watches it go, then heads back to the spa. Who was it? I ask as soon as he's inside.
Nobody. Some PI hired to watch you. Probably the Patriots doing.
His jaw clenches.
I got his license plate. We'll track him down. I'm gonna shoot a text off to the club and let them know what's up, though.
Geralt pulls out his phone and texts the club's group chat. I grumble. Great. As if we don't have enough problems.
Hey.
He cups my face in his hands.
Nothing's going to happen to you. Not on my watch.
I lean in to his touch, some of my tension melting away. You look stressed.
You could say that.
An idea forms. You need a massage. His eyebrows raise.
Princess.
I'm serious. You're wound tighter than a spring. Lucky for you, I happen to be a professional massage therapist with a newly furnished treatment room. A slow smile spreads across his face. Is that so? Mm-hmm. Come on. I take his hand, leading him to the back room. Strip. He doesn't need to be told twice. His cut comes off first, draped carefully over a chair. Then his shirt, revealing his hard muscles and hot tattoos that never fail to make my mouth go dry. All of it, I say, when he hesitates at his jeans. Bossy, he murmurs, but complies, stripping completely. Gods, he's beautiful. He lays face down on the table, and I don't bother with a sheet. We are way past modesty. I warm oil between my hands and then begin working on his shoulders. The muscles are like granite under my touch, holding all his stress and worry. Jesus, you are tense, I murmur, digging my thumbs into a particularly stubborn knot. He groans, the sound sending heat straight to my core. Feels good. I do what I do best, finding each point of tension and kneading it out. Down his back, along his spine, paying special attention to the areas I know hurt him. My hands map every inch of him. The scars, the ink, the places that make him gasp when I touch them. Turn over, I say, after working his back thoroughly. He complies, and I have to bite back a smile. He's already half hard, his cock stirring against his thigh. See something you like? I tease. Always. He growls, eyes dark with want. I continue the massage, working his chest, his arms, his abs. Each touch seems to make something burn hotter between us. By the time I reach his hips, he's fully hard, his cock standing proud and thick. Astrid. He groans when my hands venture lower, massaging his inner thighs. Shh, let me take care of you. I wrap my oil-slicked hand around his cock, and he bucks into my touch. Fuck. I stroke him slowly at first, base to tip, learning what makes him groan, what makes his hips lift off the table. My other hand cups his balls, rolling them gently, and his whole body shudders. That's it, I murmur, increasing my pace. Let go for me. His hands grip the edges of the table, knuckles white as I work him. I'm mesmerized by the sight, this powerful man coming undone under my touch. I need to be inside you, he grits out. Then take me. I breathe. He's off the table in one fluid motion, spinning me around and lifting me onto the edge. My jeans and underwear disappear in record time, his hands impatient but careful. You sure? He asks, positioning himself between my thighs. Instead of answering, I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him closer. The first press of him against my entrance makes us both groan. I don't have a condom, he warns. I don't care. I need you. He slides home in one smooth thrust, filling me completely. I cry out, clutching his shoulders as he stills, letting me adjust. You okay? Gods, yes. Move, please. He starts slow, pulling almost all the way out before sliding back in. Each thrust hits something deep inside me that has me seeing stars. You feel so fucking good. He groans against my neck. So tight. So perfect. I've never ridden him before, never been on top, but suddenly I want to try. Wait, I gasp. I want... Something flashes in his eyes. He lifts me easily, switching our positions so he's on his back on the table, me straddling him. "Take what you need," he says, hands spanning my waist. I'm nervous all of a sudden. I don't really know what I'm doing, but the way he's looking at me like I'm some kind of goddess gives me courage. I sink down slowly, taking him inch by inch until he's fully seated inside me. The angle is different, deeper, and we both groan at the sensation. "That's it," he encourages as I start to move. "Fuck, you look so good riding me." I find a rhythm, rising and falling, guided by his hands on my hips. The friction is incredible, hitting places inside me I didn't know existed. His thumb finds my clit, circling in time with my movements, and I have to bite my lip to keep from screaming. "Don't hold back," he growls. "I want to hear you scream for me." I let go, moaning freely as pleasure builds. His hips start meeting mine, thrusting up as I come down, and the added force has me spiraling toward the edge, embarrassingly fast. "Geralf, I'm going to—" "Come for me, princess. Let me feel you." His words push me over. I come with a cry, my inner walls clenching around him as waves of pleasure crash through me. He follows right after, gripping my hips hard enough to bruise as he empties himself inside me with a groan. I collapse against his chest, both of us breathing hard. I can feel him softening inside me, his release starting to leak out, but I don't want to move yet. That was... I trail off, not sure how to finish. "Yeah," he agrees, pressing a kiss to my hair. "It was." We stay here for a few moments, basking in the afterglow. Reality creeps back in slowly. We just had unprotected sex in my workplace, while my father wants to kill him, and someone's apparently got a PI on me. "We should probably talk about the no condom thing," I say eventually. "Probably," he agrees, but makes no move to let me go. "You want anything?" "Birth control, yeah, but still, I'm clean."
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
Says, "Haven't been with anyone but you in months." That surprises me. "Really?" He pulls back enough to look at me. "Really. Haven't wanted anyone else since I started noticing you." My heart does something complicated in my chest. "When was that?" "Honestly, years ago. But I kept my distance. You were too young, too off limits. Then Lock-in." His jaw clenches at the name. "I wanted to kill him every time I saw you together." "But you never said anything." "Wasn't my place. You had to figure it out yourself." His thumb strokes my cheek. "And you did. You got stronger, found yourself again. That's when I really fell. Geralf. I know we're in deep shit with your family, and the club's a mess with this Patriot business, but I need you to know, you're it for me, Astrid. Whatever happens, that won't change. I want to give this a real go, a real fucking shot. I kiss him softly, pouring everything I feel into the contact. When we break apart, I whisper, "You're it for me too." A small smile tugs at his lips. Good. Now we just have to survive your father's wrath. And Emil's, and Oscar's, probably. I groan. My whole family wants you dead. Not your mom, he points out. She seemed understanding. Mom's always been good at seeing the bigger picture. I finally climb off him, wincing slightly. We should clean up, get dressed before someone comes back. He helps me down from the table, both of us moving to find our scattered clothes. As I pull on my jeans, I notice him watching me with an expression I can't quite read. What? Just thinking about how lucky I am, he says softly. How fucking lucky that you chose me. Pretty sure we chose each other, I correct, moving into his arms. He holds me close, pressing his lips to my hair. For a moment, we just stand there, holding each other in the silence of the spa, pretending the outside world doesn't exist. But it does, and sooner or later, we'll have to face it. Did they text you back yet? I ask, curious. He looks at his phone, shaking his head. Not yet, but they viewed it. His arms tighten around me. No one's going to hurt you, princess. Not while I'm breathing. Come to my place tonight? I ask, after you deal with club stuff. Wild horses couldn't keep me away. I smile against his chest. Good, because I plan on doing that riding thing again. Practice makes perfect, right? His laugh rumbles through me. Fuck, woman, you're gonna kill me. But what a way to go, I counter. He kisses me deep and thorough, reminding me exactly why I'm willing to risk everything for this man. When we finally break apart, we're both breathless. I'll be there tonight, he promises. Good, I smile, then look at the mess on the table. I need to disinfect that. All right, I'll head outside and make sure everything is good, but I won't leave until you do, okay? Yeah, that sounds good. He heads out to his bike and sits on it, surveying the area while he waits for me. As I start cleaning up the massage room, I can't help but smile. Yes, our situation is complicated. Yes, there are threats and challenges ahead. But for the first time in years, I feel like I'm in the driver's seat of my life. And that's what I want.
Chapter 9. Geralf. 3 days. It's been 3 fucking days since my world exploded in the clubhouse, since everyone found out about Astrid and me. 3 days of avoiding Fenrir's murderous glares and Emil's clenched fists. 3 days of feeling like a marked man in my own brotherhood. I slam the wrench down on the workbench, frustration boiling over. The Harley I'm working on doesn't deserve my anger, but it's either take it out on the bike or put my fist through a wall. You're gonna strip those bolts if you keep at it like that? I don't turn around at Charm's voice. The VP's wife has a way of appearing when you least expect it, like some kind of red-headed ninja. Just trying to get this done, I mutter, reaching for a different socket. Bullshit! She moves into my peripheral vision, leaning against the tool cabinet. You're hiding. I'm working. In the garage, alone. At 7 in the morning. She crosses her arms. When's the last time you were in the clubhouse for more than 5 minutes? I finally look at her. Charm's got that expression women get when they know exactly what you're thinking and are just waiting for you to admit it. Your old man wants to kill me, I say flatly. Emil, too. Can't blame me for giving them space to cool off. They'll come around. She says it with such certainty I almost believe her. Fenrir always does, eventually. This is different. Is it? She moves closer, lowering her voice. You think you're the first man to fall for someone the club didn't approve of? Hell, I had my suspicions about you two for weeks. That gets my attention. You knew? I suspected. The way you'd watch her when you thought no one was looking. How she'd light up when you walked into a room. A small smile plays on her lips. Plus, she's been happier lately, more confident. That kind of change usually means a man. And you didn't say anything? Wasn't my secret to tell. She shrugs. Besides, I know what it's like to love someone everyone thinks might not be the best choice. I set down the wrench, giving her my full attention. Didn't those people understand after a while, back then? Eventually. But there was plenty of pushback at first. I wasn't ever in this sort of life. I had a regular job as a nanny, a college degree. Hell, I think even some of the brothers thought I'd try to change him, make him soft. She laughs at the memory, as if anyone could make Fenrir soft. How'd you win them over? I didn't try to. I just loved him, supported the club, and let time prove them wrong. Her expression grows serious. The question is, are you willing to wait? To weather this storm until Fenrir sees what I already know? Which is that you'd die for her, that you'd never hurt her, that maybe, just maybe, you're exactly what she needs. Before I can respond, Tor appears in the doorway. Gerolf, they need you in the basement, now. The basement, where Locken is. Charm touches my arm as I pass. Remember what I said. He'll come around. I nod, but my mind's already shifting to whatever's waiting for me downstairs. The basement access is through a hidden door in the storage room. I descend the concrete steps, the temperature dropping with each level. At the bottom, I find Runes, Fenrir, Emil, and Oscar surrounding Locken, who sits in a metal chair. He looks like shit. Face swollen, dried blood crusting his nose, one eye completely shut. His hands are zip-tied to the chair arms, and I notice several fingernails are already missing. About fucking time, Fenrir says without looking at me. The hatred in his voice is thick enough to choke on. I was upstairs working on a bike, I deadpan, taking my position in the circle. Emil snorts in disgust, but doesn't comment. Oscar just watches me with those calculating eyes, always the wild card of the siblings. Our friend here's been reluctant to share, Rune says, his voice deceptively calm. Thought maybe a fresh perspective might help. I study Locken, noting the way he flinches when I move closer. Good, he should be scared. What do we want to know? The Patriots' plans, Fenrir says. Shipment routes, safe houses, anything useful. I told you, Locken wheezes through split lips. I don't know details. He doesn't trust anyone with the full picture. Bullshit, Emil steps forward, pliers in hand. You were feeding him information for months. You know something. Locken's eyes go wide as Emil grabs his left hand. Wait, please, The scream that follows echoes off the concrete walls as Emil grips a fingernail with the pliers and slowly pulls. I've heard worse sounds in my life, but there's something about the high-pitched agony of it that sets teeth on edge. The nail comes free with a wet pop, blood immediately welling up. That's 7, Oscar observes clinically. 3 to go. Feel like talking yet? Emil asks, already positioning the pliers over the next finger. I can't, Locken sobs. He'll kill me. We'll kill you in a slower, more painful way, I say, moving into his line of sight. See, the thing about fingernails is they're just the beginning. We've got toenails, teeth, plenty of skin to peel. How do you think Astrid felt when you kept harassing her after she left you? When you put your hands on her in that parking lot? At Astrid's name, something shifts in Locken's eyes. She was mine first, he spits. Before you. Before any of this. The rage that floods through me is instant. I grab his throat, squeezing just enough to make breathing difficult. She was never yours. You made her feel small, worthless, made her doubt herself. Like you're any better? He gasps. Sneaking around, lying to everyone? At least I was honest about what I wanted. Emil's fist connects with Locken's ribs before I can respond. The crack of breaking bone is loud enough for us all to hear. Enough about my sister, Emil growls. Talk about the Patriot or lose another nail. Locken coughs, blood speckling his lips. Warehouse, he finally gasps. Off Highway 20. He's got products there. Weapons. Keep going. Runes urges him on. Big shipment coming through. End of the week. That's all I know, I swear. Emil looks skeptical, pliers hovering over another finger. That's convenient. How do we know you're not lying? Because shit's gonna blow up soon, Locken says, then laughs. A broken, unhinged sound. All of it! The whole fucking thing's gonna blow! What's that supposed to mean? Fenrir demands. But Locken just keeps laughing, blood bubbling from his mouth. Emil rips another nail free, but even that doesn't stop the hysteria. He's lost it, Oscar says. Shock, probably. Or he knows something we don't, I counter. Something in my gut telling me this is going to go to shit real fast. Rune steps back, decision made. Oscar, keep working on him. Get whatever else you can. Emil, Fenrir, Gerolf, Kirkja in 20 minutes. We need to discuss this warehouse. As we file out, leaving Locken to the tender mercies of the brothers, Fenrir finally looks at me directly. This doesn't change anything between us, he says coldly. Didn't expect it to. Good, because if you hurt her... I don't even let him finish the sentence. I look him right in the eyes. The last fucking thing I'll ever do is hurt your daughter. He studies me for a long moment, then nods curtly. See that you don't. 20 minutes later, the chapel is full minus the prospects, Emil, and Oscar. Everyone else is present, the table surrounded by brothers who've sworn their lives to this club. Brothers, Runes begins, commanding attention instantly. We've got intel on one of Patriot's warehouses. There's a significant amount of weapons there, according to our source. Can we trust it? Rati asks. Could be a trap. Could be, Runes acknowledges. But we can't ignore it either. If the Patriots' men are stockpiling weapons that close to our territory, we hit it, Kraken finishes. Tonight. Murmurs of agreement ripple around the table. Before we get into that, I want to make sure our families are here, where they're safe, Fenrir adds. With us going on this run, I want everyone at the clubhouse. Ivar, you're in charge of protection detail with the prospects. Ivar nods. Consider it done. How are we going to go about this? Dag asks, ever the treasurer, worried about heat on our businesses. We go quietly, Runes decides. Small team in and out. Myself, Tor, Kraken, Magnus, Fenrir, Emil, Gerolf. He pauses. And Dag. Logi, Azir, Vanir, and Rati, I want you all watching the place, making sure no one surprises us. Shoot anyone who does. Tor speaks up. What about Oscar? He's working on Loken, he informs them. Kirkja is adjourned. He slams the gavel down. We ride in 2 hours. As brothers file out, I won't lie about the fact I'm relieved Oscar won't be on this run. I head out into the hallway, and Tor comes up beside me. You good for this run? He asks. Always. I mean it. If your head's not in the game, it is. I force my shoulders to relax. Club shit is club shit, you know? Good. Because this feels off to me. Loken giving up intel that easy, even under torture. You think it's a trap? I think we need to be ready for anything. He claps my shoulder. Watch your 6 out there. I spend the next hour preparing, cleaning my weapons, checking gear, the same routine that always comes before we head out on a run. My mind keeps drifting to Astrid. Is she here at the clubhouse yet? Is she safe? I text her. Families are gathering at the clubhouse. You heading here? Her response is quick. Already here with Mom and Ingrid. Heard you boys are riding out. I shoot her back a reply. Just a quick run. Be back before you know it. 3 bubbles appear, and then another message. Be careful. I smile, appreciating how concerned she is. Always am. I can't hold back the laugh. Liar. This woman is made for me. See you when I get back. We need to talk. Her reply is like lightning. Yeah, we do. I love you. The words on the screen make my chest tight. Love you too, princess. I pocket the phone as Magnus appears. Time to roll. Outside, bikes are already rumbling. I swing onto my bike, feeling that familiar settledness that comes before all hell breaks loose. Runes leads us out, Fenrir beside him, the rest of us falling into formation. The ride to Highway 20 takes 40 minutes, the city fading away into an industrial wasteland. Abandoned factories and empty lots. Perfect place for Patriot to set up shop. The warehouse sits back from the road, surrounded by chain link and razor wire. Looks abandoned from the outside, but I notice fresh tire tracks in the dirt. We kill the engines a quarter mile away, coasting the rest of the way. No lights, no sounds, just shadows moving through darkness. Tor, Magnus, take the back. Runes whispers. Emil, Geralf, you're with me and Fenrir on the front. Kraken, find high ground and cover us. Emil arches a brow. You want me going with you? I thought you wanted me staying back here. Runes looks him right in the eye. Did I fucking stutter? I changed my mind. Sue me. We split up, Emil and I flanking Fenrir as we approach the main entrance. The lock's already been cut, recently by the look of it. Kraken breathes. Trap? Or someone beat us here, I respond. Fenrir signals for silence, then eases the door open. The hinges don't make a sound, recently oiled. Inside, the warehouse is dark, except for emergency lighting casting everything in red. Crates are stacked everywhere, some marked with Russian or maybe Ukrainian, others with serial numbers. Weapons, Fenrir confirms, checking one crate. Is it Russia or Ukraine? We move deeper, clearing each row one by one. That's when we hear it. Voices coming from the back office. Told you they'd come sniffing around, someone is saying. Patriot wants the whole MC taken down. Not our problem, another voice responds. We just move the product. Fenrir signals us to hold position while he creeps closer. I cover the left approach while Magnus takes the right. For a moment, it feels like old times. Like my personal life didn't blow up 3 days ago. The office door opens suddenly, light spilling out. A man steps through, cigarette dangling from his lips. He's got maybe 2 seconds to register our presence before Fenrir's on him, hand over his mouth, knife at his throat. Fenrir hisses, "How many inside?" The man's eyes go wide, but he holds up 3 fingers. "Armed?" A nod. Fenrir looks at us, decision made. We go in hard and fast. The door explodes inward under Magnus's boot. I'm the first one through, weapon up, catching the nearest target right in the chest. He drops before he can draw. Magnus takes the second, a clean headshot that paints the wall behind him. The third man dives behind the desk, coming up with a shotgun. I'm moving before I think, tackling Magnus sideways as buckshot tears through the air where his head was. We hit the ground hard, scrambling for cover as the shooter pumps another round. Fenrir flanks to our right, putting 2 in the guy's chest before he can fire again. Silence falls, broken only by our harsh breathing. "Clear." Tor's voice comes through the radio. "Backs secure." "Office clear," Fenrir responds. 3 down. Magnus stares at me, then laughs hard. "Thanks for not letting the bastard shoot me." "Yeah, well, it was either save your ass, or Reyna was going to chop me up and put me in some stew." I extend my hand, hauling him to his feet. Rati's voice crackles through the radio. "We got company! Multiple vehicles incoming! 2 minutes out!" "Shit!" Fenrir curses. "Grab what you can! We're leaving!" I snatch papers from the desk and check the bodies for information. Tor and Magnus are already taking some weapons, heading toward the doors. Runes hollers, "Move, move, move!" We burst through the warehouse as headlights appear on the horizon. Our bikes roar to life, tearing across the dirt lot as the first shots ring out behind us. The guys at the front shoot like hell, taking them down one by one. "Split up," Runes orders. "Meet back at the clubhouse." I peel off with Magnus, both of us taking side streets, weaving through industrial complexes. Bullets spark off concrete as the Patriots' men chase our asses, but our bikes are faster. A car tries to cut us off at an intersection. Magnus and I move as one, him going high, me going low, our bikes threading the gap with inches to spare. 10 minutes of hard riding, and we've lost them. I follow Magnus down an alley, both of us killing engines to listen, see if we can figure out where these fuckers are. There's not a peep, just the tick of cooling metal and our own breathing. Magnus waits a few moments and finally speaks up. "We can head back to the club now. I think we're good."
Chapter 10. Astrid. The clubhouse feels like a pressure cooker, all the women and children packed into the main room while we wait. My hands shake as I help little Florencia color in her princess book, Rio's daughter oblivious to the danger the club is facing. The crayon slips from my fingers for the 3rd time. "Easy, honey," Fern says, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. "They'll be back soon." I nod, but the knot in my stomach only tightens. It's been 3 hours since the men left for the warehouse. 3 hours of pretending everything's fine while my mind conjures up every possible worst-case scenario. The smell of coffee and nervous energy fills the air as women pace, check their phones, and try to keep the children occupied. "Astrid, can you help me with Callie?" Dasha calls from across the room. She's bouncing Rio's baby on her hip, the little girl fussing, even though she's trying to make her comfortable. Dasha has really stepped up to help Rio with his 2 little girls. Out of all the women in the club or associated with it, Dasha puts in the most work. I step away to help Dasha while Fern sits with Florencia, grateful for the distraction. Taking Callie from Dasha's arms, I start swaying, humming softly. The baby settles almost immediately, her tiny fingers wrapping around my thumb. Her weight is comforting, grounding me in the moment instead of letting my mind spiral with worry about Geralf. "You're a natural," Mom says, watching from her seat on the couch. "Ever think about making me a grandma one day?" The question catches me off guard. With Locken, the thought of children had filled me with dread. His constant criticism, his need to control every aspect of my life, had made me fear bringing a child into that toxic environment. But now, being with Geralf, it's changed everything. "Maybe someday," I murmur, focusing on Callie's peaceful face. The baby's soft breathing, the warmth of her small body, it all feels so right. "She's beautiful," Raina says, coming to stand beside me. "Both of them are. Rio's so lucky." I smile at her, adjusting Callie in my arms. "How are you holding up?" Raina rubs her pregnant belly absently. "Just trying not to think about it. If something happens to Magnus..." She trails off, unable to finish the thought. "Nothing's going to happen," I say firmly, even though I'm not sure I believe it myself. They know what they're doing. Starla approaches with a tray of sandwiches nobody's touched. "Anyone hungry?" We all shake our heads. Food is the last thing on anyone's mind right now. "I hate this," Megan mutters from her spot by the window. The waiting, not knowing. Fern moves to stand beside her, wrapping an arm around her woman's shoulders, while Florencia starts to fall asleep on the couch. "It never gets easier. But this is part of the life we chose." Did we choose it, though? I find myself asking. Or did it choose us? The room falls silent at my question. These women understand what I mean, the way we're pulled toward these dangerous men. "Both." My mom's the first to speak up. "We chose them, and they come with this life. Can't have one without the other." The sound of motorcycles in the distance makes everyone freeze. The engines grow louder, closer, and then cut off all at once. I pass Callie back to Dasha, my heart hammering as footsteps approach the door. "They're back," someone whispers, and we all surge toward the entrance. The door swings open, and I scan the faces of the men filing in. Runes comes first, looking tired, but unharmed. Then my dad, his expression grim. Kraken, Magnus? Where is he? Where's... My breath catches as more men enter. Rati, Logi. Still no Geralf. Panic begins to suffocate me. And then he appears in the doorway, and the world stops spinning. There's blood on his arm, his cut is torn. But he's alive. He's here. I don't remember moving. 1 second, I'm frozen by the couch. The next, I'm throwing myself at him, my lips crashing against his in front of the entire club. I pour everything into that kiss. My relief, my fear, my love. His good arm wraps around my waist, pulling me closer as he kisses me back just as desperately. I can taste the adrenaline on his lips, feel the tension in his body, and I don't care that everyone's watching. When we finally break apart, I'm breathing hard, my hands still fisted in his torn cut. His ice blue eyes are dark with emotion as he looks down at me. "Well, ain't that fucking touching?" Dad's voice cuts through the moment like a knife. "Maybe save the reunion for somewhere more private." Heat floods my cheeks, but not from embarrassment. I pull back from Geralt just enough to shoot my father a glare. I'm 24 years old, Dad. I'll kiss my man wherever I damn well please. His eyebrows shoot up at my tone, and I can feel the tension ripple through the room. The other club members suddenly find the walls very interesting, though I catch a few hidden smiles.
Is that so?
Dad's voice is dangerously low, the tone that used to make me cower as a teenager. But I'm not a teenager anymore. Yeah, it is. And if you have a problem with it, I think we need to talk in your office. The challenge hangs in the air between us. I can feel Geralt tense beside me, probably wondering if I've lost my damn mind. Maybe I have. But I'm tired of hiding, tired of pretending, tired of being treated like a child. Fenrir's jaw clenches, but he jerks his head toward the hallway.
Fine. Let's talk.
I squeeze Geralt's hand once before following my father, feeling the eyes of the entire club on my back. The walk to his office feels longer than usual, each step growing heavier. He closes the door with more force than necessary, the sound echoing through the small space.
You've got some brass balls talking to me like that in front of my club.
Fenrir starts, his voice dangerously low as he moves behind his desk. And you've got some nerve making snide comments about my relationship in front of everyone. I shoot back, crossing my arms. I'm not a little girl anymore, Dad. I haven't been for a long time. We stare at each other, a lifetime of stubbornness meeting head-on. His jaw ticks in that way it does when he's trying to control his temper.
You think I don't know that?
He finally says, sinking into his chair.
You think I don't see my little girl all grown up? It fucking kills me, Astrid.
The admission surprises me, and some of my anger deflates. Then why?
Because I never wanted you with someone in the club,
he admits, looking older than I've ever seen him.
I know this life, baby girl. I know what it costs. Thought if I kept you away from it, you'd be safer, happier.
Instead, I ended up with Lockin. I remind him, the name tasting bitter on my tongue. How'd that work out for your grand plan? He winces, running a hand through his hair.
That wasn't what I wanted either. That piece of shit.
He trails off, shaking his head.
I wanted you to find someone normal, someone who'd give you a white picket fence and Sunday dinners and all that shit I couldn't.
But that's not me, Dad. That's never been me. I move closer to his desk, needing him to understand. I grew up in this life. It's in my blood. And Geralt, he gets that. He gets me.
Geralt's dangerous,
he says quietly.
One of my best fighters, loyal to a fault, but dangerous. I've seen what he's capable of.
So am I counter. You made sure of that. All those self-defense lessons, teaching me to shoot, making sure I could take care of myself. You created this, Dad. You can't be surprised when I choose a man who matches that energy. He's quiet for a long moment, studying me with those sharp eyes that miss nothing. Finally, he sighs, the sound heavy.
I'll try, he says. For you, but don't expect me to like it.
That's all I ask. I turn to leave, then pause at the door. He makes me happy, Dad. Really happy. Isn't that what you want? His expression softens just a bit.
Of course it is, baby girl. Gods, Astrid. Watching you grow up, seeing you with these men. It's not easy for a father.
I know. And I do. For all his faults, Dad loves us fiercely. But I'm with Geralf now, so swallow that pill no matter how hard it is. His laugh is short, humorless.
You always were too much like your mother. Stubborn as hell.
I learned from the best, I say, offering him a small smile.
Get out of here,
he grumbles, but there's no heat in it.
And tell Geralf if he hurts you, I'll bury him in the desert.
I'll pass along the message, I say dryly, opening the door. I leave his office feeling lighter than I have in days. I kind of feel bad for my father, because if me going with Geralf bothers him, he'd freak out if he knew what Ingrid was doing with Bjorn. Geralf's waiting in the hallway, concern evident on his face.
How bad was it?
He asks, falling into step beside me. Could have been worse, I admit. He's not happy, but he'll deal.
And if he doesn't?
I stop walking, turning to face him fully. Then that's his problem, not ours. Something flashes in his eyes.
You're the strongest woman I know, Princess.
Come on, I say, grabbing his good hand. We're going to Bubba's. I need a drink after that, and some space from all the lingering eyes. We head through the passageway to the attached bar, Geralf's cut unlocking the electronic door. The bar is quieter than the clubhouse, just a few patrons nursing beers in the corners. The scent of beer and fried food fills the air, and classic rock plays softly from the speakers. I lead Geralf to a booth in the back, sliding in beside him instead of across.
Whiskey?
He asks, and I nod. He signals the bartender, ordering 2 doubles. When our drinks arrive, I take a healthy sip, letting the burn steady my nerves.
So,
he says, his voice filled with amusement.
Want to tell me the details?
I give him the condensed version of my conversation with my father, watching his eyes widen with each detail. His hand finds my thigh under the table, fingers tracing absent patterns through my jeans. I told him I was done hiding, I finish, that he needed to accept that I'm with you now.
Shit.
He breathes, shaking his head in wonder.
Standing up to your father like that? You know he could have...
What? Grounded me? I'm not 16 anymore, Geralf, and I'm tired of being treated like I am. His grip on my thigh tightens.
You're fucking incredible, you know that?
I'm just tired of hiding what we have.
Me too,
he murmurs, leaning closer. His breath fans across my cheek, and I have to resist the urge to kiss him right here.
I wanted to claim you in front of everyone weeks ago.
So, why didn't you?
Because I respected your wishes, wanting to keep things under wraps.
His thumb strokes along my inner thigh, and I have to bite back a gasp.
But fuck, Astrid, watching you stand up to your father like that, it does things to me.
The hunger in his eyes makes my breath catch. We've been dancing around this for weeks, stolen moments and interrupted encounters. But now, with everything out in the open, take me home, I whisper, and his pupils dilate. He throws back the rest of his whiskey, tossing bills on the table before pulling me from the booth. The ride to his cabin is torture, every vibration of the bike sending sparks through my body. His muscles tense under my hands, and I know he feels it too. This need, this desire. By the time we pull up to his cabin, I'm practically trembling with how bad I want him. The second he kills the engine, I'm off the bike, helmet hitting the ground as I reach for him. "Inside," he growls, catching my wrists. "Now." We stumble through the door, hands everywhere, mouths crashing together desperately. I push him against the wall, and he's too focused on getting his hands under my shirt. "Bedroom," he manages between kisses, and I don't argue. We leave a trail of clothes down the hallway, his cut carefully placed on a chair, my shirt tossed aside, kicking our shoes off in the process. By the time we reach his bed, we're both down to our underwear, hands roaming desperately over skin. I was so scared, I admit, as he lays me back on the mattress. When you were gone, I kept thinking, what if you didn't come back? What if... Shh. He soothes, trailing kisses down my neck. "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." His mouth finds my breast through the lace of my bra, and I arch into him, fingers tangling in his hair. He takes his time, worshipping every inch of me until I'm writhing beneath him, desperate for more. His hands are merciless as they trace my curves, like he's memorizing every dip and valley of my body. "Geralt, please," I gasp as his hand slides between my thighs, finding me wet and ready through the thin fabric of my thong. "So impatient," he teases, but his own control is fraying. I can see it in the tension of his jaw, feel it in the tremor of his hands as he removes the last barriers between us. When he finally sinks into me, we both groan at the sensation. "I love you," I breathe as he moves within me, each thrust sending waves of pleasure through my body. "Gods, I love you so much." His eyes lock with mine, intense and possessive. "Min, princess," he murmurs. "Mine, always." The orgasm builds slowly, inevitably, each stroke of his hips against mine, pushing me higher. When I finally fall apart, it's with his name on my lips, nails digging into his shoulders as waves of pleasure crash over me. He follows me over the edge, my name a growl in his throat as he buries himself deep. After, we're tangled up together, sweat cooling on our skin. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my back as my head rests on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow. The cabin is quiet except for our breathing and the distant sounds of animals in the forest outside. "We really did it," I say softly. "Told my dad. Made it official." His chest rumbles with laughter. "You did it, princess. I just tried not to get shot." I prop myself up on an elbow to look at him. The last rays of sunlight stream through the window, highlighting the skull tattoo on his chest. "We're really doing this? You and me? No more hiding?" His hand comes up to cup my cheek, thumb brushing over my cheekbone with surprising gentleness. "We're really doing this. You're mine, and I'm yours. Your father can either accept it or not, but it doesn't change anything between us." The simple declaration fills me with warmth. "Good." I settle back against his chest. "Because I'm not letting you go. Ever." His arm tightens around me. "Wouldn't dream of it, princess." As sleep starts to claim me, I can't help but smile. We've cleared a major hurdle over these last few days. My father knows, the club knows, and somehow we're still breathing. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. "Hey," Geralt's voice rumbles beneath my ear. "I can't believe you did that today." I laugh, the sound muffled against his chest. "Probably could have been more diplomatic about it. "Fuck diplomatic," he says, and I can hear the grin in his voice. "That was the hottest thing I've ever seen." My dad didn't seem to think so. "Your dad's just pissed he can't control you anymore." His fingers card through my hair. "But he'll come around. He loves you too much not to." "I hope you're right," I murmur, already feeling drowsy in the warmth of his arms. "I'm always right," he says, and I pinch his side because we both know he's not always right. He's a man, and men do dumb shit all the time. He laughs, the sound vibrating through his chest. "Get some sleep, princess. Tomorrow we deal with whatever comes next." As I drift off, I think about how much has changed in such a short time. From hiding a relationship to declaring it in front of everyone. From sneaking around to lying here in his arms without shame or secrecy. It's terrifying and exciting all at once, but I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Chapter 11. Gerolf. Morning light streams through my bedroom window, casting shadows across Astrid. She's curled against my side, one leg thrown over mine, her hair a wild tangle across the pillow. After last night, I'm surprised she's sleeping so peacefully. I slide out of bed carefully, not wanting to wake her yet. She needs the rest after everything that's happened. I mean, speaking to her father like that probably had to be draining. In the kitchen, I start coffee and pull ingredients from the fridge. Eggs, bacon, toast. Simple but filling. The domesticity of it hits me as I crack eggs into a bowl. When was the last time I made breakfast for a woman? Hell, when was the last time I wanted to? The sizzle of bacon fills the small cabin as I work, already thinking about what might go down today. We crossed a line by hiding our relationship, but we made a giant leap yesterday. Now everyone at the club knows we're going to be together, and there's nothing anyone can say or do that'll make us change our minds. In all honesty, her father's probably the only one who didn't want the two of us together. Something smells amazing. I turn to find her in the doorway, wearing nothing but my t-shirt. It hangs to mid-thigh, and her legs are bare, hair tousled from sleep. My cock stirs at the sight of her. "Morning, princess," I say, flipping the bacon. "Hungry?" "Starving." She pads over, wrapping her arms around me from behind. Her cheek presses against my bare back, and I feel her inhale deeply. "You're spoiling me." "Get used to it." I plate the eggs and bacon, adding toast to the side. "Coffee's ready." We eat at my small table, her foot finding mine underneath. It's comfortable, easy in a way I never expected. She moans around a bite of bacon, and the sound goes straight to my groin. "This is perfect," she says, licking grease from her fingers. "Shower?" I suggest when we're done, already imagining her wet and soapy. Her eyes darken. "Lead the way." In the bathroom, I turn on the water, letting it heat while I help her out of my shirt. She stands naked before me, all soft curves and smooth skin. I'll never get tired of looking at her. "You're staring," she says, but she's not self-conscious like she used to be, not like before. Can't help it. I strip off my boxers, my cock already half hard. "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." We step under the spray together, hot water cascading over our bodies. I grab the shampoo, working it into her hair, massaging her scalp until she's practically purring. "That feels incredible," she murmurs, eyes closed. I rinse her hair thoroughly before reaching for the body wash. This is where I take my time, building a lather between my palms before starting at her shoulders. I work my way down, paying special attention to her breasts. They fit perfectly in my hands, full and heavy, nipples pebbling under my touch. "Geralf," she breathes as I circle her nipples with soapy fingers. "Just making sure you're clean," I say innocently, but my cock is hard as a rock now, pressing against her hip. I continue down, over the soft swell of her belly, the flare of her hips. Every inch of her is perfect, real, womanly, mine. When I drop to my knees to wash her legs, she gasps, "What are you doing?" "Being thorough," I murmur, running soapy hands up her thighs. When I part them gently, she complies, bracing herself against the shower wall. I wash between her legs carefully, but I can feel her trembling. When I'm done, I press a kiss to her inner thigh before standing. "Turn around," I instruct, and she does, presenting me with the gorgeous curve of her ass. I soap her back, working out tiny knots in her shoulders, then move lower. My hands cup her ass, kneading the flesh, and she pushes back against me. "You're killing me," she groans. "Just being attentive," I say, but any bit of control I might have is fading, and fast, making sure my woman is taken care of. When I'm done washing her, she turns in my arms, reaching for the soap. My turn. Her small hands on my body are torture and heaven combined. She explores my chest, tracing scars and ink, before moving lower. When she wraps a soapy hand around my cock, I hiss through my teeth, "Fuck, Astrid." She strokes me slowly, base to tip, while her other hand cups my balls. The combination of hot water, her touch, and the sight of her on her knees has me on edge embarrassingly fast. "I need to be inside you," I growl, pulling her up. "Yes," she breathes, and I lift her, pressing her back against the tile wall. She wraps her legs around my waist as I position myself at her entrance. One thrust and I'm home, buried deep in her wet pussy. We both groan at the sensation. "You feel so good," I pant against her neck. "So fucking perfect." I start to move, slow and deep, savoring every slide in and out of her body. She clings to me, nails digging into my shoulders, little sounds of pleasure escaping her lips. "Harder," she demands, and I comply, picking up the pace. The shower fills with the sounds of our bodies coming together, her cries echoing off the walls. When I feel her starting to tighten around me, I reach between us to find her clit. "Come for me, princess," I command. "Let me feel you." She shatters with a cry of my name, her pussy clenching around my cock. The sensation triggers my own release, and I bury myself deep as I come, marking her from the inside. We stay like that for a moment, panting against each other as the water continues to rain down. When I finally lower her to her feet, her legs are shaky. "You okay?" I ask, steadying her. "More than okay," she says with a smile, "though I might need help walking." I chuckle, turning off the water and grabbing towels. As I dry her off, I can't help but worship her body again. The dip of her waist, the fullness of her breasts, the sweet curve of her hips. "You're the most beautiful woman in the world," I tell her honestly. "Every inch of you is perfect." She blushes but doesn't deflect the compliment like she used to. That's progress, and I'll take it. An hour later, I'm dropping her off at the spa. She looks professional again in her work clothes, but I know what's underneath, know the marks I've left on her skin. "I'll pick you up when I'm done," I promise, leaning over to kiss her. "Be careful today." "You too," she says, concern flickering in her eyes. "Whatever happens at the club..." "We'll be fine," I finish. "Your dad will cool down. So far, so good, right?" She doesn't look convinced. "It hasn't even been a day, Geralf." I shrug. "Maybe not, but it'll be fine. I love you, and I'll see you soon." Love you too. She goes inside, and I watch until she's safely through the door before heading to the clubhouse. The drive isn't bad, and before I know it, Bodil is buzzing me through the gate. The moment I walk in, I know something's up. Runes is waiting by the bar, his expression grim. Gerolf, come with me. I follow him without question, down to the basement where Locken still is. The moment I hit the bottom step, I spot him. Dried blood crusts his face, and all of his fingers are missing nails, but he's conscious, glaring at us with pure hatred. 30 overdoses this weekend, Runes says without missing a beat. Kids, mostly. All from pills traced back to the Patriots' operation. Fuck, I mutter. That's a lot of ODs. Cops are hunting him now, too, but I want him first, Runes whispers lowly. You're with Astrid now. Use it to get under his skin. Make this bastard talk. I nod, understanding the assignment. I step closer to Locken, letting him get a good look at me. Morning, sunshine, I drawl. Sleep well? He spits blood at my feet. Fuck you! That's not very friendly. I pull up a chair, sitting backwards on it, especially considering I'm fucking your ex-girlfriend now, the one you couldn't satisfy. His face shifts with rage. She's mine! No, I cut him off. She's mine. Every inch of her perfect body, every sound she makes when she comes, all mine now. You're trying to get in my fucking head, but you're not gonna. The Patriot will never stop. Locken snarls. Not the drugs, not the killing. He wants chaos. Wants to fix America one city at a time, starting with you fuckers. Big plans for a pathetic piece of shit, I observe. You don't get it. He laughs, a broken sound. He's got people everywhere. Cops, politicians, businesses. Your little club is nothing compared to what's coming. And yet here you are, tied to a chair, missing fingernails. I lean closer. While I was balls deep in Astrid this morning, making her scream my name. Something snaps in his eyes. I'll kill her, he hisses. I'll fucking gut that bitch and leave her for... I don't let him finish. The hammer is in my hand before I even realize I've grabbed it, coming down on his skull with a wet crunch. Once, twice, 3 times, until his head is caved in. Brain matter and blood splattered across the concrete. I turn to find Fenrir and Emil watching from the stairs, both of them with raised eyebrows. That is what I'm prepared to do for your daughter, I tell Fenrir, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I'll do it again and again and again for her. Can you really be bothered that a man like me is the one protecting her from harm? Fenrir studies Locken's dead body, and then me. Something passes between us. I wouldn't say it's acceptance, but maybe we finally have a sense of understanding. I wish you didn't fucking kill him, but he was pretty fucking useless at this point anyways. Runes grunts. Go get a damn shower. You've got blood all over you. I nod, heading for the stairs. My hands are steady as I climb, though my mind is a mess. I just killed a man with my bare hands for threatening Astrid, and I'd do it again without hesitating in the slightest bit. The others follow me up, everyone processing what just happened. I'm halfway to the bathroom when Gwen bursts through the front door, her face pale. Runes, she calls, phone in hand. There's been an explosion. They're searching the house now. What house? Runes demands. She looks at her phone again. 524 Oakwood Drive. Isn't that... Kraken and Magnolia's place, Runes confirms, his face going grim. My blood runs cold. Fenrir voices what we're all thinking. Anyone seen Kraken or Magnolia today? The kids? Everyone's silent, and the last time I remember seeing them was yesterday. Fuck, someone mutters, and we're all moving at once, heading for our bikes. As I wash Locken's blood from my hands in the sink, I can't help but think this is just the beginning. The Patriot and his men are escalating, and now he's targeting club families directly. He can try to hurt us, but I'll kill every last one of them before I let them touch her.
Chapter 12. Astrid. The lavender oil warms between my palms as I work it into Mrs. Henderson's shoulders. She's been coming to me for 2 years now, always requesting the same Swedish massage, always falling asleep halfway through. Today's no different. Her breathing has already deepened, soft snores escaping as I work a knot near her shoulder blade. My body moves through the familiar motions, but my mind keeps drifting to this morning. Gerolf makes me happier than I've ever been, and I can't stop thinking about this morning. His hands on my skin in the shower, the way he looked at me like I was something precious, and even his promise to pick me up from work. I still can't believe everyone knows now. There's no more hiding, no more sneaking around. "Everything all right, dear?" Mrs. Henderson's voice startles me. I realize I've stopped moving, hands resting on her back. I lie right through my teeth, resuming the massage. "Sorry, just working out a particularly stubborn knot." She hums contentedly and drifts off again. Through the door, I can hear Mom and Fern chatting at the reception desk. It's been a slow morning, just 3 clients between us. Not unusual for a Monday. My phone vibrates on the side table. I glance over. Text from Gerolf. "Thinking about you. Stay safe, princess." Warmth spreads through my chest. This man who would terrify a random stranger on the street sends me sweet texts in the middle of the day. Mrs. Henderson's hour is almost up, and she's back to snoring again when I hear Mom's phone ring. The walls are thin enough that I catch her greeting. "Hey, Gwen, what's—" Silence. Then, "What? When?" The fear in her voice makes my hands still. Mrs. Henderson stirs but doesn't wake. "Are they—" Mom's voice cracks. "Okay, we're coming now." I'm already moving toward the door when it opens. Mom's face is pale, her usual composure cracked. "Astrid." Just my name, but the way she says it makes my stomach drop. "What happened?" She glances at Mrs. Henderson, still snoring away. "There's been an explosion at Kraken and Magnolia's house." The words don't compute at first. Explosion? House? Kraken, one of Dad's closest brothers. Magnolia, who taught me how to French braid when I was 12. Were they... I can't finish the sentence. "We don't know. We need to go to the clubhouse now." Fern appears behind her, already grabbing coats. "I'll handle Mrs. Henderson. Tell her we've got a gas leak. Need to evacuate immediately." I nod numbly, gently waking my client. "Mrs. Henderson, I'm so sorry, but we've just been notified of a gas leak in the building. We need to evacuate." She blinks groggily. "Oh my, is it serious?" "Just a precaution," Mom says smoothly, helping her sit up. "But we need everyone out now. We'll comp today's session and reschedule." Mrs. Henderson's session was almost up anyway, but it was nice of Mom to offer another one. It takes 10 minutes to get her out safely, and thank goodness she's the only client in the building. Mom's hands shake slightly as she locks up, the only sign of how scared she is. The drive to the clubhouse is tense. Fern's in the passenger seat, phone pressed to her ear as she fields calls. Mom's knuckles are white on the steering wheel. "What exactly happened?" I ask from the back seat. Gwen didn't have details, just that there was an explosion at their house this morning. The men are at the scene now. My phone buzzes. Geralf. "On scene at explosion. Stay with the others." The knot in my stomach tightens. If he's there, it's serious. "This is the Patriot," Fern says grimly, ending another call. "First the overdoses, now this." "But why Kraken?" I ask. "Why target him specifically?" Mom meets my eyes in the rearview mirror. "Because terror isn't about logic, honey. It's about fear. He couldn't get Tindra, so he's trying something else." I'm pissed as all hell. "But he killed Flora. When will enough be enough?" Fern glances back at me. "To men like him, enough will never be enough." When we arrive at the club, it's pure and utter craziness. Cars fill the lot, women and children streaming inside. The prospects on guard duty look focused as all hell, hands hovering near their barely concealed guns. Inside, the main room is already crowded. Gwen's organizing something in the kitchen with Starla. Dasha's bouncing baby Callie, trying to soothe her cries. "Thank God," Megan says as she sees us. "Any word?" Mom shakes her head. "Just that the men are at the scene." I spot Vale near the door, car keys in hand. She looks frazzled, which is really unusual for her. She works at the fire department with Gwen. "I'm getting the kids from school," she announces. The principal agreed to early release for them, given my reason on why I needed to pull them. "I'll make sandwiches," Starla says briskly. "We might be here a while." Everyone's moving around, trying to keep busy. This isn't the first club emergency we've ever had, and it won't be the last. I help where I can, setting up a play area for the younger kids, fetching water bottles, getting them snacks, and just trying to distract them from what's actually going on. 20 minutes later, Val returns with a carload of kids. Ingrid practically falls out of the car, followed by Tindra and Njal, one of Kraken's sons. "Astrid!" Ingrid rushes to me, and I catch the fear in her eyes before she blinks it away. "Hey," I murmur, pulling her into a hug. Neither of us mentions that both our boyfriends could be in danger. Njal seems oddly unconcerned as he joins the other kids. "Bjorn's gonna be in so much trouble." He laughs. "Told him Mom would find out he was faking sick." My blood runs cold. Bjorn stayed home? "Yeah, said his stomach hurt." Njal rolls his eyes. "But he was totally faking. Saw him playing video games when I left. I'm sure he wasn't even in the fucking house. Probably went to go get high with one of his buddies or something." Oh, God. If Bjorn was home when the explosion happened, I hope he wasn't home. I hope he's out smoking pot with some friends. "Astrid?" Mom touches my arm. "You okay?" "Yeah," I say automatically, then realize it's true. "Yeah, I am." She studies my face, and I wonder if she can see the truth there. That I'm not the same girl who would have been horrified by what's happened today. When I was younger, I hated all of this. But now I accept it. The next hour crawls by. Information trickles in through phone calls and texts, but it's not anything good. The sound of a car engine makes everyone freeze. Through the window, I see a familiar SUV pulling up to the gate. Crockin's. "They're here!" Someone shouts, and we surge toward the door. Crockin and Magnolia climb out, looking confused but unharmed. Magnolia smooths her dress, brow furrowed at the crowd gathered on the porch. "What's going on?" she asks. "Why is everyone here?" The silence that follows is deafening. How do you tell someone their home is gone? Fern steps forward, ever the matriarch. "Honey, there's been... your house." Crockin demands an answer.
"What about our house?"
"There was an explosion," Fern says gently. "This morning. Your house is... it's gone." The words hit Magnolia, and she staggers. Luckily, Crockin catches her arm. "My kids," she breathes. "Oh, God, where are my kids?" "Mom!" Niall pushes through the crowd, and she grabs him like a lifeline. "Niall, baby, you're okay." She's scanning faces frantically. "Where's Bjorn? Where's Everly?" The panic in her voice is contagious. Crockin's already on his phone, dialing. Once, twice, his face goes gray. "Neither of them are answering," he says. "Bjorn stayed home sick," Niall offers, "and Everly's car was in the driveway when I left." Magnolia's knees buckle. "No, no, no, no." A sound of a bike comes from the distance, quickly coming closer to the club. It's Rati, and Bodil lets him through the gate. Rati doesn't waste any time getting off his bike, coming right up to Crockin and Magnolia. He looks between the both of them. "We found them. They're being transported to County General." "Are they..." Crockin can't finish. "Alive," Rati confirms. "Everly's got some cuts and scrapes, but she's conscious. Bjorn..." He pauses, and I feel Ingrid's hand slip into mine. "He was thrown by the blast. Hit a tree. Fractured legs, burns across his back and arms. They're taking him straight to surgery. Medics said it's a possibility he could lose a leg, or both of them. But they're not surgeons." The sound Magnolia makes is inhuman. Pure, maternal anguish. She clutches Niall tighter, as if she might lose him, too. "We need to go," Crockin says. "Now." "I'll drive," Fern offers, keys in her hand. Within minutes, they're gone. Magnolia, Crockin, Niall, and Fern. "I want to go," Ingrid whispers beside me. "Bjorn, we're..." "I know," I murmur. "But it's only immediate family right now. We'll go later, okay?" She nods, tears sliding down her cheeks. 16 years old, and she's facing this, witnessing how horrible loving someone in this life can be. I know exactly how she feels. "You two, come help me in the kitchen," Mom says, and I follow gratefully. It's better for us to stay busy. We work in silence for a while, making sandwiches no one will eat, brewing coffee that'll go cold. Yet the ritual of it is soothing. I don't know how much time passes before the hum of bikes pass through the gate. I'm moving before I think, drawn to the door like a magnet. He's there, swinging off his bike, and even across the room I can see the darkness in his eyes. There's still blood under his fingernails. I know without asking whose it is. Our eyes meet, and he mouths, "Need to talk." Something's wrong. I can see it in the set of his shoulders, the grim line of his mouth. Runes' voice booms across the room.
Kirkja! All patches, now!
The men file toward the meeting room, faces serious. This is it. The war we've all been feeling coming. Things were serious with Tindra almost being kidnapped, and then with Flora's death. But now things are on an entirely different level. I watch Geralf disappear through the door, feeling the magnitude of what's happening here. Last night, I declared myself publicly. Today, I became a true old lady, waiting while my man handles club business, holding down the fort with the other ladies. Watching Magnolia's world shatter, I finally understand. Loving these men means accepting any day could bring heartache. And even though I'm terrified, I'm in this with him. I love Geralf, and I'll be here with him no matter what. The chapel door slams shut, leaving us women to wait once more. But this time, I'm not just the VP's daughter watching from the sidelines. I'm Geralf's woman. I'm part of this family in a way I never was before. And whatever comes next, whatever this war brings to our doorstep, I'll face it along with him, because this is who I am now, who I choose to be. The Patriot has added fuel to the fire, but now the club is going to burn down his entire world.
Chapter 13. Geralf. The chapel doors close behind me with a heavy thud, sealing all of the available full patch and officers inside. My hands still throb from beating Lochin's skull in, and despite scrubbing them raw, I swear I can still feel his blood under my fingernails. The hammer's weight, the wet crunch of bone, the way his threats about Astrid cut off mid-sentence, it all plays on repeat in my mind. Good fucking riddance. I take my usual spot at the table, not at the head with the officers, but close enough to hear everything clearly. The energy in the room is much different today. Usually there's some bullshitting before Runes calls us to order, brothers catching up, trading insults. Today, we're all silent, waiting. The weight of what's happened, Flora's death, the overdoses, now Kraken's family, sits heavy on every shoulder. Tor sits across from me, jaw clenched tight. Magnus drums his fingers on the table, a nervous habit I've rarely seen from him. Runes doesn't make us wait long. He rises from his seat at the head of the table, and the temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. His weathered face shows every year of his life, every fight, every moment of stress that's plagued him. But it's his eyes that make my blood run cold. Crystal clear blue, but burning with rage I've never seen before. "Brothers," he begins, then stops. His fist comes down on the table hard enough to make beer bottles jump. "Enough is enough!" The roar echoes off the walls. I've seen Runes angry before, but this is different. This is the rage of a man who's watched children get hurt, families terrorized. This is the fury of a president who's had his kingdom attacked one too many times. "They come for my family, trying to steal my damn granddaughter," he continues, his voice dropping to something more dangerous than shouting. "They target our children. They blow up our homes. Flora is dead. Rio's daughters grow up without a mother. Now Bjorn, 16 fucking years old, is fighting for his life because these cockroaches think they can break us." The room is dead silent. "We end this now," Runes declares. "Not next week, not when it's convenient. Now." Rati leans forward, his scarred knuckles white as he grips the edge of the table. "What's the plan?" "Complete lockdown. Runes declares. Every family, every woman, every child stays here at the clubhouse until this threat is eliminated. No exceptions. Murmurs ripple through the room. Lockdown means exactly what it sounds like, turning our clubhouse into a fucking fortress. It means families crammed together, kids missing school, businesses shut down. It means we're admitting this war has come to our doorstep. What about the spa, the bar? Dag asks, always thinking about the money, our treasurer. We shut everything down, we lose revenue. The Patriot wins without firing another shot. Everything closes except Bubba's. Fenrir speaks up from his VP spot. We need to maintain some appearance of normalcy, keep revenue flowing. But the spa, it goes dark until this is over. Magnolia and Aziza need to shut things down too. Granted, I'm certain Magnolia will have things closed given what's happened. I'll make sure Aziza shuts down the bakery. Not gonna have my old lady or our kids get hurt. Now, Bubba's. Are our people working there? Azir asks. They get paid, Rune says firmly. Nobody suffers because we're at war. We take care of our own. And the Patriot? Magnus asks the question we're all thinking. We just gonna sit here playing defense while he plans his next move? Rune's smile is death itself. We hunt him down like the rabid dog he is. Every connection, every associate, every fucking penny he's got, we destroy it all. This isn't retaliation anymore, brothers. This is extermination. The room erupts in agreement. Fists pound the table, voices raise in support. I catch Fenrir watching me from across the table. For the first time since he found out about Astrid and me, he doesn't look like he wants to tear my throat out. He nods once, acknowledgement, maybe even approval. Probably because I turned Locken's skull into hamburger meat for threatening his daughter. Assignments. Runes continues once the noise dies down. Ivar, you're coordinating compound security. 24/7 coverage, rotating shifts. Nobody gets in or out without our say-so. Ivar nods, already making mental calculations. I'll need at least 6 men per shift. 2 on the gates, 2 on the perimeter, and 2 floating. Take who you need. Runes approves. Prospects included. This is all hands on deck. Kraken. Runes stops, remembering. Shit. Tor, you take point on gathering intel. I want to know everything about the Patriot's operations. Where he eats, where he shits, who he's fucking, everything. On it, Tor confirms. I've already got feelers out. That warehouse explosion last month, word is he lost a major shipment. He's hurtin' for product. Might make him desperate. Good. Desperate means sloppy. Runes turns to Magnus. You're handling supplies. We don't know how long the families will be here. Food, medical supplies, whatever we need. Consider it done. I'll coordinate with the old ladies, get a full inventory. Might need to make some bulk runs. The assignments continue. Every brother gets a role, a purpose in this war. Vanir takes communications, burner phones, encrypted messages. Logi handles weapons inventory. When Runes looks at me, I straighten. Geralf, you're on protection detail for the families. Work with Ivar on security rotations and... He pauses, glancing at Fenrir. You're personally responsible for the VP's family. The weight of that settles on my shoulders. Not just Astrid, but Fenrir, Charm, Ingrid. The whole family is under my protection. It feels like a test and a blessing at the same time. Understood, I say simply. Communication goes dark, Runes adds, burner phones only. No personal cells, no traceable calls. The Patriot's got eyes and ears everywhere. We don't give him shit to work with. What about medical emergencies? Izir asks. If someone needs a hospital. We cross that bridge when we come to it, Rune says, but nobody travels alone. Always in pairs, always armed. And Kraken? Emil asks. He's been quiet until now, but his concern for his brother is evident. His family's at the hospital. They'll have security, Runes assures him. Geralf put together a detail. Nobody goes near that hospital room without our permission. I'll take care of it, I promise. Runes looks around the table one more time. This isn't just another beef, brothers. This is survival. The Patriot wants us destroyed. Our family's dead, our legacy erased. We don't give him that satisfaction. Questions? Silence. We all understand how serious this is. Good. Then let's get to work. Brothers, we're at war. Act like it. The gavel slams down, officially ending Kirkja. We file out, each man focused on his assigned tasks. The weight of what we're facing sits heavy on every shoulder. This isn't just club business anymore. This is about protecting everything we've built, everyone we love. The main room is complete chaos when I emerge. Word has already spread about the lockdown. Women are organizing sleeping arrangements while kids run around, excited by the sudden sleepover that their parents are trying to spin this as. Prospects are already hauling in cots and sleeping bags from storage in every brother's room. Thank fuck we have the room here to even have all the families stay. Astrid's by the kitchen, helping her mother move supplies. She looks up when she sees me, worry clear in those sage-green eyes. I cross to her, not giving a shit who sees anymore. She sets down a box of canned goods. What's happening? Lockdown, I tell her, pulling her slightly aside. Everyone stays here until we deal with the Patriot. Your mom and Fern are closing the spa for a few days. She nods without argument. 3 months ago, she might have protested, might have insisted on maintaining her independence. Now she understands when things are necessary. Her voice is barely above a whisper. How bad is it? Bad enough, I admit, but we'll handle it. We always do. I need to. I start, but Emil appears at my shoulder. Geralf, got a minute? I glance at Astrid, who nods and returns to helping her mother. Emil leads me to a quieter corner near the hallway that leads to the offices. What's up? He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so like his father's it's almost funny. I wanted to... Fuck. I'm shit at this. He meets my eyes. Thank you. For killing Locken. For protecting my sister when I couldn't. His words surprise me. Last time we talked about Astrid, he wanted to put me in the ground. I heard what that piece of shit said before you put him down, Emil continues. About hurting Astrid. Making her suffer. His jaw clenches. I should have been the one to handle it. She's my sister, but you didn't hesitate. Never would, I tell him honestly. I was wrong about you two, he continues. Seeing how you handled that piece of shit, how you've stepped up today, she's safe with you. That's all that matters. He extends his hand. I clasp it, feeling the dam of tension breaking. We're good now. Really good. I'll always protect her, I promise. I know, he says simply. That's why I'm not pissed anymore. Well, that and Dad would probably kill us both if we kept fighting. Before I can respond, Tor appears. Geralf, why aren't you at the fucking hospital? Kraken's family needs security. You put together the detail yet? I nod, already moving. Leaving now. Emil, come with me. Right behind you. I gather a small crew quickly. Magnus, Rio, Hakon, and Bodil. 6 brothers should be enough to lock down a hospital wing. As we gear up, I pull each man aside, making sure they understand the stakes. This isn't just guard duty, I tell them. The Patriot already hit Kraken's family once. He might try to finish the job. Rio's face hardens at that. He knows better than anyone what it's like to lose family to this war. The ride there is tense, everyone looking for potential threats. Every car that passes too close gets scrutinized. Every pedestrian who looks too long becomes suspicious. We ride in together, bikes rumbling through the city streets like a warning. The hospital is a maze of white corridors and smells too much like antiseptic for my liking. We find Kraken's family on the surgical floor. Magnolia's in the waiting room, clinging to Njal like he might disappear. Her usually perfectly styled hair is disheveled, makeup streaked with tears. Kraken paces the hallway, phone pressed to his ear, barking orders to someone. "How is he?" I ask, approaching carefully. Kraken's jaw tightens. "Still in surgery. 6 hours now." He looks exhausted, aged 10 years in a single morning. "They won't tell us shit except he's critical." Fuck. That's not good. Magnus takes the elevators with Rio, making sure no one comes up without our knowledge. Hakon and Bodil cover the stairwell and parking garage. I stay with the family, coordinating via text. Everly's in a nearby room getting stitched up. Through the open door I can see her, Kraken's adopted niece, barely 21, with bandages on her arms and a shell-shocked expression. She's always been tough, working at the fire department with Gwen and Vale as an EMT, but this has shaken her to her core. "I'll talk to her," I tell Kraken. He nods absently, still focused on his phone calls. I knock on the doorframe, and Everly looks up. "Hey, you okay?" She laughs, but it's brittle, almost hysterical. "Define okay. My house exploded, my little brother might die, and I can't stop shaking." I enter the room, taking the chair beside her bed. A nurse finishes applying the last bandage and quietly exits. "You want to tell me what happened?" Her hands shake as she recounts the morning. "I heard something outside, like scratching at Bjorn's window. When I went to check..." She pauses, swallowing hard. "There was a man there, placing something under the windowsill." "Can you describe him?" "Tall, thin, dark hair, maybe 40. He had this scar on his neck, like someone tried to cut his throat once." Her eyes are distant, reliving the moment. "When he saw me watching, he smiled, like he wanted me to see." I know that description. Marcus, who we know is one of the Patriots' generals, right hands, or whatever the fuck you want to call him. He's former military, specializes in explosives. The kind of man who takes pride in his work. "I tried to warn Bjorn," she continues, tears starting. "Screamed for him to get out. But the explosion, it happened so fast. I was by the door, got thrown into the hallway, but Bjorn was deeper in the room. He took the full blast." "Not your fault," I tell her firmly. "You hear me? This is on the Patriot, not you." She nods, but I can see she doesn't believe it. Survivor's guilt is a bitch, and she'll be carrying this for a long time. The door opens, and Astrid enters with Ingrid. I told them to stay at the clubhouse, but I'm not surprised they didn't listen. "Where's Njal?" Ingrid searches my face, then looks around the room. I point across the hall. "Waiting room is over there, little one." Ingrid whips her head around and spots the rest of Bjorn's family, leaving the three of us here. Njal spots her and greets her at the entrance of the waiting room. I assume she's asking about Bjorn, wanting to know what's going on. "Still in surgery," Njal tells her, and he puts an arm around Ingrid's shoulders. A brotherly gesture, or so it seems. "He's strong, Ingrid. He'll pull through. I know how much you mean to my brother." The words are innocent enough, but something in Ingrid's reaction makes me look twice. The way she leans into Njal's arms, the tears that spring to her eyes. There's more than just a friendship concern, if you ask me, but I file it away for later. Not my business, and we've got bigger problems right now. Astrid catches my eye, and I can see the question there. I give her a small shake of my head. No news yet. The next couple of hours crawl by. I coordinate security rotations via my burner phone, check in with the clubhouse, and keep an eye on Kraken's family. Astrid stays close to Magnolia, offering her some quiet comfort. It's a side of her I haven't seen much. The caretaker, the one who holds others together while they fall apart. Ingrid hasn't left Njal's side, both teenagers trying to be strong for each other. I catch snippets of their conversation, memories of Bjorn, stupid shit he's done, trouble he's gotten into. Normal kid stuff that might be lost forever. Finally, a surgeon emerges. He looks exhausted, scrubs rumpled, and my gut clenches at his expression. That's not the face of someone bringing good news. "Stromberg family?" Magnolia shoots to her feet. "I'm his mother. How is he? How's my baby boy?" The surgeon's voice is gentle, but he speaks from a clinical perspective. "Bjorn made it through surgery. However, the damage to his left leg was too extensive. We had to amputate below the knee." The sound Magnolia makes could shatter glass. She collapses, and Kraken catches her, his own face carved from stone. But I see his hands shake, see the way his throat works as he swallows his own grief. Additionally, he has second- and third-degree burns across 30% of his body, primarily on his back and arms. He'll need multiple skin grafts, months of physical therapy. But he's young, strong. He'll adapt. Adapt. Like losing a leg at 16 is something you just adapt to. Like waking up missing a piece of yourself is just another teenage hurdle. Ingrid makes a choked sound, and now I'm certain there's more between her and Bjorn than anyone knows. The grief in her eyes isn't just for a friend. It's deeper, more personal. Njal holds her while she cries, whispering words I can't hear. "When can we see him?" Kraken asks, barely able to keep his voice steady. "He'll be in recovery for several hours. Limited visitors at first." The surgeon pauses. "He's lucky to be alive. A few feet closer to the window." He doesn't finish, but he doesn't need to. We all know what would have happened. After the surgeon leaves, we sit in stunned silence. This is what war with the Patriot means. "I want him dead," Magnolia says suddenly, her voice raw. "The Patriot. I want him to suffer like my baby's suffering right now." "He will," Kraken promises. "That's a fucking guarantee." My phone buzzes. It's Runes. "Any updates for me?" I text back. "Surgeon just came out. Bjorn is alive, but lost his leg." His response is immediate. "Bring them back when they're able. Clubhouse is secure, and notify them of what the plan is." But we wait. There's no rushing this. No pushing a mother away from her injured child. I give Kraken the rundown of how Runes wants to handle this, and he nods, understanding it's safer for everyone at the clubhouse. 2 hours later, they finally let Magnolia and Kraken see Bjorn. The rest of us wait in the waiting room, but I keep my eyes on the hallway. watching, waiting to see if anyone has the balls to show up here today. When Magnolia and Kraken finally come back, Magnolia looks broken. Kraken's aged another decade in those 20 minutes.
"He's sleeping now,"
Magnolia whispers.
"All those machines. He looks so small."
"He's tough," I tell her, meaning it. She nods absently, not really hearing me. Shock does that, makes everything distant, unreal. "You should head back," Kraken says finally to Magnolia and Njal, even Everly. "Nothing more you can do here tonight. I'll stay back here, watch things." Magnolia shakes her head. "There isn't any way in hell I'm not going to be here with my son. So you can go fuck yourself if you think I'm leaving him." Njal speaks up next. "I don't want to leave either." Kraken sighs, frustration bubbling at the surface. "This isn't up for discussion. You're going back to the club and, like hell I am." Magnolia's pissed now, and we can all see it. "Geralf, take Astrid, Ingrid, and Everly back to the clubhouse. Let Runes know Kraken and I have it for now. Leave a couple of the others around if you want, but take the girls home for me, please." I nod, knowing better than to argue with Mags. She's a damn force to be reckoned with. "You heard her, ladies," I speak up, looking at the three of them. Ingrid doesn't want to leave Njal's side, but she has to. Everly looks a little sore, bandages over her arms from the burns she's got, but they're not nearly as bad as her brother's injuries. I grab Astrid's hand as the group of us heads into the hallway. "Princess, do you mind if Everly rides with you and Ingrid? I'll be right behind you the whole way back." She shakes her head.
"No, of course not."
I get the girls back to the clubhouse and park my bike. As I'm getting off, I hear Ingrid talking to the girls.
"He's going to hate it."
Ingrid's voice is full of emotion.
"The prosthetic. He's going to hate people looking at him differently."
"Then we make sure they don't," Astrid says firmly. "He's still Bjorn. Still the same annoying kid who puts hot sauce in everything and cheats at poker."
"Still your boyfriend,"
Everly adds quietly. Ingrid goes rigid. I even spot Astrid's eyes widen. Ingrid swallows hard, almost rendered speechless.
"How did you—"
"Please," Everly scoffs weakly.
"You two aren't exactly subtle. The way you look at each other. Does anyone else know?"
Ingrid asks, panic in her voice.
"I don't think so. You've been careful around the adults."
Fenrir's youngest daughter is dating Kraken's son. That's going to be interesting when it comes out. But right now, we've got bigger problems. The clubhouse has transformed in our absence. All of the cots and sleeping bags are gone, likely in everyone's assigned rooms. There's a kids' area with games and books, and the television is on some kids' show for the little ones. I spot Starla and Aziza in the kitchen with Reyna, all working together to get snacks and meals prepared for everyone. A few of the other old ladies are watching the kids, and Dasha's even here.
"Holy shit,"
Ingrid breathes, taking it all in.
"Language,"
Astrid says automatically, but there's no heat in it. I find Ivar coordinating guard rotations by the main entrance. "How's it looking?" "Secure as we can make it," he reports. 2-man teams, 4-hour shifts. Nobody gets within 50 yards without us knowing about it. "Where do you need me?" I ask. "Take the midnight shift with Veneer and Oscar. But first, Runes wants to chat." I head down the hall until I'm at Runes and Fenrir's office. The second I walk through the door, Runes looks up. "How's the kid?" "Alive. Lost his left leg below the knee. Extensive burns. He'll make it, but..." I shrug. What else is there to say? I tell him everything Everly told me when she was in the hospital, about Marcus at her window, about the way he fucking smiled at her. I don't leave any details out. "Fucking animals," Fenrir mutters, "targeting children. He's hiding, Tor continues. After today's explosion, he's vanished. Not at any of his usual spots. Phones are dead. Even his lieutenants can't reach him. Cockroach, Fenrir spits, always slips through the cracks. We'll find him, Rune says with certainty. Start with what we can hit. His drug operations, money laundering, protection rackets. We dismantle his empire piece by piece until he's got nowhere left to hide. It's a solid plan, but something tells me the Patriot won't make it that easy. He's not some street-level thug. He's organized, connected, and playing a long game none of us fully understand yet. The small meeting we're having breaks up, and I find Astrid on the back deck, staring out at the dark property beyond our fence line. She's changed into jeans and one of my hoodies. It hangs huge on her, making her look smaller, more vulnerable. "How you holding up?" I ask, wrapping my arms around her from behind. She leans into me.
Bjorn lost his leg. Ingrid's devastated. Families are in the clubhouse for God knows how long. How do you think I'm holding up?
Fair point, and I don't say a word.
How long do you think this will last?
She asks quietly. Until we end him, I promise, meaning it. However long that takes. She turns in my arms, looking up at me.
And if he keeps slipping away? If he's always one step ahead?
I don't have an answer for that. The Patriot's already proven he's no ordinary threat. He's smart, connected, and completely fucking ruthless. But I can't tell her that. I can't admit that we're having issues. We'll get him, I say finally. We have to. She nods, but I can see the doubt in her eyes. We stand there in the dark, holding each other, while our family prepares for war behind us. I think this goes without saying, but I want you in my room tonight. I murmur against her ear. Want you close.
There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Chapter 14. Astrid. Morning light filters through the window of Geralf's room onto our bed, a reminder that we have to buck up and face the day. He's already on guard duty, has been since 4 a.m. It's the 4th day of lockdown, and we're all starting to feel it. Kids are getting restless, adults are on edge, and somewhere out there, the Patriot is still planning his next move. I stretch, muscles aching from sleeping on this lumpy mattress. I really need to convince Geralf we need to get a new one. He's probably had this thing since he prospected with the club. Ew, I wish I didn't think that. But waking up in Geralf's space, surrounded by his scent, makes it worth it. At least we're safe, and we're together. The smell of his leather and cologne clings to the sheets, reminding me of last night when he held me close, his arms creating a protective shield around me. The distant sound of children's laughter pulls me from my thoughts. It's Halloween, and today's the day we've been planning for, the one bright spot in this nightmare we're living. The kids deserve some normalcy, even if it's stuck between these 4 walls. I pull on jeans and one of Geralf's t-shirts, a black Harley one that hangs on me, hitting mid-thigh. Everyone knows about us now anyway, might as well be comfortable. I head into his ensuite bathroom. My reflection in his small mirror shows how exhausted I am. I wish I could stay in bed all day. But I can't. We have to make this day special for the kids. The main room is already busy as hell when I emerge from our room. Halloween decorations are covering every surface, even more so than they were a couple of weeks ago. It's like they threw up more Halloween stuff while I was sleeping. but they honestly could have for the kids. Plastic skeletons now dangle from the ceiling, carved pumpkins line the bar. Orange and black streamers twist from the overhead beams. Someone's even managed to rig up a smoke machine in the corner, creating an eerie fog effect. "Morning, honey." Mom appears at my elbow, handing me a mug of blessed caffeine. She's wearing an orange sweater with a bedazzled black cat on it. Festive, but practical. "Sleep okay?" "As well as anyone can on those mattresses," I admit, taking a grateful sip. The coffee's strong enough to wake the dead, just how I need it. She smiles knowingly. "I'm sure the company helped." Heat floods my cheeks, but I don't deny it. "Where do you need me?" "Kitchen first. We're making Halloween treats with the kids later, but I need help planning the party schedule." She glances around the room, where children are already racing around in various states of dress. Little Zader has his Superman cape on backwards, while Tove toddles after him in a princess dress. Lord knows we need to keep them occupied. I follow her to the kitchen, where Starla's already organizing supplies. The counter is covered in bags of candy, cookie cutters, frosting tubes, and every orange and black sprinkle known to man. Aziza's at the stove, the smell of pumpkin spice wafting from whatever she's baking. As the club's baking mastermind, she's got any baked good covered. Fern sits at the table with a clipboard, ever the organizer. "Astrid, perfect timing," Fern says without looking up. "We need someone to run the costume contest. Rune's agreed to judge." "Really?" I can't hide my surprise. I would never think Runes would want to judge a kids' contest like this. "He's got a soft spot for the kids," she says with a knowing smile. "Plus, it gives the men something normal to focus on. Gods knows they need the distraction." Normal. That word keeps coming up. Like if we say it enough, it'll be true. Like if we pretend hard enough, we're not trapped in a clubhouse while a madman hunts our families. I spot Ingrid by the coffee pot, staring at her phone with red-rimmed eyes. She's dressed in jeans and a black sweater, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She looks younger than her 16 years, vulnerable in a way that makes my heart ache. "Hey," I say softly, approaching my sister. "You okay?" She shrugs, not looking up from her phone. "Y'all says Bjorn had a rough night. The pain is really bad. He kept screaming." My heart aches for her. 16 years old and dealing with her boyfriend's life-changing injury, though most people still don't know they're together. "Dad's going to the hospital later," I tell her. "Maybe you can go with him." "It's family only," she says bitterly. "I'm not family." "You are to Bjorn," I remind her. "And that's what matters." "Try telling that to the hospital staff," she mutters. "Or to our parents. If they knew about us, they'd understand," I say, though I'm not entirely sure that's true. Love doesn't follow rules. She gives me a look that's far too knowing for her age. "Like you and Geralf?" Before I can respond, Everly appears in the doorway. She looks better than she did at the hospital. The bandages on her arms are smaller now, and there's color back in her cheeks. She's wearing a long-sleeved shirt to cover the worst of her healing burns. "Morning, everyone," she says, grabbing a mug. "What can I help with?" "You should be resting," Starla chides, but Everly waves her off. "I've rested enough. I need to keep busy." Her eyes are haunted despite her cheerful tone. Survivor's guilt is a bitch. Besides, it's Halloween. Can't let the kids down. Actually, I say, getting an idea. Want to help me inventory the candy? Make sure we have enough for tonight? She nods gratefully, and we head to the storage room where boxes of Halloween candy are stacked. It's quieter here, away from the chaos of the main room. The storage room smells like dust mixed with beer, cleaner, and fried food. A unique scent, if I say so. How are you really doing? I ask once we're alone, settling on a crate across from her. Everly sighs, fiddling with a bag of fun-sized Snickers. Honestly, I don't know. Every time I close my eyes, I see that man at Bjorn's window. Keep thinking if I'd been faster, if I'd realized what he was doing sooner. Stop, I say firmly. This isn't on you. The Patriot did this, not you. She nods, but I can see she doesn't fully believe it. We work in silence for a few minutes, counting candy bars and sorting different types into bowls. The repetitive motion is soothing, almost meditative. Can I tell you something? She asks suddenly, not meeting my eyes. Of course. A blush creeps up her cheeks. I've been seeing someone. A new guy. It's only been a few weeks, but I really like him. That's great, I say, genuinely happy for her. After everything she's been through, she deserves some happiness. What's his name? Dylan Mitchell, she says, and my stomach drops. I know that name, Dylan Mitchell. Hangs around the club sometimes, deals pot to college kids. Is a local who's been here for as long as I've been alive. Hell, he might be a year or two older than me. More importantly, he's got a reputation for treating women like shit. I've heard the stories from other girls, seen the bruises they try to hide. Be careful with him, I say slowly, trying to keep my voice neutral. He's got a bit of a reputation. Everly's face hardens slightly. People said the same thing about the guys in the club. Doesn't mean it's true. This is different, I insist. Dylan's been known to... To what? She interrupts. Be rough? Dangerous? Like every other guy who hangs around here? She shakes her head. He treats me great, Astrid. He's gentle, sweet. Maybe people just don't know the real him. I want to argue, but I recognize the defensiveness in her tone. I used it plenty when people warned me about lock-in. Sometimes you have to learn the hard way. Just be careful, okay? I say finally. And if you need anything, I know. She softens. Thanks, I need something good right now, you know? After everything that's happened. I understand that need more than she knows. We finish counting candy in silence, but worry gnaws at me. Dylan Mitchell is bad news. But Everly's right. She needs something positive to focus on. I just hope she doesn't get hurt in the process. When we return to the main room, I spot Geralf near the entrance, finishing his guard shift. He looks exhausted, dark circles under those ice-blue eyes, but they light up when he sees me. His cut hangs open over a gray Henley, and I can see the edge of his skull tattoo peeking out from the collar. "Morning, Princess," he murmurs as I approach. "Morning yourself." I glance around, then steal a quick kiss. He tastes like coffee and cigarettes. Tired? Nothing coffee won't fix. His hand finds my hip, thumb stroking through the fabric. How's the party planning? You know, crazy, I admit. But the kids are excited. He nods, then leans closer, voice dropping. We hit one of the Patriots' drug houses last night. Got some good intel, but the bastard himself is still in the wind. My blood runs cold. I had no idea he was out on a run before his guard shift. Then again, he probably didn't want to wake me. I know the club is still actively hunting the Patriot, even though we're the lockdown, but hearing it confirmed makes it real. Anyone hurt? Nah, they scattered like roaches when we showed up. His expression darkens a bit, but we're getting closer. He can't hide forever. Before I can respond, Kraken appears in the doorway. He looks like he's been run over, like he hasn't slept in days. His usually neat beard is unkempt, his clothes wrinkled. The entire room seems to pause, everyone wondering about Bjorn. Fern approaches quickly. How is he? Awake, angry, in pain. Kraken rubs his face. The pain is killing him. Docs say it's normal, but... He trails off, shoulders slumping. He keeps reaching for his leg, the one that's not there anymore. The words hang heavy in the air. Several of the women tear up, and I see Ingrid's face crumple from across the room. Mom comes over, speaking to him gently. Magnolia's still with him? Won't leave his side. Logie and Magnus are on guard duty there now. He glances around the decorated room, and for a moment, his expression softens. This is good. The kids need this. Niall's in the game room, Fern tells him. He's been asking about his brother. Kraken nods and heads off to find his other son. I notice Ingrid watching him go, longing written all over her face. She wants to ask about Bjorn, but knows it's not her place. The secret they've been keeping is killing her. I'll be back, I tell Geralf, squeezing his hand. I search the clubhouse until I find what I'm looking for. My father in the office, going over some paperwork. Probably security rotations or something else I'm not supposed to know about. They look up when I knock. What is it, baby girl? Dad asks, immediately alert. Even after all these years, he still goes into protective mode at the slightest sign of trouble. Ingrid needs to see Bjorn. I say simply. She's falling apart. Dad's expression hardens. It's family only at the hospital. You know the rules. She is family to him, I argue. Dad, please, I catch myself before revealing their secret. They're close. She needs to see him. Runes and Dad exchange a look I can't read. I'll talk to Kraken, Dad says finally. See what we can do. Thank you, I say, relief flooding through me. But as I turn to leave, I hear them continue their conversation. What about Marcus? Dad asks, his voice dropping. We know where he drinks. My blood runs cold. Marcus, the man Everly saw at Bjorn's window. I freeze just outside the door, knowing I shouldn't listen, but I can't bring myself to move. Tonight, I hear Geralf's voice and realize he's entered the room through the other door. During the party, kids will be distracted. I want answers. Dad growls. That explosion nearly killed 2 club kids. My daughter's friend is missing a leg because of that bastard. He'll talk, Geralf promises. They always do when we have him downstairs. The casual way he says it makes me shiver. I know what happens in the basement, have known since I was old enough to understand what the club really does. But hearing them plan it so coldly while children's laughter echoes from the main room, I back away before they notice me, mind racing. They're going to grab Marcus tonight while we're throwing a Halloween party for the kids. Gods, what kind of world do we really live in? I need to find Geralf alone, I don't know what, confirm what I heard, beg him to be careful, accept that this is who we are. I wait near his room, and when he emerges from the office, I grab his hand and pull him inside without a word. Astrid, what? Shut up, I hiss, pushing him inside and closing the door. His eyebrows raise, but I see heat flare in those ice blue eyes. What's wrong? I heard you, I say, pressing him against the door. Planning to grab Marcus tonight. His expression doesn't change. You shouldn't have been listening. I'm part of this now, I remind him. You're a woman, remember? Something dangerous flashes in his eyes. Min. He agrees, hands finding my hips, pulling me closer. The fear and anger I've been holding shifts into something else, something desperate and needy. The thought of him going out there hunting dangerous men while kids watch Halloween movies and have skeleton finger treats. Be careful tonight, I breathe, then crush my lips to his. He responds immediately, hands sliding under my shirt as he spins us, pressing me against the door. The kiss is desperate, almost violent in its intensity. I taste his dedication to the club, his darkness, his promise to come back to me. Always am. He growls against my neck, then bites down gently. I gasp, arching into him. Liar. His hands are everywhere, pushing up my shirt, unfastening my jeans. There's no gentleness now, just need, just the desperate desire to connect before he goes into something dangerous tonight. Gotta be quick, he mutters, lifting me. I wrap my legs around his waist, feeling him hard against me through our clothes. Then stop talking, I demand. He chuckles darkly, then captures my mouth again as he fumbles with his own zipper. When he enters me in one smooth thrust, we both groan. The door rattles slightly, and I know anyone passing by could hear, but I don't care. Quiet, he warns, though his own control is shredding right in front of me. I bite my lip, muffling the sounds that want to escape as he moves. It's fast, desperate, perfect. My back hits the door with each thrust, the sound masked by the chaos from the main room. Promise me, I gasp. Promise you'll come back. Always, he growls, pace increasing. Fuck, Astrid, I'll always come back to you. I'm close, embarrassingly fast, the emotion and danger heightening everything. When his thumb finds my clit, I shatter, biting his shoulder to muffle my cry. He follows immediately, whispering my name against my ear. We stay pressed against the door for a moment, both panting. Reality creeps back in. The party to plan, the run he's going on tonight, the constant danger surrounding us. I love you, I whisper. He pulls back to look at me, expression serious. Love you too, princess. More than you know. We clean up quickly and slip back out separately. The main room has transformed even more in our absence. Streamers now joining the cobwebs, a haunted house corner set up with sheets and spooky sounds. The rest of the day passes in a blur. Kids try on costumes, running around like superheroes and princesses. We set up carnival games, ring toss, beanbag throw, bobbing for apples. The prospects help while still making sure the club is secure, looking slightly ridiculous in their costumes while armed. Ulf makes a convincing Viking, though the gun on his hip ruins the historical accuracy. By mid-afternoon, the transformation is complete. The clubhouse looks like a proper Halloween party venue, complete with themed snacks and spooky music. Aziza's made cookies shaped like bats and pumpkins, while Starla's created a witch's brew punch that bubbles the entire time thanks to dry ice. As the evening approaches, the party kicks into high gear. Music fills the clubhouse, kids shrieking with delight as they play games and show off costumes. Even the brothers seem to relax, playing with the children, trying to have a good time, even though things are so tense right now. I watch Geralf with the little ones, struck by how gentle he is. He's got Florencia on his shoulders, Rio's daughter squealing as he pretends to be a monster. Mom appears beside me with a tray of cupcakes. He's good with kids. Yeah, I agree softly, imagining a future where our own children ride on his shoulders. You two talked about having any? My cheeks heat. Mom! She laughs. Just wondering. You're not getting any younger. We're in the middle of a war, and I'm 24. There's plenty of time, I remind her. There's always a war, she laughs. Can't put life on hold forever. Before I can respond, Magnolia arrives from the hospital. She looks exhausted, but determined to be here, still wearing the same clothes from a few days ago. Her usually perfect makeup is gone, her eyes red from crying. I walk up to her. It's good to see you. How's Bjorn holding up? Asking for Ingrid, she says, and my sister's head snaps up from across the room. Doctor said she can visit tonight, only for 30 minutes. Ingrid practically flies across the room. Really? Magnolia nods, managing a small smile. He needs to see you. The joy on my sister's face is beautiful and heartbreaking. Young love in the middle of all this chaos. As they prepare to leave, I notice the brothers starting to gather subtly. Dad, Emil, Oscar, Tor, and Geralf exchange looks, like they're getting ready to head out for the night. The party continues around them, but I see the shift, from family men to hunters. The night goes on, kids crashing from sugar highs, movies playing on the big screen. Perfect cover for what's about to happen. I watch as the men prepare, each man checking weapons discreetly, focusing on the battle they're about to bring to the Patriot and his men, and this Marcus fellow. I find Geralf in our room, strapping on weapons. His movements come second nature to him, sliding a knife in his boot, checking the gun at his hip, and he puts another under his arm. I don't know what it is, but him strapping up with all of these weapons changes him. He's no longer the gentle man I saw with the kids. Now he's a predator, a monster the club summons whenever we're being attacked. So you'll bring that guy to the basement? I ask quietly. He nods, checking his gun's chamber. Yep, straight there after we're done. And then we get answers. His eyes meet mine. About the explosion, about their plans, about everything. I cross to him, straightening his cut. The leather is worn soft from years of wear, the patches telling the story of his time in the club. Give me something to come back to, he murmurs, echoing my earlier words. I kiss him deeply, pouring everything into it. Love, fear, even praying to the gods he'll come back to me safe and sound. I follow him to the main room, watching as the hunting party gathers. Dad, my brothers, Tor, Geralf, they all head out, saying goodbye to their women if they have any, and disappear into the night. As soon as they're gone, I notice the children sleeping peacefully while Hocus Pocus plays on the TV, sleeping in piles like puppies. This is our life, has always been our life, but seeing it like this is making anxiety coil in my gut. The kids had their Halloween magic, complete with candy and costumes and games, but I know what real darkness waits outside our walls, and it unsettles me. Tonight, my family will drag one of those monsters into our basement, and by morning, we'll have answers, or we'll have another body to dispose of. And I'm okay with that, because this is who we are, who I am now. And when Geralf comes back with blood on his knuckles and answers the club needs, I'll be waiting for him with open arms. Just like the woman I've become, just like a true old lady should.
Chapter 15. Geralf. The neon sign of Murphy's Bar flickers weakly in the rain-soaked night. Marcus drinks here every Friday like clockwork, a habit that's about to bite him in the ass. I sit in the van with Tor, Emil, and Oscar, watching the entrance through the downpour. Kraken's in the driver's seat, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "There," Tor murmurs, nodding toward the door. Marcus stumbles out, fishing in his pocket for keys. He's tall, thin, with that distinctive scar on his neck Everly described. The man who planted a bomb that stole a 16-year-old kid's leg. Kraken's voice is deadly calm. "Let's move." We flood from the van like shadows. Marcus doesn't even see us coming until Tor's arm wraps around his throat from behind. A quick struggle, a muffled shout, and then he goes limp from the chokehold. We load him into the van in under 30 seconds. There aren't any witnesses, nor do we have any complications. Just another drunk disappearing into the night. Kraken drives while we secure Marcus in the back, Emil sitting beside him. His eyes flutter open as we pull away from the bar, and panic sets in when he realizes he's surrounded by the Raiders of Valhalla. "Fuck," he breathes, trying to sit up, even though we've bound his hands. "Look, whatever this is about, shut your fucking mouth," Kraken says from the front seat, not even turning around. "Save your breath. You'll need it for all the screaming you'll do tonight." The drive to the clubhouse is silent, except for Marcus's ragged breathing. He knows who we are, knows what's coming, and I'm certain he knows the consequences of his actions. Marcus starts struggling again as we pull into the clubhouse garage. His eyes go wide when he sees the basement door. Everyone in our world knows what happens in the basements of clubs. "Please," he starts, but Kraken backhands him hard enough to split his lip. "Save it," Kraken growls. "You'll be begging plenty soon enough." The basement is ready for us. Heavy chains hang from the reinforced beam in the ceiling. Fenrir and Runes wait in the shadows, their faces carved from stone. We string Marcus up quickly, his hands secured above his head, toes barely touching the concrete floor. This position puts strain on the body immediately, which is what we want, not to mention having him strung up like a piece of meat at a butcher shop. "Marcus," Runes says conversationally, like we're having drinks, instead of planning his painful death. "I've done some digging into your background. Former military, Army Rangers, explosives expert. Dishonorably discharged for selling weapons and explosives to private buyers. Currently employed by the piece of shit known as the Patriot." "I don't know what you're talking about," Marcus gasps, already struggling against the chains. The position makes it hard to breathe, harder to lie convincingly. Kraken steps into the light, and for the first time, Marcus goes pale. He knows exactly who this is. The father of the kids he tried to murder. The recognition in his eyes is satisfying. "My son lost his leg," Kraken says, each word precise and cold. "My daughter has burns across her arms. She'll carry those scars forever."
"Wasn't personal," Marcus wheezes. "Just business. They were just collateral damage."
The words hang in the air for a heartbeat before Kraken moves. The first punch doubles Marcus over as much as the chains allow. Kraken's fist connects with his ribs with a crack that has to be his bone. The second hit takes him in the kidney, drawing a scream that echoes off the concrete walls. "Collateral!" Kraken's voice is ice. "My 16-year-old boy has to learn to walk with a prosthetic. Let me show you collateral." Kraken takes his time with every move he makes. It's almost like he's calculating every single move, and he might be. Every brother in the room recognizes this is different. This isn't just punishment. This is Kraken coming apart at the seams. Years of control finally breaking open. Then again, if this happened to my kids, I'd be doing the fucking same. Or worse. I catch Tor's eye, see the same concern there. We've all seen violence, dealt it out when necessary. But watching one of our most level-headed brothers lose control is something else. "The bomb," Fenrir says when Marcus is gasping between blows. "Tell us about the bomb that was at his house." Fenrir motions toward Kraken. Marcus spits blood.
"Fuck you!"
Kraken picks up a pair of pliers from the tool table. "Wrong answer." The screaming starts within seconds as he grabs his knuckles and bends them back as far as they'll go. I've heard grown men cry before, seen them break under pressure, but this is something different.
"Jesus, Kraken,"
Emil mutters.
"My son!"
Kraken says again, like it's a mantra.
"My little girl! You tried to kill my children!"
His voice cracks on the last word, showing the pain beneath his rage. Marcus's resistance crumbles piece by piece. First, the denials stop, then his tough guy act crumbles, finally leaving just a broken man hanging from chains, willing to say anything to make the pain stop. After an hour, Marcus breaks completely. They always do, but this one shatters spectacularly. Words pour out between sobs. He gives us confirmation about the bomb, details about the Patriots' operation, locations, plans, names of associates, all things we weren't yet privy to.
"There's another one,"
he gasps suddenly, blood dripping from his mouth.
"Another bomb."
Everything stops. Kraken's hand freezes mid-swing. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. Rune steps forward. Where?
"The spa. Your woman's spa. Set to go off when it reopens tomorrow."
Ice floods my veins. Astrid works there. Charm, Fern, half the old ladies. If we hadn't grabbed this piece of shit tonight. Exact location, Fenrir snarls, his own control slipping now. Now! Marcus gives it up. Under the sink in the main treatment room, remote detonated.
"Professional job,"
he claims, almost bragging through his pain.
"Enough C4 to level half the building. Timer set for 10 a.m. tomorrow. First busy hour."
I want to tear his throat out myself now. The image in my mind of Astrid in that building when it explodes. I take a step forward, but Tor grabs my arm. Get Hakon, Runes orders Tor, his voice tight. Tell him we need his army experience. EOD, now. Tor disappears upstairs. Thank fuck Hakon served in the army bomb squad before prospecting. We might actually handle this without calling in outside help or evacuating the area. The Patriot. Kraken returns to his work. Where is he?
Safe house.
Marcus coughs.
North side. 4782 Willowbrook Drive.
That was fast, I say suspiciously. No more resistance? Marcus laughs, a broken sound.
Won't matter. He moves every few days. Probably gone already. That's yesterday's spot.
Addresses? Kraken repeats, yanking Marcus's head back by his hair. Any others you know? Marcus rattles off 2 more addresses. A warehouse on the docks, some associates' names. Information flows like blood now, pooling at our feet. The Patriots' operation is bigger than we thought. It's not just the drugs anymore. Now he's getting into weapons, and we already knew about his network of corrupt cops and politicians.
He said kids make the best victims.
Marcus wheezes.
Said it would break you faster than killing brothers. Make you sloppy, emotional, easier to defeat.
The sound Kraken makes isn't human. He reaches for a knife, and I know if we don't intervene, Marcus won't leave this basement breathing. Not that he will anyway, but we need everything he knows first. Wait, Runes commands, and Kraken freezes. We need it all. Every detail, every location, every name. Marcus talks for another 20 minutes, spilling everything. Bank accounts, supply routes, which cops are dirty, which judges can be bought. The Patriots built an empire on poison and death. That's when Fern appears on the stairs, her face tight. She looks past the hanging man to find Runes, carefully avoiding eye contact with Marcus. There's a Detective Ortega here, she says, loud enough for everyone to hear. Says he needs to speak with you urgently. He's at the gate. Runes and Fenrir exchange glances. Cops at the clubhouse is never a good thing, especially when we have a man being tortured in the basement. The timing is suspicious as hell. Keep him quiet, Runes tells Kraken, who nods grimly. And keep him alive, for now. Want me to gag him? Oscar suggests. Do it, Runes confirms. Can't have him screaming while we've got law enforcement upstairs. Babe, text whoever's manning the gate and tell them to let Detective Ortega through. Runes motions for Fenrir and me to follow. We climb the stairs, Fern leading the way. My mind races. What does this cop want? Did someone see us grab Marcus? Are we blown? Detective Ortega stands in the entrance, a Hispanic man in his 40s with tired eyes. His cheap suit is rumpled, like he's been up all night. He holds up an evidence bag as Runes approaches. Runes is polite but guarded. What can I do for you, Detective? Ortega shows the bag. White powder with what's supposed to be our logo stamped on it. This isn't ours, Runes says immediately. We don't deal shit. I know, Ortega surprises us. Seems like someone is trying to throw me off their trail. Found it on 5 kids who overdosed last night. 3 didn't make it. Dead kids change things, making this more than just club business. So the Patriot isn't just going after minorities now, he's going after anyone. You know this isn't us, Fenrir grumbles. Never have dealt, and we won't. I know that too, Ortega says. I also know who does. Same person who's been flooding my streets with fentanyl-laced everything. Same person who has an issue with your club. Ortega knows about the Patriot. Interesting. Let's talk in private, Rune suggests, and we head to the office. Once the door closes, Ortega drops the official act. He slumps in the chair, suddenly looking even older and more tired. I've been hunting that psychopath for 3 years, he admits. Lost my nephew to his poison dope last summer. 16 years old. Good kid. Straight A student. Tried what he thought was Xanax at a party. Dead in 15 minutes. Sorry for your loss, Rune says, and means it. We understand what losing family does to a person. I'm tired of playing by rules that protect him, Ortega continues. Tired of kids dying because this sick fuck cuts everything with fentanyl. I know you have your own issues with him. The explosion at the Stromberg house wasn't exactly subtle. So he knows about that, too. This cop's done his homework. What are you proposing? Fenrir asks carefully. Ortega sets down the evidence bag, leans forward. Unofficially, you help me get his lieutenants, the ones I can prosecute. I'll build cases that will stick. But the Patriot himself, he meets Rune's eyes. I wouldn't be upset if he had an accident before I could arrest him. That's a dangerous statement for a cop, I spit out. 3 kids died last night, Ortega snaps. Youngest was 14. Found her in her bedroom, foam coming out of her mouth. Her parents thought she was trying marijuana for the first time. It wasn't. It was something harder. And I get kids want to experiment, but... His voice cracks slightly. I had to tell them their daughter died because some asshole wanted to maximize profits by cutting his drugs with poison. The room goes quiet. We all have kids in our lives. Children, siblings, grandchildren. I can't put anything on paper, Ortega continues, pulling himself together, but I can make sure certain response times are slow. Certain evidence gets misplaced. Certain witnesses don't get interviewed too thoroughly. We might have intel on some locations. Some I'd be willing to share with you, Rune says carefully. I speak up. We just learned about a safe house, north side, Willowbrook Drive. Ortega nods grimly. He left there 2 hours ago. I had surveillance on it, but my hands were tied. No warrant, no probable cause the judges would accept. The ones he hasn't bought, anyway. Convenient, Fenrir mutters. His organization is bigger than you think, Ortega warns. Shell companies, offshore accounts, cops on his payroll, including 2 in my own department. But he's also getting sloppy. The overdoses are bringing federal heat. DEA's sniffing around. FBI's interested too. Runes leans back in his chair. So you want to clean up your department's reputation before the feds do it for you. I want that bastard stopped. Ortega speaks plainly. I don't care who does it or how. You get him, I get his network. Everyone wins except the Patriot. And you can live with that? Fenrir asks, knowing what we'll do to him? Ortega stands, straightening his cheap tie. My nephew's parents ask me every week if we've caught his killer. You know what I tell them? That we're working on it. That justice takes time. His face hardens. I'm tired of lying to them. So yeah, I can live with whatever you do to that piece of shit. They shake on it. An unholy alliance between us and law enforcement. Something I never thought would happen. After Ortega leaves, we head back to the basement. Marcus hangs limp in his chains, blood pooling beneath him. The gag muffles his whimpering. Kraken stands before him like a statue, waiting. We have the house, Runes announces. And unexpected help from the cops.
Too late.
Marcus laughs weakly when Oscar removes the gag.
He's gone. Always one step ahead.
We'll see about that, Kraken says quietly. The calmness is more terrifying than the rage. Runes nods to Kraken, who steps forward with the knife. No more use for him. What happens next is quick but brutal. Marcus's screams cut off abruptly, and another body joins the pile. We've all got blood on our hands now, but nobody sheds a tear for a man who bombs children. Within 30 minutes, we're gearing up and ready to head the fuck out of here. Rune sent Hakon to the spa with his EOD kit, Magnus and Rati along with him. Hakon knows how to disable them, so I'm certain he'll be fine. Runes watches Kraken carefully, concerned about his state of mind. Tor murmurs to Kraken as we put on bulletproof vests, then slide our cuts back on. Keep together, brother. I'm fine, Kraken says, but his knuckles are white on his gun. The group of us heads out, and we're in the neighborhood before we know it. It's upscale, tree-lined streets, expensive cars, the last place you'd expect to find a drug lord. The house is dark, no vehicles in the driveway. These rich fuckers never see trouble coming to their doorstep. Emil comments, "Looks empty." Kraken's already moving. Only one way to find out. We breach hard and fast, spreading through the house like we've done it 100 times before. But it's empty. Recently vacated, but empty. The coffee maker's still warm, a cigarette burns in an ashtray, and the Patriot's gone. Kraken loses control. Fuck! He puts his fist through the wall, then starts destroying everything in sight. Furniture flies, mirrors shatter, his rage spreading through the entire place. We've all seen brothers lose it, but this is different. He was right here! Kraken roars, throwing a chair through a window. My boy's leg! My little girl! And he was right fucking here! We try to contain the damage, but Kraken's beyond reasoning. He tears through the house like a hurricane, destroying everything the Patriot touched. I see tears streaming down his face as he continues, finally feeling everything since his house was bombed, since his kids were hurt. Rune's voice cuts through the destruction. Enough! Our president stands in the doorway, taking in the devastation. He approaches Kraken carefully. Brother, Rune says quietly, I know. Trust me, I know. Kraken spins on him, wild-eyed. He tried to kill my kids! He tried to take my granddaughter, Runes counters. Killed Flora, left Rio's babies without a mother. You think I don't want to tear him apart with my bare hands? Kraken's chest heaves. Then why aren't we? Because this. Runes gestures at the destroyed room. This is what he wants. Us out of control, making mistakes. This isn't how we win, brother. This is how we lose. Slowly, painfully, Kraken calms himself down. He slumps against the wall, suddenly looking older than his years. My boy asked why, he whispers. Asked why someone would want to hurt him. What do I tell him? The truth. Rune says simply that there's evil in the world, but his family will always protect him, that we'll get justice. Justice? Kraken spits. He's missing a leg. That's not justice. No, Runes agrees. But what we do to the Patriot will be. While Runes talks Kraken down, the rest of us search the house. I find some partially burned documents in the fireplace. Financial records, property deeds, text logs. The Patriot was in a hurry when he left, so he knew we were coming. Got something, I call out. The papers reveal more than what Marcus told us. multiple properties across the state, offshore accounts in the Caymans, connections to the smaller cartels in Mexico. The smaller cartels are nothing when Liam's stepmother is part of the big dogs, the Ramirezes. The Patriot isn't just some local dealer. He's trying to run a multinational operation. Jesus, Tor whistles. Fucker's been busy. Good, Kraken says, rejoining us. His eyes are red but focused again. More ways to hurt him. More threads to pull until everything unravels. We gather everything useful and head out. The ride back is quiet, dawn breaking as we reach the clubhouse. Hakan meets us at the door. Disabled the device at the spa. Professional job, military-grade explosives, sophisticated trigger mechanism. But nothing I couldn't handle. Would have taken out half the building, maybe killed everyone inside. Another reminder of how close we came to another catastrophe. If Marcus hadn't talked, if we'd waited until morning. Fenrir speaks up next. Everything cleaned up downstairs? Already done, Oscar confirms. Foundation's got a new permanent resident. Runes nods. Nobody mourns a child bomber. Runes clears his throat. Good work tonight, brothers. Go get some rest. We'll need it for what's coming. I head upstairs and go straight to our room. Astrid's curled in bed, but awake. She sits up when I enter, taking in how I look, I guess. I still have blood on my clothes from being downstairs. Shit I need to wash off. I'm too tired to, though. You okay? She asks softly, already knowing the answer. Yeah. I sit heavily on the bed, suddenly feeling every one of my 36 years. We were close. So fucking close, Astrid. She doesn't ask about Marcus, doesn't question the blood. This is who we are now. She accepts it completely. No judgment, no fear, just understanding what it takes to be part of this life. She grabs my hand and gives it a squeeze. Why'd a couple brothers rush over to the spa earlier? There was a bomb. Hakan handled it. You're safe. All of you are safe. She nods, processing this calmly, proving how far she's come. And the Patriot? Still out there, but we're closing in. He won't be able to keep this up for much longer, Princess. She crawls into my lap, arms around my neck, not giving a shit about my blood-stained clothes. You'll get him. I know you will. Yeah, I agree, holding her close. We will. I tell her about Ortega, about how we created an alliance with him until this bullshit is over with. She listens quietly, understanding everything. The Patriots got enemies on both sides now. Legal and illegal. You're right, you know. It is only a matter of time. Exactly. Between us and the law, he's running out of places to hide. She falls asleep against my chest as the sun rises fully. I sit there thinking about the night, Marcus's confession, Ortega's offer, Kraken's breakdown, the empty house, how the women could have been killed if that bomb went off. We might not have the Patriot yet, but we're going to get that bastard, and he'll pay for everything he's done. The war isn't over, but the tide's turning. All we can do for now is live in the present.
Epilogue. Astrid. The smell of cinnamon and nutmeg fills the clubhouse kitchen as I roll out another pie crust. It's not even 7 in the morning, but Thanksgiving waits for no one, especially when you're feeding an entire motorcycle club and their families. 3 weeks we've been in lockdown, and somehow this cramped clubhouse has become home. More flour on the granite, honey, Aziza instructs, her expert hands guiding mine. The dough's still too sticky. I dust the surface with more flour, grateful for her patience. The woman's a wizard with baked goods. Her bakery's been closed since the lockdown, but she's brought her magic here. Like this? Perfect. Now roll from the center out, even pressure. She demonstrates with her own dough, creating a perfect circle in seconds. We'll make a baker out of you yet. I laugh, though my attempt looks more like an amoeba than a circle. At this rate, we'll be eating pie for Christmas. Nothing wrong with that, Mom says from across the kitchen, where she's peeling potatoes with Charm and Fern. The kitchen's packed with women, all of us working together to create a feast from limited resources. I woke to an empty bed this morning. Again. Geralt left before dawn with Dad and my brothers, chasing another lead on the Patriot. 3 weeks of hunting, and they're closer than ever. I can see it in their eyes when they return each night. They're exhausted, but they have a fire in their eyes that doesn't burn out. This war might actually end soon. How many pies are we making? I ask Aziza, transferring my lumpy crust to a pie pan. 8. Apple, pumpkin, pecan, and sweet potato. 2 of each. She eyes my handiwork, critically, but kindly. That'll do fine for a first attempt. The filling hides imperfections. Starla appears with a massive turkey, the 3rd one we're preparing. Oven's ready for this bird. How long on the pies? And where did Everly run off to? Another hour at least, Aziza calculates. We'll bake them in shifts after the turkeys are done. Everly ran to the store to get more supplies. We might have forgotten a few necessities. The logistics of feeding 50-plus people from a clubhouse kitchen requires a lot of planning. Fern's got schedules and rotations down to the minute. It's chaotic, but at least it works. Astrid, can you check on the kids? Mom asks. Make sure they're not destroying the main room. I escape the kitchen heat, grateful for the break. The main room's been transformed into a massive dining hall, tables pushed together and covered with mismatched tablecloths. Kids race between chairs, their laughter echoing off the walls. The Halloween decorations are finally down, replaced with paper turkeys and pilgrim hats made by little hands. Auntie Asti! Florencia crashes into my legs, Rio's daughter clinging to me like a vine. At 2.5, she's a tiny tornado of energy who can't quite get my name right. Hey, sweet girl. You being good? She nods over and over again, though the marker stains on her hands suggest otherwise. I scoop her up, settling her on my hip. Across the room, Dasha's got baby Callie in her arms, bouncing her gently. She's been incredible these past months, stepping into a maternal role for Rio's girls without being asked. She just ate, Dasha tells me as I approach. She'll sleep through dinner if we're lucky. You're amazing with them, I say, meaning it. Both girls adore you. A blush creeps up her cheeks. They're easy to love. Her eyes drift to Rio, who's setting up chairs with veneer. Their dad's pretty special, too. I catch the longing in her voice, the way her gaze lingers. Rio's been oblivious, still mourning Flora, but I don't miss the fact she has a lot of love toward Rio. Maybe by next Thanksgiving. The front door opens, bringing a gust of November air and 3 people I've been expecting. Kraken wheels Bjorn in, Magnolia beside them looking exhausted but happy to be here. Ingrid practically flies across the room. You made it! She drops to her knees beside Bjorn's wheelchair, and I see him light up even with the pain etched on his face. Wouldn't miss it, he says, voice stronger than last week. Doc says I can start standing exercises next week. 3 weeks since the amputation, and he's fighting hard. The prosthetic fitting is still a month away, but he's determined to learn how to function normally with his disability. Ingrid hasn't left his side except when forced. Their relationship no longer a secret after everything that's happened. "How's the pain?" she asks quietly, hand finding his. "I can manage it, I guess. The phantom stuff's weird, but better." He shifts in the chair, and I catch the wince he tries to hide. "Smells amazing in here. Wait till you see dessert," I tell him. Aziza's outdone herself. Niall appears from the kitchen, grinning at his twin. "About time you showed up. I saved you a drumstick." The easy banter between brothers makes my heart swell. This, family choosing to be happy instead of sulking in trauma and pain, is what the Patriot can't understand. He thinks targeting our children breaks us. Instead, it's forged us into something unbreakable. "Astrid," Everly's voice carries from the entrance. "Mind helping us with these bags?" I head over, freezing slightly when I see who's with her. Dylan holds 3 grocery bags, his arm possessively around Everly's waist. She's wearing long sleeves even though it's hot as hell in here from all the cooking, and something about her smile seems forced. I don't know what it is, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. I don't like this guy one bit, and I think it shows. I take the bags from them. "Thanks for braving the store today. I thought we had everything here already." "No problem." Dylan's eyes sweep the room, lingering too long on the exits. "Crazy you're all still locked down here." "Safety first," I reply, not liking how he's mapping our space. "I'm sure we could use your help in the kitchen some more if you don't mind helping." Honestly, I want to keep him away from her a bit. "I'll just..." Everly starts, but Dylan tightens his grip. "We'll help together, babe. Right?" Damn it. She nods quickly. Too quickly. As they pass, I catch sight of finger-shaped bruises on her lower arm where her sleeve rides up. I want to say something, but now isn't the time. Not with Dylan watching her every move. I've thought about this a couple of times, about how Kraken isn't noticing what's happening right in front of his eyes. But how can I blame him? He and Magnolia are zeroed in on Bjorn's recovery right now. I doubt they're even noticing what's going on with Everly. A few hours later, the feast is ready. Runes calls everyone to gather, and we arrange ourselves around the cobbled-together tables. 53 people, from baby Callie to old friends who stop in for a bite to eat. The turkeys gleam golden brown, surrounded by every side dish imaginable. Aziza's pies wait on the counter, picture perfect, even though my crust is subpar. Just as Rune stands to speak, motorcycles rumble outside. My heart leaps. They're back. Geralf enters with Dad, Emil, and Oscar, looking exhausted, but alive. His eyes find mine immediately, and something passes between us. News. They have news. He drops into the empty chair beside me, pressing a quick kiss to my temple. "Sorry we're late." "You're here now," I murmur. "That's what matters." Runes clears his throat, commanding attention.
"Brothers, sisters, family, we gather today with grateful hearts. This year tested us. We've lost people we love."
His eyes find Rio briefly.
"We've faced threats to our children, our homes. But look around this room."
I do, seeing faces marked by hardship but not broken by it. Magnolia holds Bjorn's hand. Ingrid leans against her wounded boyfriend. Dasha bounces Callie while Florencia plays with her napkin. My parents sit close, battlefield partners after all these years. Emil and Oscar are on both sides of them, my protectors even now.
We're still here,
Runes continues.
still fighting, still family. The Patriot thought he could destroy us by targeting what we love most. Instead, he's shown us exactly how strong we are together.
Murmurs of agreement ripple through the room.
So today, we give thanks. Not just for food and shelter, but for each other. For the bonds that make us the Raiders of Valhalla MC. For the love that makes us family.
He raises his glass.
To those we've lost, and those still with us. To endings and new beginnings. To family.
To family, we echo, clinking glasses. The tradition continues, each person sharing their gratitude. Some are simple, thankful for good health, for the meal, for another day above ground. Others run deeper. Rio thanks Dasha for helping with his girls, and I catch her dabbing at tears. Kraken thanks the club for rallying around Bjorn. Magnolia thanks Ingrid for loving her son through his darkest moments. When my turn comes, I stand slowly. I'm thankful for acceptance, I begin, finding Geralf's eyes. For a love that sees all of me and doesn't flinch. For a family that protects fiercely, even when it's overprotective. That gets chuckles from Dad and my brothers. For the strength to face whatever comes next, and for hope that this war will end soon, letting us build the future we're fighting for. Geralf's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing tight.
I'm thankful for second chances, for a woman who makes me want to be better. For brothers who have my back, and to our future, the club's, and mine with Astrid.
The meal passes by over time. Conversations flow across tables, kids sneak extra rolls. Someone starts the annual debate about stuffing versus dressing. I help serve, making sure everyone's plates stay full, enjoying the domesticality of it all. Between courses, Geralf pulls me aside into the hallway.
Need to tell you something.
My pulse quickens. You found him.
His compound, 40 miles north, old farm property. Been surveilling it for 2 days.
His eyes are intense.
After the holiday, we move. This is going to end, Princess, and so fucking soon.
I should feel relief, but fear twists my gut. Promise me you'll be careful.
I always am.
He backs me against the wall, caging me with his arms.
When this is over, I want to start our life properly. No more lockdowns, no more looking over our shoulders.
What kind of life? I ask, though I think I know.
House, kids, normal shit.
His voice roughens.
Want to put babies in you, Astrid. Want to watch you grow round with my child.
Heat floods through me at his words, at the need in his eyes. I want that too, I whisper. All of it. He kisses me then, deep and claiming, until someone clears their throat nearby. We break apart to find Emil smirking at us.
Mom wants to know if you two can keep it in your pants long enough for pie,
he says. I throw a wadded napkin at his head, but I'm laughing. This is what I'm thankful for, the acceptance I never thought we'd have. The afternoon stretches lazily. Football plays on the TV while kids perform a Thanksgiving play that's more chaos than whatever they scripted. I help with dishes, the kitchen assembly line of wash, dry, put away, soothing me in a way. Through the window, I spot Everly and Dylan by his car, clearly arguing. Her body language screams that she's uncomfortable, but he grabs her arm when she tries to walk away. It's almost like staring right into a mirror. Me with Lock-in. "I'll be right back," I tell Mom, already heading for the door. By the time I reach them, Dylan's smiling again. That false charm that probably fools most people.
"Hey, Astrid, I'm just heading out."
"Everything okay?" I direct the question to Everly, who won't meet my eyes. "It's fine. I have to work tomorrow, so..." She shrugs, still not looking at me.
"Actually, babe, I'm thinking you should come with me,"
Dylan says.
"This whole lockdown thing is getting old."
"She's safer here," I interject. "With the Patriot still out there..."
"Right, the boogeyman everyone's so scared of."
His laugh is mocking.
"Maybe if your club didn't make so many enemies."
"Dylan!" Everly's voice is sharp. "Don't." He raises his hands in mock surrender.
"Whatever. Stay here then, but don't call me crying about being stuck in this place."
He drives off without saying goodbye properly, and Everly's shoulders slump. "Don't," she says before I can speak. "Just not today, okay?" I want to push, to show her those bruises aren't love. But I remember being where she is. You can't force someone to see what they're not ready to see. I'm here. I'm trying to be a good friend to her, but eventually I'm going to end up giving her tough love. Whenever you're ready. She nods, hurrying back inside. I follow slowly, worry gnawing at me. One crisis at a time, I remind myself. First the Patriot, then I can deal with Everly dating a known douche canoe. I get back inside and notice families have settled into different locations across the room. Men discuss tomorrow's plans in low voices, women organizing leftovers, kids passed out in turkey comas. I find myself on the back deck despite the chill, needing air after the crowded day.
"Hiding?"
Geralf joins me, draping his arm around my shoulders. Thinking. I lean into him. Next year will be different, won't it?
"Yeah, it better."
He turns me to face him.
"The compound we found, it's solid intel. Ortega's coordinating on his end. Between us and the cops, the Patriots got nowhere to run."
"And after? When he's gone?" His hands frame my face.
"Then we start living instead of just surviving. Add on to the cabin, fill it with kids, make a real life."
"How many kids?" I tease.
"Many as you'll give me."
His thumb strokes my cheeks.
"Want a whole pack of little hellions with your eyes and my stubbornness?"
"God help us all," I laugh. But the image he paints, our children running through our own home, he makes me want it. He kisses me softly.
"Love you, princess. Whatever comes next, that won't change."
"Love you too. Always." We stay outside until the cold drives us in, finding most families have retreated to their rooms. The main room's almost quiet as a mouse, just a few brothers sitting around on the couches. Finally, exhausted and full, we stumble to our room. The second the door closes, the day's tension transforms into something else. Geralf watches me with dark eyes as I shed my clothes, his gaze tracking every movement.
"Been thinking about you all day,"
he says, voice rough.
"How fucking beautiful you looked in that kitchen washing dishes. Domestic shit shouldn't be sexy, but on you."
I go right up to him, trying not to be too teasing. "Just in the kitchen?"
"Everywhere. Always."
He reaches for me, but I drop to my knees before he can, hands working his belt.
"Astrid."
"Shh." I free him from his jeans, already hard and ready for me. It's my turn to give thanks. His hand tangles in my hair as I take him in my mouth, the groan he tries to muffle music to my ears. I love this, the power of bringing this strong man to his knees with just my touch. I work him with lips and tongue, taking him deeper, finding the rhythm that makes his hips buck. Fuck, baby, he breathes, fighting for control. So good, so fucking good. I hum around him, the vibration making him curse. His fingers tighten in my hair, not forcing, but guiding me, and I take him deeper still. The sounds he makes urge me on. Gonna come, he warns, but I don't pull away. I want all of him, want to taste his surrender. When he does, with my name on his lips, I swallow everything, gentling him through the aftershocks. He hauls me up, kissing me deep, tasting himself on my tongue. My turn. He growls, walking me backward to the bed. Gonna make you scream. People will hear. Don't care. He pushes me back, spreading my thighs. Let them know who you belong to. I don't know what it is, but what he just said drives me wild. His mouth finds me wet and ready, and I bite my lip to keep quiet. He's relentless, tongue and fingers working together until I'm writhing beneath him. When he adds a second finger, curling just right, I have to grab a pillow to muffle my cries. That's it, he encourages between licks. Let go for me, want to feel you come apart. I do, shuddering and shaking as waves crash over me. He doesn't stop until I'm begging, oversensitive and desperate. Only then does he crawl up my body, positioning himself at my entrance. Need you, I gasp, wrapping my legs around him. He slides home in one thrust, both of us groaning at the connection. I'll never get tired of this, he says against my neck. Never get enough of you. He moves slowly at first, deep rolls of his hips that hit every nerve, but his control falls apart quickly, his pace increasing until the bed frame creaks. I cling to him, meeting each thrust, chasing the pleasure building again. Harder, I demand, nails raking his back. He complies, pounding into me like a savage. The headboard bangs against the wall, but I don't care who hears. Let them know I'm his, that he's mine, that this is ours. Close, I pant. I'm so fucking close. His hands find my clit, rubbing circles that push me over the edge. I come with a muffled scream, him following seconds later. We collapse together, sweaty and sated. He's still inside me, neither of us ready to separate. His hand splays across my stomach, and I know what he's thinking. Next Thanksgiving, he murmurs. Maybe you'll be pregnant. The thought sends warmth through me. Maybe I already am. He goes still. Are you? I don't know. Maybe. I've been feeling off lately, but with the stress. Would that be okay? Okay? He rolls us so I'm on top, still connected. That would be perfect. I kiss him softly. Then maybe I should take a test. Tomorrow, he says, after all this is over, when the Patriot's gone and we can focus on our future. If I am, I'll be over the moon. But if I'm not, I'll know it will happen in time. Geralf and I have the rest of our lives to start growing our family, but I'd be lying if I said I wanted to wait. This concludes Scornful by Elizabeth Knox. Narrated by Anne Robert and Tyler Dunn. Copyright 2025 by Elizabeth Knox. Recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.